Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the what if.
Chapter 1. The Awakening. The village hidden in the leaves, the first village of the shinobi world. The Leaf Village is considered to be the strongest village among all the other villages. Many legends and heroes have been born in this village. The Leaf Village was known for its compassion and teamwork and considered its citizens and shinobi as equal and made no discrimination. However, that was not the case for a 5-year-old boy. This boy was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. The boy was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox that attacked Konoha few years ago. The Kyuubi attack had severely harmed Konoha. Countless shinobi had died sacrificing their lives in protecting the village. There were also many civilian casualties and destruction of the village and its properties. In the end, through a valiant and self-sacrificing ritual, the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was able to restrain the fox and seal it into a newborn child. The fourth Hokage is still considered the biggest hero of the Hidden Leaf and had wished for Naruto to be seen as a hero that saved the village. Unfortunately, his wish was not fulfilled. This leads us to the present, where a 5-year-old Naruto was being mercilessly beaten by a mob of people consisting of many shinobi and civilians. He had bruises all over his body. Some of his bones were broken, but the worst part was that he was still conscious and could feel each blow being dealt on his body, and many painful words like, "Die, demon. That is for my father. Monster. Scum. Bastard fox." And many more words were being spoken by the people. "Why do you hate me? What have I ever done to you?" asked Naruto meekly while sobbing. "You dare ask what you have done, you monster? Now I will show you what you have done," yelled one shinobi and started performing hand seals. Magen. Narakumi no Jutsu, demonic illusion. Hell viewing technique. Naruto slowly felt himself surrounded in a swirl of leaves, and after a moment he was faced with the worst nightmare of his life. He was standing in a clearing field where a fierce battle was going on between many shinobi and a giant nine-tailed fox. Naruto had many nightmares of this fox since his early childhood and had always been terrified of it. The fox was killing people everywhere. People were dying. Many body parts were littered all over the place. Screams of the injured, fearful cries of the civilians, smell of blood all over the place, and the malicious aura of the fox all over the place. All in all, it was a nightmare. "Please make it stop," yelled Naruto in agony. "I'm sorry. Stop it. Stop it. Stop," cried Naruto, but on hearing his pleas, the mob was overjoyed and decided to kill him and get their revenge on their so-called demon. "Let's finish the demon," yelled one civilian, and the entire crowd cheered. The shinobi threw several kunai and shuriken towards Naruto, who had fallen unconscious due to the trauma. Clang, clang, clang. All of the kunai and shuriken were blocked by a squad of Anbu, who were now standing in between Naruto and the mob. Leading the Anbu was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, and was leaking such killing intent that made many civilians fall unconscious, and many shinobi were cowering under his piercing gaze. Hiruzen deeply cared for the boy. He respected the fourth's wishes and tried to make it come true, but was not successful. He tried to make Naruto's life easy but faced many difficulties, but he would be damned if he would let anything happen to the boy whom he considered a grandson. "Anbu, execute all of these criminals for breaking the law," yelled Hiruzen, and the Anbu squad immediately followed his orders and started executing the criminals while ignoring their pleas of mercy and killing the demon instead of them. But this just enraged Hiruzen more, and within a few minutes, where once was a crowd who were willing to kill an innocent child, lay only dead bodies. "Let's take him to the hospital," said Hiruzen, picking up Naruto and checking over his injuries. "Forgive me, Minato," thought Hiruzen sadly. "Hi, Hokage-sama," said the female Anbu captain, Neko, softly. She, along with most of the Anbu, did not hate the boy, in fact they cared for him. They knew the difference between a jailer and its prisoner and had utmost faith in the fourth Hokage's seal, unlike the rest of the villagers. They had seen how the boy was just a normal kid who just wanted attention and protected him many times. But today they were a little late, as the boy was severely wounded. "Also contact Kakashi and tell him to meet me at the hospital, and tell him if he's late, I'll strip him to Genin, make him catch Tora for months, and I'll burn his entire Ika books," said Hiruzen angrily. "At once," said Neko, and disappeared in a shunshin to fetch the masked Junin. If Hiruzen had observed more carefully, he could have heard Neko smirk when Hiruzen mentioned burning Kakashi's Ika. Konoha Hospital. 2 hours later. Currently sitting in a hospital room were 3 people. They were Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi Hatake, and Dr. Masumi. They were all seated around Naruto, who was sleeping and was covered in bandages. How is he? Asked Kakashi sadly. Kakashi knew Naruto's parents. In fact, Naruto's father was the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who happened to be Kakashi's sensei and the closest thing he had to a father. Kakashi cared about Naruto and wanted to adopt him, but the council had prevented him from doing so, much to his regret. He had tried to be there for Naruto but had failed miserably due to being continuously on missions. But today, seeing Naruto in this state made Kakashi very angry, and if the culprits hadn't been executed by the Hokage, he would have executed them himself. He has a few broken bones, a mild concussion, and bruises all over his body, said Masumi sympathetically. How long will it take him to recover? Asked Hiruzen with a frown, as he still was pissed off with what happened with Naruto. Physically, his wounds shall heal due to his tenant within a few hours, but that's not the problem, sighed Masumi. She hated such cruelty done to kids, whether the child be a Jinchuriki or not. What happened? Asked Kakashi worriedly. It appears that the genjutsu casted on him has affected Naruto. He is in immense emotional trauma. And I'm sorry to say that, Hokage-sama, but he will not be the same again, said Masumi sadly. Isn't there anything you could do, like erase the memory of the incident? Asked Kakashi. That is possible, but unfortunately he has been harassed and shunned by the villagers for years. He has been beaten, abused, ostracized, and this was the last nail in the coffin and has broken his mind completely. Apparently he was shown his nightmares over and over again, said Masumi. Hiruzen and Kakashi lowered their heads in shame and guilt for failing to protect Naruto. Hokage-sama, right now the boy's spirit is broken, and I'm afraid if he stays alone longer then he might become insane, as the villagers will continue to harass him. He needs a family right now, Hokage-sama, people who care for him and can protect him. He is still a child and as such needs the warmth and comfort that only a family can provide. It is the only possible solution to overcome his trauma, explained Masumi briefly. I see. Arigato, Masumi-san. You are dismissed, said Hiruzen. Masumi bowed to the Hokage and left the room, leaving Hiruzen and Kakashi. Hokage-sama, I would like to adopt Naruto. Enough of this, he has suffered long enough. I gave my word to Minato-sensei that I will protect him like my younger brother, and I have failed again. But not anymore, I'm gonna adopt him, and if the council have an objection they can kiss my ass, yelled Kakashi angrily. I understand, Kakashi, and I agree with you completely. Naruto needs a family and I will support your decision, but first we have to see if Naruto agrees or not. If he agrees, then you can adopt him. I will handle the council. The clan leaders agree with me, and as for the elders and the civilian council, I will show them why I am the Hokage, said Hiruzen with determination. Arigato, Sandame-sama, said Kakashi with a bow. Both the men were shaken from their conversation when they heard Naruto's voice. Where am I? Asked Naruto quietly, opening his eyes slowly. I'm relieved to see you are all right, Naruto-kun. You are in a hospital, said Hiruzen sadly. I see, said Naruto dejectedly. Naruto, what's wrong? Asked Hiruzen, sensing Naruto's sad look in his eyes. Gigi, why do they hate me? Asked Naruto sadly. Naruto, I will tell you someday when you are older, said Hiruzen, averting his eyes from the piercing blue eyes of Naruto. No, Gigi, you will tell me now. I'm tired of being called a monster, demon, scum. I have been beaten, spitted, abused. I deserve the right to know. I can't take it anymore, said Naruto with tears dropping from his eyes. Hiruzen hugged Naruto tightly and tried to comfort him. All right, Naruto, I will tell you the truth. What do you know about the Nine Tails attack that happened 5 years ago? Asked Hiruzen cautiously. The Yondaime Hokage defeated him and killed the Nine Tails and saved the village, said Naruto with a little pride in his eyes. He considered the Yondaime his hero and wanted to surpass him. Yes, he defeated the Kyuubi, but he could not kill it. The Kyuubi cannot be killed by a human being. Despite being powerful, the Yondaime was still a man, and so he could not kill the fox, so he had to do the only thing possible, said Hiruzen, but before he could continue, Naruto interrupted him. He sealed it in me, didn't he? Said Naruto sadly, which shocked both Hiruzen and Kakashi, who was silently observing the talk from a corner in the room. How do you know that, Naruto? Asked Hiruzen, shock evident in his eyes. It's not that hard, Gigi. I was born on October 10th, the day the Kyuubi attacked. The villagers call me demon, fox, and many other things. It also happens that I have a seal on my stomach which I saw once before in the nightmares I have often about the Kyuubi attack on the village. And now that you clarified that the Yondaime couldn't kill it, it all makes sense. Why Gigi? Why me? Asked Naruto sadly with a few tears dropping from his eyes. Both the men standing in the room were astonished on Naruto's accurate deduction. He is truly your son, sensei. I won't fail you anymore, thought Kakashi, impressed with Naruto's deduction and also not snapping immediately. It took a few moments for Hiruzen to get over his shock, and after a few moments got out of his daze. He then stared at Naruto and put a hand on his shoulder. Naruto, the Yondaime didn't want to do this to you, but he had no choice. So in order to protect the village he had to seal the Kyuubi in you. He wished that you be seen as a hero for protecting the village. That was his dying wish, but the villagers have not followed it, and for that I am sorry. And as for why he chose you, because he believed in you and trusted only you to protect the village, explained Hiruzen. The Yondaime believed in me? Asked a wide-eyed Naruto. The man whom he considered his hero believed in him and trusted him to protect the village. Yes, he believed in you, Naruto, and trusted you, said Hiruzen, kindly giving Naruto a smile. Gigi, can you tell me who were my parents? Asked Naruto with hope in his eyes. Naruto, I will tell you about your parents when you are older. Tell you what, if you decide to become a ninja and reach Chunin rank, I will tell you. Don't worry, even if you don't become a ninja, I will tell you. Their identity is a big secret. They truly loved you and cared for you, and if they were alive they would still be with you, said Hiruzen, but knew that Naruto would insist more and was just waiting for the reply. I understand, I trust you, Gigi, and I hope one day you will tell me. But still I wish I had a family, said Naruto, averting his eyes from Hiruzen. You have a family, Naruto, said Kakashi, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulders. Who are you? Asked Naruto and looked up at the teenager. He was tall and had at an impressive height of 6 feet 1 inch. He was wearing the usual Konoha shinobi attire. His hitai was wrapped around his forehead but slanted so the cloth covers his left eye. The lower half of his face is covered by a blue face mask. His silver hair and single black eye were the only distinguishable features available with his face so heavily covered. His chest was covered by his green Junin vest, which had many pockets for placing various things. His blue undershirt was shown as his shoulders, and arms are covered in the blue fabric from his shirt. The only break of the blue was the same red swirl presented proudly on his left shoulder. His hands were covered in fingerless black gloves with metal hand guards. His pants were a dark blue which are rolled up, allowing for his shins to be wrapped in tape and his feet to be covered with the common blue open-toed shoes. His leg was wrapped similarly with tape and his kunai pouch on his right leg. My name is Kakashi Hatake and I would like to adopt you, Naruto, said Kakashi with an eye smile. Why would you do that? Asked Naruto suspiciously. Naruto, I won't lie to you. I knew your parents, they were like family to me. I wanted to adopt you and raise you from the start. You are the only family I've got, but the council were preventing me, but Sandaime-sama has now made it possible for me to adopt you. I know I have not been there for you, but I would like to amend my mistake. You may disapprove. If you do not want me to adopt you, I will understand, said Kakashi solemnly. Will you never abandon me? Do you truly care for me, or just pity me, or just want to adopt me just because you knew my parents? Asked Naruto pleadingly. Naruto, I do not pity you and I truly care for you. You are like a little brother I never had, said Kakashi sadly. Arigato, Kakashi ni-san, said Naruto with a smile which Kakashi replicated with his own. Naruto, so do you accept? Asked Hiruzen, hoping Naruto would accept the offer. Hi, said Naruto with a small smile. Naruto, would you like to retain your Uzumaki name or accept Kakashi's family name? Either is fine by us. You can still retain the name when you are older if you like, said Hiruzen with a smile while Kakashi gave him a nod. I would like to keep Kakashi ni-san's name, said Naruto with a smile which pleased Kakashi's even more. Minato-sensei, Obito, Rin, I finally have a family. I won't let you down, thought Kakashi. Gigi, I want to become a ninja and protect the village, said Naruto. Hiruzen and Kakashi both smiled and nodded. Naruto, you will be moving to Kakashi's house and soon you will be entering the ninja academy. Kakashi will teach you Naruto, but tell me, what is your dream, Naruto? Asked Hiruzen. I want to be a ninja in order to protect the village. The Yondaime believed in me and I will make sure that his trust in me was the best choice. And as for my dream, I want to join the Anbu, said Naruto, shocking Hiruzen and Kakashi. Why do you want to join the Anbu? Asked Hiruzen curiously. I want to protect the village. The Anbu are the elite of the village, also the people respect the Anbu the most after the Hokage. They never showed any discrimination towards me and they're kind of cool. I want to be like them, said Naruto with determination. Alright Naruto, but you will have to work very hard to be an Anbu. I was an Anbu once and I know they are the toughest, so you will have to work and train harder, said Kakashi strictly. I won't let you down, Ni-san, said Naruto with a grin. Good, said Hiruzen, happy to see that Naruto was slowly getting out of his trauma by having a family. Gigi, Ni-san, there is a problem, said Naruto carefully. What is it? Asked Kakashi curiously. I know that the villagers hate me and it will take some time to prove it to them that I am not the Kyuubi, but some people may attack me again and I'm not strong enough to defend myself against ninja, said Naruto firmly. Hiruzen frowned on hearing the truth in Naruto's words. Of course, after today's incident the attacks would decrease, but one cannot be sure as there were many people who hated Naruto. I have a solution, said Kakashi and took out a black face mask from his vest and tossed it to Naruto. Naruto immediately caught it and the smile he had on his face could light up someone's day. It also pained Hiruzen and Kakashi to see that this was the first gift the boy had received and was happy. Thanks, Ni-san, said Naruto and put on his face mask. Naruto, from now on you are Naruto Hatake. Become a good man and a strong and proud shinobi of the leaf, said Hiruzen and patted the boy on the back. Hi, said Naruto happily. Time skip. 6 months. It had been 6 months since Naruto was adopted by Kakashi. These 6 months were an entirely new experience for Naruto. He found out that Kakashi was a very calm, collected guy but was also lazy and liked to read Ika books, a porn book. Naruto did not hate the book but was also not fond of reading it every time like Kakashi. He was also not lazy like Kakashi and always wanted to train. He knew that Kakashi had lost his teammates who were his closest friends and used many means to hide his pain. Reading porn was one of them. Naruto's life had also been turned upside down. No longer was he a hot-headed guy who screamed for attention. It had taken a lot of time and effort from Kakashi and a lot of reading books based on human psychology for Naruto to understand that a person should assess the situation, be in control of his emotions and not get agitated soon, if he wants to be a true shinobi. Kakashi had started training Naruto. He had taught Naruto all about chakra and had taught him to fight with shuriken and kunai. Naruto had also learned the basic chakra controlling exercises like tree walking, water walking and leaf balancing. Though it was very tough for Naruto as he discovered that he had enormous chakra reserves as he was a Jinchuriki. Many villagers seemed to believe that Naruto was dead as they could not see his face as he always wore his mask. This was the only habit in which he followed Kakashi completely. When some people did recognize him, and showed any hostility or taunted him, he was able to maintain a calm demeanor and did not respond, which was one of the reasons the people now simply used to ignore him, which was better than being beaten. But what he did not know was that there had been few attempts to harm him but were stopped by Kakashi and the Hokage, and the culprits had been dealt with, without Naruto even noticing them. But today was not the case. Naruto was doing his shuriken training at Training Ground 7 waiting for Kakashi to arrive. He knew his brother would be late so decided to start his training. He was getting better and better at throwing shuriken and was achieving most of the targets. Suddenly 2 people arrived at the training ground. Naruto looked at them and saw 2 Anbu standing there. Their face were hidden by their masks, however their masks were different than most Anbu, because they were blank. Naruto Hatake, said the Anbu on the left flatly. Huh? Asked Naruto, curious as to why the Anbu were here and asking for him. Suddenly both the Anbu charged at him, drawing their swords ready to strike him down. Naruto had only time to blink as he barely dodged the strike of the swords but still got a cut on his face mask. It was due to sheer luck and due to some of Kakashi's training that he was barely able to dodge the blow. What the hell are you doing? shouted Naruto angrily. The Anbu were surprised that he was able to dodge the strike, but neither showed any emotions. They never showed emotions. Getting out of their daze, they started leaking a massive amount of killing intent. This was the type of killing intent of silent assassins. Naruto was frozen in shock. His body wasn't moving, his heartbeat was increasing every second, he was already hearing it beating so many times. He barely was able to get a kunai from his pouch, but his hands were trembling. He had faced a lot of angry villagers on many occasions, but the killing intent these Anbu were leaking were the most powerful one he had faced in his entire life. There was a sharp pain in his eyes. The Anbu rushed at him. One of them swinged his sword towards Naruto, chest, while the other Anbu jumped in the air with his sword drawn ready to cleave Naruto in half. Time seemed to slow down for Naruto. All the things started to move much more slowly around him. He could see the leaves rustling in the air at a much slower pace. He could see that the Anbu were drawing closer towards him. To any other shinobi, the Anbu would seem like blurs, but for Naruto, he was able to read their movements and the exact angle through which they were going to strike him. I can't move. What is happening? I can't die here. I will not die, thought Naruto in fear. Acting purely on what his instincts were telling him, he back-flipped a few meters away. But the Anbus attacked him again. The one on the left tried to attack him with a diagonal slash from his sword, but before his attack could even connect, he felt something cold pierce his chest. But when he looked down, all he could see was two red eyes with two tomos in it and a kunai buried deep in his heart. The Anbu's lifeless body fell dead on the ground, and after a few seconds a glow came from his left arm and the entire body was engulfed in flames, burning the body to ashes. Meanwhile, Naruto was frozen in his spot. His hands were shaking. He was looking at the blood stained on his hands and realized he had just killed a man. He didn't know what happened. He had just ducked before the blow hit him, and before he realized what was happening, his kunai was lodged into the Anbu's heart. He had seen the shock in the man's eyes hidden behind his mask, which were then replaced with emptiness before he fell on the ground, and was burned to a crisp. I killed him. I am a murderer, thought Naruto sadly, and tears started to drop from his eyes. Meanwhile, the remaining Anbu was shocked to see his partner killed by the boy and was just about to attack him, and was already charging towards him. Naruto was frozen in his spot, so it looked much easy. The Anbu readied his sword to deliver the blow, but his entire body was electrocuted as something had pierced his chest. He looked down to see a hand sticking out of his chest, which was covered in a ball of lightning. He only heard a single word before he fell lifeless on the ground. Reikiri. Kakashi was just returning after his visit to the memorial stone when he had felt the killing intent coming from the training ground where Naruto was. He immediately rushed towards the spot and was shocked to see Naruto pierce a kunai through an Anbu's chest. But before he could understand what was happening, he saw another Anbu charging towards Naruto, who was in shock due to his first kill. He quickly formed his Reikiri and disposed off the Anbu. He did not even wait to see the body burn, as he immediately rushed towards Naruto. He immediately pulled Naruto in a hug and started patting his back. Naruto finally saw that Kakashi was here and started crying. After what seemed like a few minutes, Naruto's sobs stopped and he looked at Kakashi. "Ni-san, I killed him. I am a murderer," said Naruto with regret in his voice. Meanwhile, Kakashi was shocked when he looked at Naruto's eyes. Naruto's sapphire blue eyes were now red with two black tomos in it. How in the hell does he have the sharingan? Thought Kakashi, not believing what he was seeing. "It's okay, Naruto. You just defended yourself. Now please tell me what happened," asked Kakashi softly. Naruto hesitantly nodded and told Kakashi about the entire incident. To say Kakashi was livid would be saying that Jiraiya was not a pervert. He was furious at Danzo. He knew that these Anbu belonged to Danzo. "I need to talk to Hokage-sama, but first I need to do something for Naruto," thought Kakashi tactically. "Naruto, let's go to eat at Ichiraku's. You can talk to me there and also eat your ramen. I'll let you eat as much as you can today. But before that, stop sending chakra to your eyes," said Kakashi with a smile, hoping Naruto would not understand why he wanted it to do it. "Hi," said Naruto, still in deep thought, and stopped channeling chakra in his eyes, which turned back to his sapphire blue eyes. "I guess eating ramen and talking with Ni-san will help," thought Naruto dejectedly. Kakashi felt relieved that Naruto did not notice the change in his eyes yet. Ichiraku's. Kakashi watched Naruto eat ramen quietly while talking to Ayame, who understood that Naruto was disturbed and was cracking some jokes to ease his mood. Talking with Chuki and Ayame and eating 10 bowls of ramen had improved Naruto's mood to some extent. Kakashi had explained to him that he was attacked and he did what he had to do in order to protect himself, and it was not his fault, and it was an accident. This seemed to ease Naruto a bit, but he still regretted that he had killed the man, but not as much as before. After he finished his meal, Kakashi paid for the meal, and when Naruto was about to leave he felt someone hugged him from behind. He looked back to see Ayame was holding him and Chuki had a kind smile on his face. "Naru-chan, please be okay. I am always there for you," said Ayame with a kind smile which was filled with warmth. She then slightly pulled his mask down and gave him a soft kiss on his cheek. Naruto blushed. Ayame was beautiful and he loved her like his older sister, and she cared for him. Apart from Hiruzen and Kakashi, Chuki and Ayame were the only ones who cared for him in the village and loved him. "Arigato, Nei-chan," said Naruto happily, and hugged Ayame back as a lone tear escaped from his eye. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Chuki both had smiles on their faces on seeing the affection between the brother and sister. After a few moments, Naruto recomposed himself but still had a blush on his face as he touched his cheek where he could still feel Ayame's lipstick mark. "Ah, you two look so cute. It looked as if you were his girlfriend," teased Chuki playfully. Naruto had a deep blush on his face while Ayame's cheeks went a little pink. "I wouldn't mind that, would you, Naruto-kun?" Ayame whispered in Naruto's ears mischievously. This got different reactions from the men. Kakashi had a perverted smile on his face. Chuki was just dumbfounded by his daughter's reply, but after a few moments chuckled. But the person who was embarrassed the most was Naruto, whose blush just got a lot deeper. "What?" asked Naruto dumbly after a few moments. "I'm hurt. You don't think I'm good for you?" said Ayame and pouted. No, I didn't mean that, Ayame-chan. You are so beautiful, kind and caring," spoke Naruto quickly, but quickly covered his mouth on realizing what he had said. All the others laughed at his innocent answer while Ayame just got a light blush on her face. "Looks like you'll have to learn Odoto." "Here," said Kakashi happily, and tried to hand Naruto his Ika book, but before he could even blink, Ayame took the book from his hands and tore it to pieces and pointed a kunai just between Kakashi's legs. "My precious!" yelled Kakashi in horror, as he saw his book getting destroyed. "Kakashi, if you ever try to corrupt my Naru-chan with that smut, I'll castrate you," said Ayame threateningly and in such a voice that promised a lot of pain. "Hi," said Kakashi nervously when he felt a knife being pressed a little harder on his crotch. "Whoa, she's scary. Looks like I'll have to hide my book." "Aw man," whined Chuki in his mind. "Never read Ika in front of women. Troublesome," thought Naruto with fear. Somewhere two Naras sneezed. "Good," Ayame stated with a smile. All three men face faulted on her sudden change in behavior. At one moment she threatens you and the next she is back to normal. Troublesome women, thought Naruto, Kakashi and Chuki at the same time. Somewhere two Naras sneezed again. Looks like some poor soul is tortured by some troublesome women, thought both at the same time. Before any further talk could take place, Kakashi simply dragged Naruto away from the ramen stand, hoping to save his balls. It had been a few minutes since they left the ramen stand. They were now standing in front of a playground. It was already evening and Kakashi had to report the incident to the Hokage. "Naruto, why don't you go and play with those kids? It'll be fun," said Kakashi, pointing towards four boys of Naruto's age who were playing. "Are you sure, Ni-san? You know that they may not accept me," said Naruto sadly. Kakashi frowned on thinking how much the villagers had traumatized Naruto, but not any longer. "I am sure, Naruto. Go have fun. I have to talk to Hokage-sama about what happened today. I'll pick you up in an hour," said Kakashi and disappeared via a shunshin. "Man, I really need to learn that," thought Naruto with a chuckle. There were currently four boys playing in the field. Well, not exactly. The first boy which Naruto saw had pineapple-colored hair which were tied upward in a short pony. His face was angular and he was busy watching the clouds. The boy sitting next was continuously eating chips and was a little chubby and had light-colored brown hair and a round face. One of the boys was sitting next to the others and was playing with a little pup. He had 2 marks on his face and slightly pointed teeth and dark brown hair. The last boy was sitting away from the others. He had black hair and his eyes were covered by sunglasses and he wore a light gray jacket. As Naruto approached the boys, a little hesitantly, after years of being rejected he feared that even these kids would reject him like the kids from the orphanage. "Who are you?" asked the boy with the pup curiously. "I am Naruto Hatake, can I join you?" asked Naruto hesitantly. "Sure, I am Choji Akamichi," said Choji happily and offered some chips which Naruto accepted happily. "I'm Inuzuka Kiba and this is Akamaru," said Kiba and Akamaru barked. "Nara Shikamaru," said Shikamaru curiously. "What's with the mask?" thought Shikamaru with a frown. "I'm happy to meet you all." "Hey you, can I know your name too?" asked Naruto loudly, to the boy with bugs. On hearing being called he came towards the group and was surprised that they didn't back away from him when his bugs crawled in his shirt. "Aburame Shino," stated Shino stoically. "Naruto Hatake. It's nice to meet people from 4 different clans of Konoha," said Naruto sharply. "You know about our clans?" asked Choji in surprise. "Yeah, my brother taught me. You are from the Akamichi clan. Your clan specializes in combat and is known for your physical strength and great research on food pills which were formed by your clan. Also you own many restaurants in Konoha," said Naruto briefly. "You are from the Nara clan, one of the smartest clans of Konoha. Your clansmen are known for your sharp knowledge and thinking, and advanced knowledge in medical ninjutsu and medicines," said Naruto simply. "You are from the Inuzuka clan, one of the 3 best tracker clans of Konoha. You and your Ninken companions are best in tracking and hand-to-hand combat," said Naruto with a small smile. "You are from the Aburame clan, your clan use Kikai bugs for tracking or capturing an enemy. Your clan is known for your logical thinking and is one of the best tracker clans of Konoha alongside the Inuzuka and the Hyuga," said Naruto seriously. Meanwhile all 4 boys stared dumbly at Naruto. Choji was pleased that Naruto didn't call him fat like many kids. Shikamaru was interested in knowing more about Naruto. Kiba and Akamaru both were happy when Naruto praised their clan and didn't call Akamaru a dog but Kiba's partner, while Shino was also intrigued as Naruto was not at all affected by his bugs and praised his clan. "Whoa, you know all about our clans, now tell us something about yourself," said Shikamaru curiously. "Tell you what, let's race. If you defeat me I'll tell you all you want," said Naruto with a smirk. "I know how lazy you Naras are. You won't get to know about me easily," thought Naruto with a smirk. "Troublesome," muttered Shikamaru with a yawn. "Okay," said Choji cheerfully. "You're on, I'll defeat you Naruto," boasted Kiba loudly and Akamaru barked happily. "I accept your challenge Naruto-san," stated Shino simply. "Naruto's fine Shino, what say friends?" asked Naruto holding out his hand. "Friends," they all agreed in unison and shook each other's hand. "I finally have some true friends," thought Naruto happily. Only if he knew that these boys would become his best friends for life and would always stand by him. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen smiled on watching the entire interaction between the kids through his crystal ball. At first when Kakashi reported the entire incident he was angry, but as the bodies of the attackers were destroyed by the seal on them, there was no proof against Danzo, so he had to let it go but he would keep a close eye on Danzo from now on. He was saddened to hear that Naruto who was just 6 now had his first kill, but after watching the entire scene and seeing Naruto finding some true friends, he was overjoyed. Perhaps there is still hope for Naruto's acceptance, thought Hiruzen hopefully. He finally has some friends, said Kakashi happily. Indeed, the will of fire burns brightly in them. They are the future of the village, said Hiruzen sagely. Hokage-sama, I still can't understand how Naruto has the sharingan, asked Kakashi curiously. No, you are wrong, he is a descendant of the Uchiha clan. So he has finally awakened his birthright, said Hiruzen more to himself than Kakashi. What? Asked Kakashi a little loudly. It is true Kakashi, said Hiruzen simply. But Hokage-sama, Naruto's mother was an Uzumaki not an Uchiha, and Minato-sensei was an orphan, said Kakashi quickly. Yes, Kushina was not an Uchiha, but that was not the truth about Minato, said Hiruzen seriously. I don't like the sound of this, thought Kakashi worriedly, as he somehow had a guess as to what the answer would be. Kakashi, what I am about to tell you is one of the biggest secrets of Konoha. Only I and Jiraiya know about this, but as you are Naruto's guardian and you already know this much, I will tell you the truth. This is an SS rank secret, so I wouldn't need to remind you the penalties, would I? Asked Hiruzen sternly, and Kakashi immediately nodded. What do you know of Minato's parents? Asked Hiruzen seriously. Sensei was an orphan whose parents died in the Second Shinobi World War, said Kakashi simply, and Hiruzen nodded. Yes, you are correct. Minato's parents died in the Second Shinobi World War, but the more important thing is the identity of his parents, said Hiruzen suggestively. Who were they? Asked Kakashi cautiously. Yamato Namikaze and Rei Uchiha, said Hiruzen, shocking Kakashi to the core. Now I know why Minato-sensei understood Obito better than me, thought Kakashi in surprise. Rei Uchiha? Asked Kakashi curiously. Her identity is not known by many people as she was banished from the Uchiha clan, explained Hiruzen slowly. Why was she banished, Hokage-sama? Asked Kakashi curiously. Because of her lineage, said Hiruzen sadly. What lineage? Asked Kakashi. She is the daughter of Izuna Uchiha, said Hiruzen nervously. Izuna Uchiha? Asked Kakashi. He was the younger brother of Madara Uchiha, stated Hiruzen darkly. Kakashi was frozen on his place. The man was a legend, and the thing he had just found was a great shock to him. Hokage-sama, so Naruto is the great-grandnephew of Madara Uchiha? Asked Kakashi nervously. Hi. Izuna died during the war-torn era. This was before the formation of the Hidden Leaf village by the Uchiha and the Senju clans. But when Madara defected from the village, Rei was ostracized from the clan as she was Madara's niece and was banished from the clan after some time. She after some time met a young Junin who was Yamato Namikaze, Minato's father. He was the clan head of the Namikaze clan. The Namikaze were not a big clan and were not quite famous at that time. They fell in love with each other and married discreetly, with only me knowing of this as I was the Hokage. But during the Second War they died, and Minato became an orphan, said Hiruzen briefly and took a puff from his pipe. In order to protect Minato from the Uchiha, his identity was kept secret with only me, Jiraiya, Minato and Kushina knowing this. Also he was not able to awaken the Sharingan, so no one knew, said Hiruzen seriously. So Naruto is the descendant of the Namikaze, Uchiha and the Uzumaki clans? Asked Kakashi in shock. Yes, and it must remain a secret until Naruto is old enough to understand this. And I must not explain it to you. What would happen if the Uchiha came to know of this? They would demand Naruto to be taken into their clan and will use him as a weapon, just like Danzo. Also they have been acting suspiciously a lot, said Hiruzen, muttering the last line silently so Kakashi couldn't hear, and was successful. I understand, but what should we do now? Asked Kakashi worriedly. Train him in using the Sharingan discreetly, and if he asks any questions tell him they will be answered when he becomes a Chunin. If he persists, send him to me. Kakashi, no one else should know of this. Naruto's Sharingan should not become public knowledge, as the council would then surely have another reason to turn him into a weapon, and this time Danzo won't stop. He already sent his operatives today to test Naruto's skill. I'll keep an eye on him, said Hiruzen tiredly. Understood, Hokage-sama. I will train him and he will be entering the academy next year with his friends. I want him to be with his true friends and have a normal childhood. But I will also try to not make him entirely dependent on the Sharingan, said Kakashi seriously. I'll have to inform Jiraiya, thought Hiruzen sharply. Agreed. You are dismissed, Kakashi, said Hiruzen, and Kakashi bowed and left the office. Hiruzen sighed. He was tired, and looking at the paperwork in front of him, he groaned. Man, I won't get to read my Ika, thought Hiruzen sadly. Chapter 2. The Secrets of the Sharingan. It had been a month since Naruto had awakened his Sharingan. A lot had changed in the village. The entire Uchiha clan was massacred by Itachi Uchiha. The village had still not recovered from the shock. There was only one survivor of the attack. He was Sasuke Uchiha. His mental condition was not looking good. Many things had changed since then. Due to the Uchiha's massacre, Hiruzen had issued a martial law and placed the village under strict security. He now took complete control over the village. He overruled the council with the help of the fire daimyo and gained complete control over the shinobi as well as civilian affairs of the village. The entire civilian council and the elders were furious and demanded him to give them back their power. But Hiruzen knew that he was the Hokage and he should be in command. The council were just advisors and should just advise, and not order him around. So with a few executions of some greedy counselors and imprisoning Homura and Kaharu, the problem was solved. The Shinobi Council supported his decision and surprisingly Danzo did not raise any objections and it troubled Hiruzen very much. Just what was Danzo up to? Ever since Danzo's personal bodyguards attacked Naruto, Hiruzen had reprimanded Danzo. He knew he could not take more stricter actions against Danzo as it may lead to revolt in the village, but in order to show Danzo his place, he had reduced Danzo's personal shinobi to some extent. Danzo objected to this and had said that he had no hand in this and those shinobi acted on their own, but Hiruzen had threatened him to be in line or suffer the same consequences as the elders. This seemed to shut him up, but Hiruzen knew better. Hiruzen knew that his actions may have increased his enemies, but it was past time he gained control over the village. The Uchiha clan's massacre opened his eyes, making him see how much he was swayed by others' influence. But what troubled him most was Naruto. Ever since he awakened the sharingan, his demeanor started to change. He was now more reserved and only was his usual self to the people which he trusted. Kakashi and Hiruzen decided to give Naruto some time to cope up with his first kill because even if he was to become a shinobi, he was a 6-year-old child who had taken a life. He could still remember the day when they told Naruto about the sharingan. It was after a few days after the Uchiha massacre, and the questions Naruto had asked unnerved Hiruzen a bit because they were way beyond a person of Naruto's age could even understand, but surprisingly Naruto understood it perfectly. Flashback. Few days ago. Naruto was right now standing in the Hokage's office. It had been a few days since his first kill. Kakashi had given him a break from his training and he spent most of the time with his friends. But something was bugging him and he decided to ask the Hokage about it. "What can I do for you, Naruto?" asked Hiruzen kindly. "Gigi, I wanted to ask you something," said Naruto politely. "Go ahead," said Hiruzen, but somehow he had an idea of what Naruto was going to ask. "Gigi, how was I able to evade that strike from the Anbu? I was no match for them. At one moment they were charging at me and I thought I was going to die. But then everything seemed to slow down. There was a pain in my eyes and then I could see the Anbu's movements before he performed it." "I don't understand," said a confused Naruto. "Sigh, Naruto, what I am about to tell you is a secret, and you should not reveal it to anyone until very necessary. Do you understand?" asked Hiruzen sternly. "Hi," said Naruto sincerely. Hiruzen then took out a small mirror from one of his desk drawers and asked Naruto to come closer. "Naruto, I want you to channel chakra into your eyes," said Hiruzen seriously. Naruto did as told, and when he looked in the mirror he was shocked. Instead of his blue eyes they were now red with 2 black tomos surrounding it. "Gigi, is this the sharingan that Ni-san has?" asked a stunned Naruto. "Yes, Naruto, it is the sharingan," said Hiruzen truthfully. "So I am an Uchiha," said Naruto dejectedly as the entire clan had been massacred, and now he could not find any more family. He did not like the Uchiha much, but still they were family. "Not exactly. Yes, you are an Uchiha, but there are some other things about your parents which I would like to tell you when you are older." "You alright, Naruto?" asked a concerned Hiruzen. "Yeah, a bit," said Naruto silently. "Are you angry at me for not telling you this?" asked Hiruzen gently. "No, the Uchiha did not like me much, so I guess we are even, and I understand you had good reasons," said Naruto quietly. "Naruto, don't you feel sorry for them as they were somehow your family?" asked Hiruzen curiously. "A bit, but they were so cold towards me, so I don't know what to feel. I am sad that they were killed, but I didn't know any of them, so I don't know what to feel," said Naruto tiredly. "Alright, I understand. Naruto, I will tell you about your parents when you are older. Is that alright?" asked Hiruzen kindly. "I think so. I have a lot of things going in my life, and I don't think I can handle another new revelation right now, even though I want to know about them now is not the time," explained Naruto briefly. "You're too smart for your own age, Naruto," said Hiruzen with a smile, and Naruto nodded a little sheepishly. Gigi, were my parents bad people? Asked Naruto, suddenly catching Hiruzen off guard. No, Naruto, they were one of the best people I have ever met. They loved you with all their heart. They were proud shinobi of the leaf who gave their lives to protect the village, said Hiruzen honestly. Gigi, what is the meaning of the village? What is a true shinobi? Asked Naruto as he wanted to know why his parents died for the village, and left him alone in this cruel world. Hiruzen was shocked on hearing Naruto's question. He remembered the first and the second Hokage's advice to him regarding the sharingan, and knew that his answer would be very important in deciding Naruto's thinking in his future. He had failed in teaching Orochimaru, and he had fallen into darkness, and he won't let that mistake happen again. A village is a place where people come together. It is a place where people put aside all their past differences and end the chaos. It is a place where the children and the old are protected, the young prosper. It is a place where people can spend their life in peace, said Hiruzen carefully. What is the duty of a shinobi? Is being a shinobi meant leaving your child in a cruel world alone? To let him face difficulty and hardships and pain alone? Is it not a parent's duty to protect and be there for their child? Aren't they supposed to take care of them? If a parent leaves his child like this, then they are trash, yelled Naruto with tears in his eyes. Hiruzen got up from his desk and went towards Naruto. He then leaned down and put a hand on his head, and lifted his chin with his other hand so he could look in his eyes. When he looked in his Sharingan eyes, he saw pain, hurt, betrayal, and knew he had to make things right. Naruto, let's go for walk. Hold on to my hand tightly, said Hiruzen seriously, and grabbed Naruto's hand and shunshin from his office. When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw he was standing on the top of the Yondaime's face at the Hokage monument. It was evening time and the sun was setting and the village looked beautiful. It's beautiful, isn't it? Asked Hiruzen kindly. Yeah, said Naruto with a small smile. Naruto, the village is not formed by bricks and stones. It is founded by the people. When you look at the people, what do you see? Asked Hiruzen curiously. Naruto looked towards the village and saw some kids playing far away, some people enjoying in a nearby restaurant, some people were just chatting around, and much more. It brought a small smile on his face. The people look happy and at peace, but it also makes me realize that I may never have such happiness in this world, said Naruto dejectedly. That's not true, Naruto. Yes, it is very unfortunate and sad that your parents died, but you are not the only orphan in this village. And you still have me, Kakashi, Tsuki-san, and Ayame-chan and your friends, don't you? Aren't we your family? I think that does count to some happiness, said Hiruzen kindly. Sorry, Gigi. I just got swayed by my emotions. Yes, I have you guys. I don't know what I would have done without you all, said Naruto with a smile behind his mask. I understand. Now come on, there is one more place we have to go, said Hiruzen happily, and offered Naruto his hand as they shunshined away. Right now Naruto and Hiruzen were standing in a clearing surrounded by trees, and there was a big stone situated in the center of the clearing. Hiruzen took Naruto towards the stone. Gigi, what is this place? Asked a confused Naruto. This is the place where the heroes of the Hidden Leaf Village are honored, said Hiruzen sadly. Heroes? Asked a confused Naruto. Yes, can you see that stone? Asked Hiruzen simply, and Naruto nodded. There the names of all those shinobi who gave their lives in order to protect the village are written, said Hiruzen seriously. Are my parents' name there? Asked Naruto sadly. Yes, said Hiruzen honestly. Gigi, can you please tell me their names at least? Please, Gigi, pleaded Naruto with his puppy dog eyes. Damn, where did he learn that? Thought Hiruzen with a frown. All right, but I will only tell you your mother's name. I'll tell you about your father some other time, offered Hiruzen. Naruto pouted. He wanted to know his father's name, but at least his Gigi was telling him his mother's name. He wanted to know her name for so long. Okay, Gigi, said Naruto with a smile. Her name was Kushina, said Hiruzen sadly, remembering all the time he spent with her and Minato. Naruto went towards the stone and after a few moments he reached a point where his hands froze. Written on that place was a name of a person he desired the most in the world. The one person which he never had, his mother. He wanted to know what was a mother like. He had seen his friends with their mothers, and every time his heart ached when he saw that his mother was not alive and with him. How he could have had the love of a mother, how badly he wished his mother was alive. Kushina Uzumaki. Ka-chan, said Naruto with tears in his eyes. Hiruzen put a hand on his shoulder and waited in silence for Naruto to let out his feelings. Naruto cried for a few minutes, but after that he seemed to settle down. Naruto, inside every shinobi of the Leaf Village burns the will of fire, said Hiruzen kindly. Will of fire? Asked Naruto quietly. It's the unbreakable bond that every shinobi in the village has with each other. It gives us the strength to protect our village. A shinobi is a person who endures pain and faces hardship in order to protect something precious, that is the will of fire, said Hiruzen kindly. The will of fire burnt brightly in your parents. Imagine if they and many other shinobi had not sacrificed their lives, then the village would have been destroyed. The peace in which we live in would not exist, the people those are living happily may not be alive, if not for the sacrifice of these heroes. The path of shinobi is one of sacrifice and pain, that is a shinobi, concluded Hiruzen. Do you think I can become a good shinobi? Asked Naruto hopefully. Let me ask you something first, what is precious to you? Asked Hiruzen seriously. My family, friends and my village is precious to me. Even though some villagers may not like me, but this was the country I was born in and this was the village which my parents gave their lives for, so I will honor my parents and protect it. Do you think the villagers will accept me? Asked Naruto with hope in his eyes. The will of fire burns the brightest in you, my boy. And yes, I truly believe that the people will see you as a hero one day. I believe in you, Naruto, said Hiruzen kindly. Arigato Jiji, I will follow my own path, and will fulfill my dream and protect the village, said Naruto with determination, and gave Hiruzen a hug which he returned. I have no doubt about it. Now would you like Kakashi to train you in using the sharingan? Asked Hiruzen curiously. Hi, said Naruto excitedly. All right, I'll ask Kakashi to train you from tomorrow. Give it your best. Now go and play with your friends if you like, said Hiruzen happily. Hi, said Naruto and rushed off to play with his friends. That went pretty well, Sandaime-sama, said Kakashi with a smile coming out from the trees with his book in his hand. It went better than I expected, but we just avoided a major problem today, Kakashi, said Hiruzen in relief. Yeah, even I was taken off guard by his questions, said Kakashi seriously. Yes, it was indeed troublesome. If not for Shodai-sama and Nadaime-sama's advice, I don't know what would have happened, said Hiruzen worriedly. What do you mean, Hokage-sama? Asked a confused Kakashi. As you know, an Uchiha activates his sharingan when he is faced with emotional turmoil, despair or in life or death situations, said Hiruzen, and Kakashi lowered his head as he remembered his friend Obito activating it. But when a person activates the sharingan he starts to change, said Hiruzen gravely. I don't understand, Hokage-sama, said Kakashi with a frown. The Nadaime had told me that the Uchiha were a clan who sealed of their own emotions. So when they awaken the sharingan, all the hidden emotions awaken with it. For people who want power, the eye gives them power, but also increases their ego, making them think they are invincible. For those who have experienced sadness or pain, it changes them to people who hate the world. For those people who have stored away their love for the person or thing increases, and for those people like Naruto who are confused, it can end up in two ways. Either they would follow the right path in life or fall to darkness, and I don't want that for Naruto. He is like a grandson to me. The Uchiha's love was greater than that of the Senju, said Hiruzen, shocking Kakashi. But it still does not clearly explain what it has to do with Naruto. Asked Kakashi curiously. I'll explain it. As time passes, the person's sharingan grows stronger, and so does his feelings. Many Uchihas in the past had become insane due to this. The Nadaime had told the sharingan is the eye that shows emotions. When I looked in Naruto's eyes today, I saw sadness, pain and betrayal in them. If these feelings would have grown, can you imagine what would have happened? Said Hiruzen gravely. He would have hated the village and many people for his fate, and his sharingan combined with Kyuubi sealed in him could have made him a new Madara, said Kakashi in shock, realizing what could have happened. Indeed, Hashirama-sama had told me that it was the insane love of Madara for his younger brother that made him mad. So he had told me to treat them with love, but I failed once again, but I won't let it happen with Naruto. I had tried to talk to Sasuke sometimes, but the trauma he has suffered is intense, and he refused to talk, but I hope with time he will recover from it, said Hiruzen hopefully. Kakashi nodded, understanding what the Sandaime meant, as he could not stop the Uchiha's demise and was blaming himself. I'll have to be careful with Naruto. But I will train him to be a better shinobi, and a good man, thought Kakashi with determination. The next day, Naruto and Kakashi were standing in the Forest of Death, aka Training Ground 44. Kakashi had brought Naruto here many times in order to train him. He had chosen this place in order to train Naruto in using the sharingan, as almost nobody came to this place, so they won't notice Naruto using the sharingan. Today the training was going to be different. First of all, Kakashi was not reading his book, and was looking serious, while Naruto was also ready to begin his training. After talking with the Hokage, his resolve was strengthened and his goal became more clear to him. Alright Naruto, since I have already taught you chakra control exercises, and basic taijutsu, I deem you fit to learn ninjutsu, and how to use the sharingan from today. You up for this? Asked Kakashi cheerfully. Hi, Ni-san, said Naruto politely. Alright, first of all I'm going to teach you the basic jutsu which academy students are taught. Normally you shouldn't be learning ninjutsu at such young age, but you have some enemies in the village, and so in order to defend yourself, you are going to learn ninjutsu, said Kakashi firmly, earning a nod from Naruto in return. But before we start your training, I am also going to teach you how to use the sharingan, said Kakashi and lifted his headband, opening his sharingan eye. Ni-san, can you tell me the abilities of the sharingan? Asked Naruto curiously. Alright, Naruto, but first activate your sharingan, and tell me what you see, said Kakashi firmly. Naruto channeled chakra into his eyes, and instantly a two-tomo sharingan appeared. Ni-san, I can see the chakra flowing in your body, also when the Anbu attacked me I was able to predict his movements before he made them. That's all I know about the sharingan, said Naruto honestly. Impressive, the sharingan has many attributes, and one of them is certainly to predict one's movements before he or she actually makes them. The sharingan has 3 levels. First, is the level with only tomo in each eye. Within this form, you can partially predict movements as well as see the opponent's chakra array, albeit a little bit blur. Only after the second stage of the sharingan, which composes of 2 tomo in each eye, would you be able to fully visualize the opponent's chakra flux and composition. Within the second level, the sharingan can then copy the hand signs as well as how much chakra is needed for either ninjutsu or genjutsu. Finally, the third level, which of course, is composed of 3 tomo in each eye, is when the sharingan is complete and no technique escapes from the eye's copying ability. Also, as your sharingan develops, your speed will certainly increase simply because you'd be 1 step ahead of every move your opponent makes, explained Kakashi briefly. Naruto listened to the entire explanation carefully, and was amazed with the abilities provided by the sharingan. So I can copy any ninjutsu, genjutsu and taijutsu styles. That's impressive, said Naruto with a smirk. Hold your horses, yes you can copy them, but that does not mean you have to do it, said Kakashi firmly. Why not? Asked Naruto in confusion. You should not be too much reliant on these eyes. You should also learn things on your own, said Kakashi seriously. I get your point, Ni-san. But you told me once we are shinobi, nothing in our line is fair. My opponent will not hesitate to hold anything in a fight with me, and neither do I. And shinobi should use all the tools they have in order to achieve victory. The sharingan is a tool, and I will use it, but I will also work hard and learn on my own too, said Naruto with determination. Kakashi was left speechless. His little brother had just outsmarted him, and his answer was logical too. Naruto will need all the power. Alright, I get your point. Now before learning any ninjutsu, you must understand that it is divided into 3 parts, instructed Kakashi seriously. What are they? Asked Naruto curiously. First is to perform hand seals, the next is to gather and mold chakra, and the last step is to combine both the first 2 steps, and execute the technique perfectly. It requires utmost concentration, said Kakashi seriously, and Naruto nodded in return, signifying he got the point. Now the technique, which I am going to teach you, is the most basic technique, which almost every shinobi uses. It is called Kawarimi no Jutsu, said Kakashi briefly. What does this technique do? Asked Naruto curiously. With this technique, users replace their own body with some other object, generally with a block of wood, the moment an attack lands. This creates an optical illusion, making the enemy think the attack was successful. From this, the user can use the lapse in the enemy's attention to attack or flee from the battlefield, said Kakashi, and did the hand seals, and replaced himself with a nearby log of wood. He could have done that technique without hand seals, but he wanted Naruto to learn it. Meanwhile, Naruto had watched the entire process with his sharingan. He had watched Kakashi perform the hand seals quickly. To any other person it may have seemed like a blur, but his sharingan allowed it to see them. He also saw the chakra required to perform it. That is very useful technique, Ni-san, said an impressed Naruto. Indeed it is, but before you perform the jutsu first you must perform the hand seals as quick as me, said Kakashi seriously. Why do I need to perform hand seals quickly? Asked Naruto in confusion. Because in a fight your enemy won't allow you to perform your jutsu. So you need to be quick in performing the jutsu, and with its hand seals, explained Kakashi simply. Hee, sorry Ni-san, said Naruto sheepishly, and rubbed the back of his head. That means you're not as smart as you look, Odoto, teased Kakashi playfully. Huh, did you say something? Asked Naruto with a smirk. Kakashi had a look of horror on his face. Never in his entire life he had been outsmarted verbally, and now his little brother had used his own trick against him. If Guy finds out about this, then he'll never let me live with it, thought Kakashi fearfully, and paled on even thinking about it. Meanwhile, Naruto was laughing loudly, as he had just tricked his big brother. Ha! Got you, Ni-san, thought Naruto with a smirk. For that you will have no ramen for a week and you will perform the hand seals while I play with you, said Kakashi with an evil chuckle. No! Yelled Naruto in horror. Dodge! Said Kakashi and threw 5 shuriken towards Naruto. Naruto easily dodged them, but saw a dozen more shuriken coming towards him at lightning fast speed. Shit! Thought Naruto in shock, and performed the hand seals as quick as he could, and replaced himself with a wooden log. Man, that was close, said Naruto in relief. You performed quite well, said Kakashi with a chuckle. Next time give me a heads up, will you? Asked Naruto irritatingly. I'll try. Since now you know how to perform the technique, let's move on to the next one. Keep your sharingan on, said Kakashi sternly. Ni-san, while I would like to learn much more with the sharingan, I want to learn the next jutsu on my own and a little bit faster. Do you have any technique that can help me? Asked Naruto curiously. Yes, there is one technique. Now that I think about it, you should be able to perform this technique, as you have the required chakra and control. This technique helps the user learn a jutsu 10 times faster, said Kakashi seriously. What is it? Asked Naruto gleefully. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, said Kakashi with a smirk, as he knew how useful this jutsu was. Kage Bunshin? Asked Naruto in confusion. It is an B rank jutsu. Only Junin and people with high chakra levels are able to perform it, but you will be able to do it. First deactivate the sharingan, said Kakashi. Naruto nodded and deactivated his sharingan. What does this jutsu do? Asked Naruto excitedly. It is similar to the clone technique. This technique creates clones of the user. However, these clones are actual copies, not illusions. The user's chakra is evenly distributed among every clone, giving each clone an equal fraction of the user's overall power. The clones are capable of performing techniques on their own and can even bleed, but will usually disperse after 1 or 2 solid blows. Shadow clones can't be distinguished from the actual person because the clones have the exact same amount of chakra and aren't made from any other substance. A characteristic that is unique to the shadow clone technique is that any experience the clones gain during their existence is transferred to the user once they are dispersed. This makes the technique ideal for spying, since the user can simply send a clone to spy on a target, then have the clone disperse itself without returning to pass the information back to the user. It's also useful for training purposes, since the total amount of experience the user gains is multiplied by the total number of clones being used to train. For example, if a user creates 1 shadow clone and trains together with this clone for 1 hour, then dispels the clone, the user gains 2 hours of training in 1 hour by adding the hours of clone and the user together, explained Kakashi deeply. Naruto was practically drooling on the aspect of learning such a useful jutsu. It was the best thing after his sharingan. Teach me now, said Naruto quickly. All right, now watch carefully, said Kakashi with a chuckle on seeing Naruto's eagerness to learn it, and he couldn't blame him. The shadow clone was one of the most advanced and beneficial ninjutsu. He did 2 hand seals and instantly 2 exact replica of Kakashi popped into existence. As you can see, we are real, and can do anything, said both clones in unison, and started climbing a tree to show Naruto that they were real and not illusions. Wow, I'll do it too, said Naruto eagerly, and formed the hand seals. Wait, shouted Kakashi, but was already too late as he was surrounded in cloud of smoke, and when his vision cleared he was shocked to see himself surrounded by 50 identical Naruto clones, all of whom had a smirk behind their masks. Yo, said all the clones in unison. Damn, I knew you would be able to do it, but 50 clones at your age is astonishing. You alright? Asked Kakashi worriedly. Yes, I'm fine. Just a lot of my chakra is spent, said Naruto a little roughly, as he was feeling the effect of the technique on his body. I understand, it is a forbidden technique, and if not for your high chakra reserves, and your tenant, you'd be dead by now. Naruto, you should always be careful while learning this technique, said Kakashi sternly, making sure Naruto understood his reasons. You worry too much, Ni-san, but I'll be careful, said Naruto with a smile. Good, that's what I'll always expect from you, said Kakashi happily. Ni-san, what should I do with these clones? Asked Naruto curiously. Kakashi thought for a moment. Meanwhile, all the clones were chatting among themselves, wondering what they were supposed to do. I think it's time to find out about his elemental affinity, maybe teach him a jutsu or two according to his element, thought Kakashi tactically, and took out a piece of paper. What is this, Ni-san? Asked Naruto curiously, taking the paper from Kakashi. This is a chakra paper. But before I tell you any further, tell me, what are the 5 basic types of elements, and its applications for ninjutsu? Asked Kakashi sharply, hoping Naruto would give the correct answers, after all the training and books which he had made Naruto read. There are 5 basic types into which the nature of chakra can be transformed, called the 5 elements nature transformation, Godai Seishitsu Henka. These 5 types are also called elements and are not only the origin of the names of the 5 great shinobi countries, but also the foundation of all elemental ninjutsu. The 5 basic natures are all connected to each other in a circle, each being weaker than one and stronger than the other. They are fire, water, wind, earth and lightning, explained Naruto briefly. Accurate as always. I trained you well, said Kakashi proudly, and Naruto nodded humbly. Every person has chakra that has an affinity towards one of these types, a characteristic that seems to be genetic, since whole clans sometimes share the same affinity. Most members of the Uzumaki clan, for example, had an affinity towards the water nature. They were one of the most skilled water users in the world, whose skills surpassed even the Nadaime Hokage, who was said to be the most powerful water user of his time. He could convert the moisture in the surrounding environment and create water, said Kakashi briefly. That's excellent, but what would happen if a person does not have the affinity for an element? Asked Naruto curiously. Usually it would be extremely difficult for a person to master the ninjutsu of that element, as it is not his type, and also it would require a lot of chakra. But it is not impossible. A person could still learn a technique of the element which he does not have, but it won't be very effective, explained Kakashi. So how can I find out my element? Asked Naruto eagerly. The paper which you have in your hand is a chakra paper, pieces of paper made from a special type of tree, that are grown and fed with chakra, that are used to react to even the slightest hint of chakra in any of a number of ways, depending on the nature latent in the chakra. If your affinity is fire, it will burn. If your affinity is water, it get wet damp. If your affinity is earth, it will crumble. If your affinity is wind, it will be sliced, and if your affinity is lightning, it will wrinkle. Now channel your chakra into the paper. Let's see what you got, explained Kakashi seriously. Naruto then channeled chakra into the paper, and the results were quite astonishing. At first the paper got damp, then it got sliced in half, but before it could reach the ground, one half of it was burnt to ash while the other half wrinkled. Kakashi's eyes widened on seeing the results. He had expected Naruto to have 2 affinities at the most, but he had 4 natural affinities. That's impossible, thought Kakashi dumbly. Interesting, Smirked Naruto proudly. Ni-san, how do I have 4 affinities? Asked Naruto curiously, bringing Kakashi out of his daze. I think it's because of who you are, Naruto, that you have these affinities, said Kakashi honestly. What do you mean? Asked Naruto confusedly. It seems that your water affinity is the strongest out of all your affinities, with wind rivaling it. Your paper got damp first, so you have a strong water affinity, also you have a strong affinity for fire and lightning. The reason I think for you having these affinities is because of your clan. You belong to the Uzumaki clan, who were the strongest water users in the world, so you got water as your strongest affinity. As for your fire affinity, the Uchiha clan's primary affinity was fire, so you gained that affinity as well. Your father had lightning affinity like me, so you inherited that from him, and as for your wind affinity, I think it is your own, said Kakashi suggestively. Okay, Ni-san, but what was To-san like? Asked Naruto curiously. Your father was one of the most talented and strongest shinobi of the world. He was also a very smart and kind man who cared for his friends and village, explained Kakashi, also not giving any vital points about Minato's abilities. Thank you for telling me, Ni-san, but will I be able to perform any earth techniques? Asked Naruto hopefully. They won't be much efficient, but with hard work you could at least be able to perform it as an average jutsu, said Kakashi honestly, and Naruto nodded, satisfied with the answer he got. Alright, now as you have water as your strongest affinity, I am going to teach you a water jutsu. It is called Mizu Bushin no Jutsu. It is similar to the shadow clone technique, except it creates clones out of water that have 1/10 of the original person's power. Like other solid clone techniques, the clones can be used to perform tasks the user is unable or unwilling to do for themselves. The range of the clone is limited, however, as it cannot travel very far from the original body without losing control. Like other clone techniques, if the water clones are injured enough, they will revert back to normal water. Now, normally this technique requires a source of water, but you will be able to perform it, explained Kakashi and showed Naruto the hand seal. Naruto formed the tiger seal, and in a moment 3 identical water clones were formed. It seems I was right. You are able to convert the moisture in the air to water like Nadime-sama, though you are not at all as great as he is with water manipulation, but with a few years of training you will be. You are indeed a true Uzumaki, said Kakashi proudly, and Naruto bowed in return, showing his appreciation to his brother. Ni-san, what rank was that jutsu? Asked Naruto curiously. It was a C rank jutsu. It is indeed impressive that you are able to do them, but don't ever get arrogant about your powers, Naruto. It has led to the downfall of many shinobi, said Kakashi strictly, and Naruto gave him an honest yes in return. I won't, Ni-san. What affinity do you have, Ni-san? Asked Naruto excitedly. My primary affinity is lightning, but I also have water as my sub-element, and I know a few fire and earth jutsu. Though I only know 4 wind jutsu, explained Kakashi briefly. That's impressive, Ni-san. Can you teach me any more jutsu? Asked Naruto hopefully. The prospect of learning new jutsu was quite interesting. Yes, I am going to teach you 3 more jutsu today, but first I want you to divide your clones into 2 equal groups. One of my clones will supervise each group, and will teach them a jutsu each, but keep their sharingan active, as it will help them maintain their sharingan for a longer while, and will help in learning the jutsu faster, while you and I will meditate, instructed Kakashi. Why do I need to meditate, Ni-san? Asked Naruto with a frown. Meditation will help you increase your concentration, and better control of your chakra. It will also make you aware of your surroundings. Also, I want to find out something, said Kakashi silently. I hope I'm right on this one, thought Kakashi hopefully. Naruto nodded and divided his clones into 2 groups, and they went with each of Kakashi's clone to learn their respective jutsu. Naruto then sat in a lotus position and started concentrating. At first nothing happened, but after a few minutes of utmost concentration, he could slowly hear the sounds of faraway creatures of the forest, the flow of river, and most surprisingly he could feel Kakashi's chakra signature. Ni-san, why am I sensing your chakra signature? Said Naruto in confusion. As I expected, thought Kakashi with a smirk. You can sense my chakra because you are a sensor, said Kakashi proudly. A sensor? Questioned Naruto. Let me explain. Many in the Uzumaki clan were skilled sensors, so I had some expectation as you could also be one. A sensor Kanshi Taipu, as a ninja that is capable of detecting the presence of other people through their chakra. A skilled sensor can detect their targets from a great distance, as well as differentiate the characters by their chakra signature alone. They are even able to tell when other sensors are using their abilities, explained Kakashi briefly. So can you teach me how to use my sensing ability too? Asked Naruto happily. Sure, I can give you some pointers, as I can too detect chakra signatures and have a good sense of smell, said Kakashi truthfully, and started teaching Naruto. Meanwhile, with Shadow Clones Group 1. In a clearing were standing 25 Naruto clones facing one of Kakashi's clone. There were training dummies in the field and the clones were waiting to be trained in new jutsu. So what is this jutsu? Asked one clone of Naruto loudly. It is called Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. It is one of the prized jutsu of the Uchiha clan, and is AC rank offensive ninjutsu. In this technique, chakra needed inside the body is converted into fire, and expelled from the mouth either as a massive orb of roaring flame or as a continuous flame thrower. The scope of the attack is altered by controlling the volume of chakra that is mustered. The released flames will engulf their target, and leave a crater on the ground's surface, explained Kakashi's clone briefly. So how do we do it? Asked another Naruto clone quickly. Now, I'm going to perform the jutsu, and you will watch it with your sharingan, instructed Kakashi's clone and performed the hand seals. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. A large fireball was released from the clone's mouth, which rushed speedily towards one of the training dummies, burning everything in its path, and with a loud bang crashed with the training dummy and burnt it to a crisp. The clones were fascinated with the jutsu, and copied it down and started performing the jutsu. Meanwhile, with Shadow Clones Group 2. The jutsu which you are going to learn is called Sweden. Mizorupa Water Style. Violent Water Wave, explained Kakashi's clone simply. What does it do? Asked one Naruto clone in confusion. In this technique, water gushes out from the mouth like a waterfall and washes away the enemy. One can freely control the power of this technique with the amount chakra one releases. Having many variations, this is a basic water reels technique and is AC rank offensive ninjutsu, explained the Kakashi clone. He then performed the dragon, tiger and hare hand seals and spitted a small stream of water towards a nearby tree. The small wave crashed violently with the tree and created a small crater on the tree's body. Alright, now you have copied the jutsu, start practicing it, instructed the Kakashi clone. Hi! Yelled all Naruto clones in unison and started practicing. Few hours later. It had been a gruesome training day for Naruto. He was now completely exhausted, as he received the memory of his shadow clones and the fatigue too. He had also learned some sensing ability from Kakashi, during these hours of meditation. Kakashi was proud of Naruto for learning so fast, and with his stamina, and decided to check the results of the two jutsu he learned. Naruto, do you think you can perform the jutsu the clones learned? Questioned Kakashi seriously. Yeah, I can do that, said Naruto panting heavily. He is exhausted but still is not willing to give up, thought Kakashi proudly. Naruto then performed the hand seals and performed the jutsu he had learned. Sweden. Mizorupa Water Style. Violent Water Wave. A large wave of water rushed out of Naruto's mouth, and flooded the entire clearing, and crashed against everything nearby violently with a loud bang. He is a skilled water user. He has the potential to surpass Naitami-sama someday, thought an astonished Kakashi after seeing the power of Naruto's jutsu. Indeed, he had the help of the Sharingan and the Shadow Clones, but to master a C-rank jutsu in a few hours at Naruto's age was a big feat. Without waiting for any comment from Kakashi, Naruto performed another set of hand seals, and gathered chakra and executed his next technique. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. A small fireball equivalent of the size of a large windmill shuriken was executed from Naruto's mouth. It crashed with a nearby tree, burning it to some extent. Excellent work, Naruto. You have already mastered the Suiden Jutsu, while your Kaden Jutsu was good, but it still needs to be more efficient. But I'm sure with training you will be able to do it, said Kakashi proudly. Thanks. Pant. Ni-san, said Naruto tiredly. Oh. Looks like you are tired. Even your stamina has limits, teased Kakashi. Naruto pouted and glared daggers at Kakashi, making him laugh. Tell you what, I'll teach you one last jutsu. It is an E-rank jutsu and requires minimum chakra. If you are able to do it, I'll take you to Ichiraku's today, said Kakashi with a smirk. You're on Ni-san, yelled Naruto, all the fatigue gone from his body almost instantly. Anything for ramen, thought Naruto gleefully, imagining the number of bowls he would eat. I should have not said that. Geez, where does he get so much energy from? Whined Kakashi with anime tears dropping from his eyes. I'll get you for this, thought Kakashi with an evil smile. Alright, this jutsu is a basic technique which all ninja use. It is called Henge no Jutsu. It is typically used to change into people other than oneself, but one also has the ability to change into animals, plants, and even inanimate objects like weapons. This gives this technique an abundance of uses. The transformation of a skilled shinobi will be exactly like the genuine article, so it will be impossible to tell the two apart. On the other hand, a transformation performed by an inexperienced person will have obvious discrepancies, explained Kakashi, and performed the hand seals, and performed the jutsu, transforming himself into a panting Naruto who had a stupid expression on his face. Hey, got you, thought Kakashi with a smirk. Meanwhile, Naruto had activated his sharingan, and had watched the jutsu closely, and decided to give Kakashi some payback and performed the jutsu. Immediately in place of Naruto stood a tall blonde girl whose hair reached up to her ass. Her face was angular and she had beautiful blue eyes. She had large C-cup breasts, a curvy ass and long silky legs, and the most astonishing feature was that she was completely naked. Oroku number jutsu, sexy jutsu, said Naruto with a smirk. Kakashi had crashed into a nearby tree with a heavy nosebleed and had a perverted smile on his face before he became unconscious, and drifted into his perverted world. Payback's a bitch, Ni-san, thought Naruto with a smirk, and collapsed from chakra exhaustion, but had a large smile on his face for his success. After a few minutes, Kakashi woke up, and laughed on remembering how he was knocked out. He then went and picked up Naruto, who was sleeping peacefully. That jutsu was damn impressive. I'll have to learn that from him, thought Kakashi perversely. But still, he managed to learn so many jutsu in one day and mastered almost all of them. Minato-sensei, you would be so proud of him. I wonder what would happen if I teach him genjutsu. He would be a force to be reckoned with in the future. But I wonder what will his academy life be, thought Kakashi with a smile, and started walking towards their house. Only if Kakashi knew that this day had marked the birth of the Sharingan prodigy, who would decide the fate of the world. Chapter 3. Comrades and Rivals. Timeskip. 3 years. A lone figure could be seen walking through the streets of Konoha. This person was 4 feet 9 inches tall. He was wearing a black t-shirt and blue pants. His hands were covered by his fingerless metallic gloves. He wore black sandals. His face was covered by a black face mask. He had a well-toned body and his blonde hair were wildly swinging in the air with 2 bangs falling over his covered face. Many civilians did not recognize this person and were just busy doing their work, while some shinobi recognized this person but ignored him. This person was none other than Naruto Hatake. It had been 3 years since Naruto had awakened his Sharingan and had started training to become a shinobi. He had joined the Ninja Academy with his friends 2 years back. His training had been going very well. He had found out that he was a ninjutsu specialist and was quite proficient with it. Kakashi had taught him a few jutsus and was constantly training him whenever he was free from his missions. His most notable achievement in ninjutsu was his mastery over water jutsu. He could learn and perform Suidan water-based ninjutsu very quickly. He also learned some jutsu of his other affinities but was unable to learn any earth-based ninjutsu. His Sharingan had fully matured and now had 3 tomos in it. It was during a sparring session with Kakashi that he was able to awaken the final stage of his Sharingan, consisting of 3 tomos in each eye. Kakashi had congratulated him on achieving the final stage of his Sharingan. His taijutsu had improved too. Kakashi had made him use weights in his training. They were not too much but still he kept on increasing them as time passed. He also taught him some moves of the Uchiha's intercepting fist, which focused mainly on speed and the movement of the opponents. Needless to say, this style suited Naruto much better with his Sharingan. Genjutsu was quite a difficult subject for him. Due to his vast chakra reserves, he had trouble controlling his chakra. Genjutsu required precise chakra control, Though Naruto's chakra control had improved greatly, but it was still not good enough for him to learn any genjutsu, but he was able to easily dispel genjutsu due to his sharingan, which could see through illusions. Naruto's sharingan was a little different than the ordinary sharingan. Naruto's sharingan could cast very effective genjutsu. His illusions were so real that only skilled shinobi or genjutsu specialist could break through them. This ability made up for his lack of skill in learning any other genjutsu apart from his sharingan illusions. Kakashi had trained him in hypnotizing his opponents using his sharingan and had even complimented him that he had the skill to surpass Itachi and Shisui Uchiha in the future with his sharingan-based illusions. He was happy with his life, however he had met another person who cared for him despite him being a Jinchuriki. Thinking of her brought a smile on Naruto's face. Flashback. 1 year ago. Kakashi and Naruto were continuing their regular training in the Forest of Death as usual. Naruto's skills had improved greatly due to his training. His strength, speed and ability to analyze his opponent and come up with counter-attacks were greatly increasing. Alright Ni-san, what are you going to teach me today? Asked Naruto excitedly. Today I'm going to teach you a variation of the shadow clone technique, said Kakashi. Variation? Asked a confused Naruto. Yes, it is called Raiden Cage Bunshin, Lightning Release, Shadow Clone. It is a type of shadow clone and can also perform techniques like any other shadow clone, but it is made up of lightning. Let me show you what you can do. First make 2 shadow clones and send them right towards me, instructed Kakashi. Naruto formed 2 clones and sent them charging towards Kakashi. Kakashi immediately formed a clone which rushed towards Naruto's clones. The first Naruto clone aimed a punch at Kakashi's clone chest, but he easily dodged it and tried to give a kick but was blocked by the second clone who was holding his legs. The first clone then immediately jumped in the air aiming to give a roundhouse kick to the Kakashi clone and finish him off. But before the kick could connect, the Kakashi clone smirked, and before Naruto's clones could even realize what was happening, they were electrocuted as the Kakashi clone burst into lightning, dispelling itself with Naruto's clones. Naruto winced as he got the memories of his destroyed clones while Kakashi chuckled. Damn Ni-san, that was painful, muttered Naruto. Now you see what it does. This technique allows the user to make a shadow clone infused with lightning. Because it is a shadow clone, it is able to perform techniques and interact with the environment due to it having physical substance, and also evenly distributes the user's chakra to each clone. If the clone is injured, it will revert to its natural lightning state, at the same time electrocuting whatever it is touching, explained Kakashi briefly. If I am fighting an opponent near water source, this jutsu can be very helpful, thought Naruto. Alright, now try to form a clone infused with your lightning chakra, said Kakashi, but was interrupted by Naruto. We've got company, said Naruto sternly. His sensing ability has increased, thought Kakashi as he could also feel a chakra signature approaching towards their position. Just a few moments later, a young woman jumped in the clearing where Naruto and Kakashi were training. Curious to see who this person was, Naruto turned to look at her. First thing he noticed was that this person was a very beautiful young woman. She wore a brown trench coat, a short dark brown skirt above a fishnet cloth which covered the rest of her body. She had a look of pure mischief in her eyes, and her hair was a shade of purple that really looked great on her. All in all, Naruto had to say he found her very beautiful, and this brought a blush on his face, but thankfully it was hidden behind his face mask. Damn, why am I blushing? I'm not a pervert, thought Naruto. Oi Kakashi, what are you doing here? Asked the woman curiously. Anko, what are you doing here? Asked Kakashi. This is my playground, Kakashi-kun, now tell me, what are you doing here? Asked Anko in a very sweet voice which sent shivers down both Naruto and Kakashi. Only Anko can call this a playground, sighed Kakashi. She's exactly as Kakashi Ni-san said, thought Naruto, remembering how Kakashi used to talk sometimes about the snake mistress of Konoha, Anko Mitarashi, who was widely known for her sadistic tendencies. Well, I am training my little brother, said Kakashi, and Anko turned and was surprised when she looked at Naruto briefly. What, this brat? He looks like your clone, said Anko carelessly. Naruto's eyebrows twitched on being called a clone, but kept his calm, knowing losing his temper wouldn't end well for him. I am Naruto Hatake, pleased to meet you, Anko-san, said Naruto respectfully with a short bow. Wait, you're Naruto. What the FCK do you mean that you are Kakashi's brother? Asked Anko a little loudly. Anko knew who Naruto was and what burden he carried. She did not hate the boy like many villagers and even sympathized with Naruto as she too shared a similar past like Naruto, but then the boy just disappeared and now he is Kakashi's brother. One thought was going in her mind. What the FCK happened? Thought Anko. Kakashi sighed and explained Anko the entire story about how he adopted Naruto but left out part of his lineage, and his sharingan and his training until now. Well, I didn't expect you to be of the caring type, teased Anko. Did you say something? Asked Kakashi with an amused tone in his voice. Why you pervert? Yelled Anko. Man, that was funny, said Naruto, who was laughing on seeing the interaction between Kakashi and Anko. What was that shrimp? I bet you don't even know how to hold a kunai, smirked Anko, trying to agitate Naruto. Well, let's find out, shall we? Challenged Naruto. Meanwhile, Anko grinned while Kakashi wasn't sure if it was a good idea. Sure, Naruto was a calm and collected person, but he would never let anyone just insult him like that, and also it would be a good chance to test his skills against someone other than Kakashi. Naruto, I don't think you should challenge Anko like that. She is a Junin like me, said Kakashi sternly, trying to make Naruto understand. Ni-san, I know that I am no match for Anko-san right now, but I want to prove it to her that I am not worthless and you trained me well, said Naruto with determination in his voice. Meanwhile, Anko was impressed with Naruto's answer. He not only admitted that he was weaker than her and wanted to fight her for the right reasons. Fine then, don't complain when she breaks your bones, said Kakashi tiredly. Thanks, Ni-san, said Naruto gratefully. Oi brat, since you are honest and not arrogant, let's make a bet, suggested Anko. What's the bet, Anko-san? Asked Naruto. You fight with me, and if you are able to hold against me for even 5 minutes, then I'll teach you something useful, said Anko seriously. That's acceptable, but what happens if you win? Asked Naruto suspiciously. Then you owe me a treat, said Anko with a dreamy look in her eyes, thinking defeating Naruto would just be a piece of cake. Oh, please, it isn't what I think it is, thought Kakashi fearfully. May I ask what this treat may be, Anko-san? Asked Naruto. Dango, yelled Anko, pumping her fists in the air. Shit, what have I gotten myself into? Thought Naruto. Everyone in Konoha knew about Anko's fetish for dango. It was even more than Naruto's love for ramen. I told you, Otutu. Well, it's your funeral, thought Kakashi. Alright, the rules are quite simple. You can use anything you want. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, all is fair. The spar will continue for 5 minutes until one gives up or loses. No serious damage is to be done to the opponent. It is a friendly spar, explained Kakashi in a monotone voice. Gee, thanks for that, Robo Cyclops, said Anko, and even Kakashi was a little irritated by the name given to him. Naruto, come with me for a minute, said Kakashi and walked a little away from Anko. Naruto followed Kakashi, and soon after they were a little distance away from Anko, Kakashi stopped. Naruto, you should not use any shadow clones or your sharingan in this spar. The sharingan I need not explain why you are not allowed to use, but for shadow clones I want to see your hand-to-hand combat skills without your clones, and it would be best to keep some of your abilities hidden. The shadow clone is a forbidden technique and I don't think it will be right to show it to Anko at this time. Do you understand? Asked Kakashi. I understand, Ni-san, and I won't let you down, said Naruto confidently. I have no doubt about that, said Kakashi proudly and patted Naruto on the back. Naruto walked up towards Anko and got into his fighting stance. Let's do this, said Anko loudly. She immediately threw a kunai towards Naruto at a very fast speed. Thinking it to be just a simple attack, Naruto just decided to duck from the kunai's attack, but was surprised when Anko appeared before him in an instant and punched him hard in the face, sending him crashing towards a few feet away. Damn, the kunai was just a diversion which she used to distract my attention and sneaked up on me so quickly. She's fast, thought Naruto, wiping some blood coming from his nose. Had enough, Gaki? Teased Anko. I am just getting started, said Naruto with an evil smile. Huh, he's got no skills and he's cocky, thought Anko overconfidently. She then rushed towards Naruto, intending to finish the spar, and attempted to send a right cross into his cheek. What happened next caught her completely by surprise. Naruto ducked her punch and twisted her body, swatting her punch up and away. He then gave a strong punch to her torso, Anko suffered quite a painful blow and coughed up some blood. Yet before she could even process that, he drove his palm into her chin, knocking her to the ground with a spray of blood coming out of her mouth as her teeth cut into her own tongue. Interesting, he seems to be able to read her moves to some extent even without the sharingan, thought Kakashi with a little pride. Why you'll pay for that brat, said Anko and spat some blood out of her mouth. She then went through hand signs quickly and executed her jutsu. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu. Anko gathered a large amount of chakra and executed a large fireball towards Naruto. The fireball was enormous in size and its flames were very hot and were burning everything in its way and was speedily rushing towards Naruto, who had started performing his own hand signs with great speed. Sweden. Sujinheki, Water Release. Water Encampment Wall. A giant wall of water surrounded Naruto from all sides and impacted with the fireball with equal force. At first both techniques seemed to be at equal strength, but soon the fireball seemed to become smaller and after a few moments it disappeared with only steam surrounding the entire area. Damn, what is this kid? He created water from nothing. There isn't even a water source nearby, how the hell could he do that? Thought Anko in amazement. She then quickly disappeared from Naruto's view with the intent of forming a new strategy. Meanwhile, Naruto was searching for Anko and was trying to locate her chakra through his sensor ability, and after a few moments he found her chakra coming from a nearby tree. Got you, thought Naruto and rushed towards Anko's position. He then immediately attacked Anko and attempted to kick Anko's feet, trying to make her lose balance, but she jumped upwards in the air and attempted to give him a strong kick on his head, but he was able to dodge at the last moment. They then engaged in a fierce battle of taijutsu, trading kicks and punches with each other. It was mostly Anko attacking and Naruto dodging her attacks with good speed. Damn, her taijutsu is impressive and she hits damn hard, thought Naruto, noticing some bruises over his body. This kid is something else, though I am not going all out, but still he is strong, thought Anko. Naruto decided that he was no match for Anko in taijutsu, so he decided to go with his strength, which was ninjutsu. He then performed a quick set of hand signs. Futen Daitapa, Wind Release. Great Breakthrough Jutsu. What? Thought a shocked Anko, but before she could evade the attack, a large gust of wind collided with her and sent her crashing into a nearby tree, where she crashed with a loud thud. Deciding not to give Anko any more time, Naruto performed another set of hand signs and gathered a large amount of chakra in his lungs. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu. A large fireball rushed towards Anko and engulfed her in flames and burned everything surrounding her position to ashes. Maybe I overdid it a little, thought Naruto tiredly, but just as he was able to call Kakashi, he heard something from behind his position. Tsunagishu, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Before Naruto could even blink, his entire body was entangled by a group of snakes and he crashed on the ground with the snakes holding him tightly on the spot. He looked back at where his fireball had hit only to see a burnt wooden log in his place. Damn, a substitution. You idiot, thought Naruto angrily. He looked back to see Anko standing behind him with a smirk on her face. Although her clothes were burnt badly, while there were some light bruises on her hands and knees indicating that she barely avoided the attack. Impressive, Gaki. You were able to hold up against me for this long and you even made me use my snakes. I'll admit you've got skill, but it's over. If you move, my snakes will love to get a bite from you and they are very poisonous, said Anko in a very sickly sweet voice. All right, I forfeit, said Naruto dejectedly. Now Naruto, can you tell me why was Anko able to defeat you? Asked Kakashi. Because I was weak, suggested Naruto. It was quite the opposite. You were indeed strong, but Anko had one thing which you do not have right now, said Kakashi, gaining a puzzled look from Naruto. That's experience, Gaki. I have fought with many shinobi during my career, and as a result I was able to estimate your strategy, your fighting skills, and was able to counter it. No matter how much a person trains, he still needs to have real experience, and that comes from missions. Don't worry, you'll improve, said Anko. But I still lost, said Naruto tiredly, as he still was unable to accept his defeat. Don't be so down, you performed quite impressive for someone your age. Always remember this: if your opponent is stronger than you and victory does not seem possible, then it is a good choice to accept defeat. Do not let your pride get in your way, it has led to the downfall of many shinobi. Sometimes to win you must lose. Explained Anko and removed her snakes and offered her hand to Naruto to make him stand, which he gratefully accepted. That was indeed a good spar. You were able to hold against Anko for 4 minutes, that's more than I expected. I'm proud of you, said Kakashi with pride in his voice. I understand and thank you Ni-san, Anko-san for explaining this to me, said Naruto respectfully. Now Kakashi, how does he know such jutsus and what the hell did you teach this boy? Don't you think he is too young to learn this much at his age? Argued Anko, thinking Kakashi was trying to make Naruto more stronger than required for his age. Now Anko, I understand your point, but Naruto has some enemies in the village who have tried to harm him in the past, so Hokage-sama had ordered me to teach him so that he could protect himself. Surely you understand that, don't you? Asked Kakashi, and Anko nodded. But how can he perform jutsu of 3 different affinity, and how in the hell does he have such high water affinity? Asked Anko curiously, as she was thoroughly impressed with Naruto's abilities. Kakashi then explained Naruto having 4 affinities and the training he has gone through till now. Anko whistled on hearing this. You are indeed interesting Gaki, well as you perform so well and are not arrogant about your ability, I'll teach you a thing or two, said Anko, shocking both Kakashi and Anko. Kakashi was shocked. Bekasu Anko was never interested in teaching anything to anyone. After Orochimaru left the village and betrayed Anko, she shut herself down and never trusted anyone else like before except from her best friend. Kakashi was also a friend of Anko and knew of her pain, and for her to be willing to teach Naruto was quite astonishing. But I lost the bet, why do you want to teach me? Asked a confused Naruto. Well, you and I are a lot alike and you have got talent, so I just think I'll teach you a thing or two, but you owe me a lot of dango for this, and stop calling me Anko-san, I am not a person for much honorifics, said Anko with a genuine smile. In truth, she cared for Naruto but was just unable to express it, and so this was her chance and she decided to take it. Thanks Anko-chan, said Naruto with a true smile. Anko-chan, huh? You have good taste Gaki. I might even like you Naruto-kun, teased Anko while whispering in Naruto's ear, getting a light blush on Naruto's face as Anko sure was beautiful and her ways of seduction were quite impressive. Meanwhile Kakashi was giggling on seeing the entire scene between Anko and Naruto, but in truth he knew that Anko was just teasing Naruto. Now you do owe me some dango. Don't you? Asked Anko menacingly with a dark aura in her voice, and Naruto nodded immediately. Of course Anko-chan, Kakashi Ni-san would like to come with us. Asked Naruto pleadingly, hoping Kakashi would come to pay for Anko's huge dango bill. Oh, you are not getting me this time Naruto, thought Kakashi mischievously. Sorry Otutu. I have got some work with Hokage-sama, see you later, said Kakashi and disappeared in a puff of smoke before Naruto could retort. Naruto turned around to find Anko impatiently tapping her feet on the ground. Damn you Ni-san, you cheeky bastard, thought Naruto with anime tears dropping from his eyes on losing his precious pocket money. Flashback end. Needless to say, Naruto got along very well with Anko. She was able to get him to open up and not remain secluded from others. She was like his elder sister who always guided him. Even Kakashi and Anko became better friends. At first Naruto thought that Anko was a hard person who just didn't care about anything, but after he came to know about Anko's life, he found one person to whom he could somewhat relate to. A person who could somewhat understand him. She also introduced him to some food other than ramen. He once criticized that dango was not better than ramen, and let's just say it didn't end well for him. Anko was true to her words and decided to give some training in taijutsu to Naruto. She was training him with some moves of the hubby style which she was quite adept with. Under Anko's guidance, Naruto found out that his taijutsu needed a lot of work and he had not paid equal attention to taijutsu as he did with ninjutsu and genjutsu. So for the majority of the past year he trained with Anko and was still training with her to improve his taijutsu. Kakashi also occasionally trained him in ninjutsu, but the main focus was on taijutsu. Anko's training regime was brutal to say in the least, and every day Naruto would end up bruised and battered from wounds from sparring with Anko, but it was a great experience and he was learning something very useful, so he didn't mind much. He still hadn't told Anko about his sharingan. It was not that he didn't trust her. Instead, she was a precious person to him, but he still didn't know if telling her the truth would change her views about him. Kakashi had advised him to wait for the right time and then explain it to her. Naruto was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice that he had arrived at the academy and was already a few minutes late for his class. He went towards his class and knocked on the door. "Come in," said a voice from inside the class. Naruto entered the class and found his teacher Iruka Yumino staring at him. Iruka was a man of average height and build. He had black hair which he kept tied in a ponytail. He had dark eyes and a scar that run across the bridge of his nose. He wore the standard Konoha Chunin vest with a headband on wrapped around his forehead. Iruka was a very kind-hearted man who cared for all of his students. At first he was indifferent towards Naruto, but with passage of time he came to realize that Naruto was not the fox, instead he was a very kind-hearted boy who loved his friends. After that he opened up to Naruto and now they were good friends or siblings if one could say. "Naruto, why are you late by 20 minutes? Asked Iruka sternly. Even though Naruto was special to him, he never showed favoritism to any one student. "Sorry Iruka-sensei. I was training yesterday and got very tired, so I was not able to arrive on time in class. It won't happen again," said Naruto honestly. Unlike Kakashi, he didn't like making lame excuses for his mistakes and admitted it. Iruka sighed and told him to sit in the class, but not without giving him a warning. Naruto liked the academy as it was where he was able to spend more time with his friends, but he hated the academy's training, which was entirely lame. The things which they were teaching the students to be genin would never help them get strong and survive in the shinobi world. But the worst part of the academy was fangirls. Most of the girls who wanted to be kunoichi were obsessed with boys and believed in fairy tales where they would be saved by their prince, while many boys considered themselves to be god and just wanted to show off. These were not the traits of a shinobi. A shinobi is a person who operates from the shadows and do not seek glory. They have complete control over their emotions and do whatever it takes to fulfill their mission. This was what Kakashi and Anko had taught him, but the academy was completely different. As a result, Naruto did not show off his skills in the academy like some other students. Instead, he opted to be an average student who had less skills. He was indeed the most powerful among his comrades, but he lived a life of deception because in the real world names, titles and ranks meant nothing. Even the strongest shinobi could be defeated by an opponent much weaker than them. Snapping out of his thoughts, Naruto went up to take his seat beside Kiba and Hinata. Hinata had become his close friend since he entered the academy. She was a very shy girl and lacked confidence, which was very unusual for a Hyuga. After knowing Hinata, he had came to know the pressure which the children of various clans of Konoha had to shoulder. Hinata was not an exception. She was the heiress of the Hyuga clan, who were considered the strongest clan in Konoha. Her father had high expectation from her, but Hinata was unable to fulfill them, so she was considered unworthy by her own clan. They preferred her younger sister better than her. Even her own father did not have faith in her, which according to Naruto was quite pathetic. But after she came in contact with Naruto and his friends, her confidence seemed to be growing slowly and she was starting to believe in herself. She admired Naruto a lot, but she always confused Naruto as she always had a blush on her face whenever she talked with him, and her stuttering was quite annoying during a chat. Now Naruto was not an idiot but was confused that whether she admired him or was infatuated with him, but decided not to push Hinata for any further talk as he wanted her to tell her what she felt on her own and not by force. Also, Naruto only considered Hinata a good friend and nothing more. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," said Hinata politely. "Good morning, Hinata-chan. Oi mut, wake up," said Naruto and bonked Kiba on the head, waking him from his sleep. "What the hell, Naruto? Why'd you hit me?" asked Kiba in a sleepy tone. "Why are you sleeping so early in the morning, idiot?" said Naruto with a smirk. 3, 2, 1. Now, thought Naruto. Man, Iruka-sensei's lessons are so boring. "So I was taking a nap," said Kiba loudly, and Akamaru barked in agreement. This brought different reactions. The entire class laughed while Iruka was furious. "Kiba Inuzuka, for that you shall write about the history of Konoha 50 times. Yelled Iruka. Kiba paled on hearing that. The history of Konoha was not something a person would want to write 50 times. "Iruka-sensei, I was not alone. Even Shikamaru was sleeping," pleaded Kiba, hoping to get out of this situation. "Troublesome. I was not sleeping, Kiba," said Shikamaru quickly, but yawned immediately after saying that. The class had a hearty laugh as Shikamaru was caught too. Naruto and the others watched with amusement as Iruka scolded both Kiba and Shikamaru for sleeping in the class. After a long lecture which lasted for many minutes and some apologies from Kiba and Shikamaru, Iruka let them go. Iruka took a few deep breaths to calm himself down in order to continue teaching the students. All right, now we shall, said Iruka, but was stopped in his speech as the bell rang signaling the end of the class. Shikamaru understood that it was Naruto's plan to distract Iruka and wait for the class to end to escape from the boring lesson. You planned this, didn't you? Asked Shikamaru sharply. I don't know what you are talking about, Shika, said Naruto slyly. What are you talking about, Shikamaru? Asked Choji curiously. Even Shino, Kiba and Hinata were intrigued. Shikamaru then explained what Naruto had done. Naruto-kun, that was mean, said Hinata, but still had a slight smile on her face. You tricked me, yelled Kiba. I try my best, said Naruto with a smrik. Troublesome blondes, said Shikamaru, but was bonked on the head courtesy of a pissed Ino. What was that, Shika? Asked Ino menacingly. Troublesome, muttered Shikamaru. Thanks, Ino. Nice hit, said Naruto laughingly. You bet, Naruto, said Ino and exchanged a high five with him. Ino was also one of Naruto's best friends and he liked her a lot. Her loud personality and brash attitude were quite interesting. However, they still had some differences. The main difference was her mad infatuation with Sasuke Uchiha, but despite everything she was his good friend. Choji laughed on watching the entire incident while Shino had a smirk on his face. The only people in the room who were not interested in seeing the group of friends were Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Naruto had tried to befriend Sasuke in the past, but Sasuke was not interested. He considered himself greater than the others and looked down upon anyone whom he didn't consider a challenge. Sasuke was mad about getting power and achieving it through any means necessary. He brooded all day and did not socialize with anyone. He didn't even look at his fangirls who worshipped him like a divine god. A part of Naruto hated Sasuke with passion. Sasuke was the golden boy of the village. Almost all the villagers practically worshipped him just because he was the last of his clan, which in fact was not entirely true. But still, even after being shown so much care and affection, Sasuke berated others whom he did not consider worthy of his time. This seemed to make Naruto hate Sasuke more. All in all, Sasuke was a stuck-up prick who considered himself greater than the others just because he was an Uchiha. Naruto tried to talk to Sasuke sometimes, but after a few tries gave up on him as he was a lost cause. Sakura, on the other hand, was just book smart but was probably the greatest fangirl of Sasuke. She practically worshipped the ground on which Sasuke walked, and berated others and praised Sasuke for almost everything. Due to this, Naruto stayed away from Sakura as she was annoying. Even Ino's fangirl tendencies paled in comparison to Sakura. Sure, Ino was mad about Sasuke, but she did not berate other people as much as Sakura, and she never berated Naruto or any of her own friends. So according to Naruto, Sakura was just an annoying girl who practically had no skills as a ninja and was not fit to be a shinobi. The rest of the day passed with the group of friends undertaking the kunai and shuriken tests meant to test their accuracy with weapons. Kiba was able to hit 8 out of 10 kunai targets, while Shino hit 7 targets. Shikamaru and Choji were also able to hit 7 targets each, while Ino and Hinata managed to hit 6 out of 10 targets. Sasuke was able to hit every single target, which earned him a rather annoying cheering from his fangirls. Most of his fangirls were civilians who had no idea who Sasuke Uchiha really was. If they knew, they wouldn't have even spared him a glance. Sakura performed the worst out of all students, with only managing to hit 4 targets out of 10. When it was Naruto's turn, he decided to hold back his true skills. In truth, he could hit each and every target, but that would mean showing off his ability, and a shinobi should never show his cards until necessary, and showing off in front of a bunch of academy students was not Naruto's style. So he only hit 8 targets out of the 10 kunai targets. Alright class, now we are going to have a taijutsu spar between students. The spar will continue until one opponent gives up or is knocked out. Any questions? Asked Iruka, but no questions were asked. The first few matches were between a bunch of civilian kids, and as such it was more like street fighting. Kiba and Shino had to face each other. At first they appeared to be even, but slowly within a few minutes of fighting Shino started to get tired and Kiba slipped into his defense and knocked him out, and which led to him winning the match. Ino sparred with a civilian boy and was able to defeat him easily. The match between Shikamaru and Choji was quite amusing. Everyone was expecting a good fight between the two best friends but were disappointed when Shikamaru just gave up, saying it was too troublesome to defeat Choji, which earned him a beating from Ino and a long lecture from Iruka. Alright, next match is between Hinata Hyuga and Haruno Sakura, announced Iruka. After hearing the announcement, Sakura seemed to be confident while Hinata looked nervous. This is my chance to prove myself to Sasuke-kun, thought Sakura with a dreamy look in her eyes. Meanwhile, Hinata was not all that confident. Seeing her worried face, Naruto went towards her and put a hand on her shoulder. "You can do this, Hinata-chan. I believe in you," said Naruto with a smile. Hinata's eyes widened on hearing that. The boy she admired believed in him. "I won't let Naruto-kun down. I will win this fight," thought Hinata with determination. "Go, Hinata. Kick Forehead's ass," yelled Ino while the others gave Hinata a thumbs up while Shino gave her a brief nod of encouragement. Seeing all her friends' faith in her brought tears in Hinata's eyes. She got the thing she wanted in her life most: recognition and to be acknowledged. These were her true friends and she won't let their trust go in vain. Iruka signaled the start of the match. Sakura rushed towards Hinata blindly and attempted to give a kick at Hinata's face. Hinata easily caught Sakura's leg and with a quick motion gave a punch to Sakura's chest, and then she quickly gave a leg sweep to Sakura's right leg, making her lose balance and fall on the ground. She then gave a quick series of gentle fist punches and sealed a majority of Sakura's tenketsu. The entire crowd of students were shocked on seeing Hinata's fierce battle. Every time Hinata had a spar with someone, she would lack confidence and would make a mistake and lose easily, but this time she was fighting as if she was a true shinobi. Naruto smiled on seeing Hinata's fight. He knew Hinata wanted to be acknowledged and for people to believe in her. And who be better than her friends, so he just did what was best for his friend and the others did the same. Sakura found herself in a new world of pain. She had expected to win against Hinata as she considered her weak, but was surprised when she was defeated so easily and was beaten mercilessly by a girl who everyone thought is weak. "Sakura-san, I have sealed of your tenketsu. I would advise you to quit as you are unable to fight," said Hinata with a polite yet stern tone in her voice. Sakura dejectedly accepted her defeat and went back towards her place while limping all the way. "You did great, Hinata-chan," said Naruto, but was surprised when he was enveloped in a tight hug by Hinata. "Thank you for believing in me, Naruto-kun. Thank you everyone," said Hinata happily. "Way to go, Hinata," yelled Kiba with Akamaru barking in agreement. All the others congratulated Hinata, with Ino being the loudest person to praise her for defeating Sakura. Iruka smiled on seeing the entire interaction between his students. "It seems I was wrong about you, Naruto. Hokage-sama was right, the will of fire burns brightly in all of you," thought Iruka proudly. "Alright, today's last match is between Naruto Hatake and Sasuke Uchiha," announced Iruka. The entire crowd went silent but soon erupted into a cheering for Sasuke, the most coming from Sakura. "Oi Naruto, kick that Tem's ass," said Kiba. "Good luck, Naruto-kun," said Hinata with a warm smile. "Troublesome, I know you'll win," said Shikamaru while Choji and Shino nodded. "Naruto, good luck, but please don't hurt Sasuke-kun," said Ino in a low voice so that no one else could hear. "I understand, Ino-chan, and thank you," said Naruto with a kind smile. Ino blinked in surprise on hearing being called Chan, and got a blush on her face. "Well, he's not that bad," thought Ino with a blush. Naruto and Sasuke stood in front of each other waiting for Iruka's signal to start the spar. Naruto seemed to be stoic as ever, his emotions being hidden behind his mask, while Sasuke seemed to be confident of himself. Iruka gave the signal indicating the start of the spar, but even after a few moments Naruto hadn't moved from his position and was standing with his hands in his pockets as if he was mocking Sasuke. "What's the matter, Dobi? You scared of facing me?" asked Sasuke in a mocking tone. Naruto gave no reaction and stood stoically in front of Sasuke. Kakashi had taught him that the best way to win a fight was to make sure your opponent gets distracted. Naruto knew about Sasuke. He knew Sasuke was strong, but his arrogance was his weakest point, and by playing with his ego he was making sure that Sasuke loses his cool. With the spectators. Shika, why is Naruto just standing there? Asked Ino in confusion. Psychological warfare, stated Shikamaru. What? Asked Ino even more confusedly. All the others were also interested in hearing Shikamaru's answer. Troublesome blondes. Naruto likes to play with his opponent's emotions rather than charge in head on. I noticed this while we played shogi, said Shikamaru. As if he could defeat my Sasuke-kun with such cheap trick. Screeched Sakura. Everyone winced on hearing her voice. Even Ino, who was fond of Sasuke, was annoyed by Sakura's madness. But do you think Naruto would be able to defeat Sasuke? Asked Choji. Naruto is a way more powerful than he lets on, said Shino for the first time. How so? Asked Kiba. You'll see, besides it's too troublesome to explain, said Shikamaru. Lazy ass Naras, thought everyone at the same time. With Naruto. Naruto was waiting for Sasuke to start his attack. Meanwhile, Sasuke was getting impatient with Naruto's non-responsiveness and decided to provoke him a little. Looks like your loser friends were wrong to trust a dobe like you, mocked Sasuke, and the reaction he got from Naruto satisfied him. Naruto's eyes hardened on hearing that. He could tolerate his insult to some extent, but no one ever insults his friends and walks away with it. I wanted to hold back Sasuke, but you leave me no choice, thought Naruto. Before anyone could even blink, Naruto rushed towards Sasuke at tremendous speed and slammed his fist in Sasuke's gut. Sasuke felt the air knocked out of his lungs. He wasn't even able to see Naruto's moves. Naruto then gave a harsh kick to Sasuke's face and sent him flying few feet back. All the people watching the fight were stunned to see the best student in the class being beaten like a dog, and it seemed that Naruto wasn't even trying. Naruto baka. Stop trying to cheat and hurt Sasuke-kun, screeched Sakura in Sasuke's favor. Everybody just wondered how stupid could she be. Kill her. Make her feel pain, said a voice inside Naruto's mind, shocking him. Naruto realized that it must have been the Kyuubi, but now was not the time to think about it. Sakura. Shut up, you're annoying, said Naruto in an icy tone, sending shivers up everyone watching the fight. Sakura was frozen with fear as Naruto's cold blue eyes looked at her. His small killing intent was making things worse for her. Is this your power, Naruto? Thought all his friends and Iruka in unison. Don't forget about me, yelled Sasuke angrily and attempted to send a right hook towards Naruto. With great speed, Naruto sidestepped from Sasuke's attack. He then grabbed Sasuke's arm and twisted it, making Sasuke wince in pain. Looks like Anko's training paid off, thought Naruto with a smirk. Shinobi Rule 25. A ninja must always keep his emotions in check. If emotions are not controlled, they will lead to your downfall, Sasuke, said Naruto mockingly with a mild laugh. Sasuke yanked his arm away from Naruto. He then tried to give a leg sweep to Naruto, but Naruto back flipped away gracefully. Why do you hesitate? You're pathetic, said the voice again from Naruto's mind. Shut up, you damn fox, yelled Naruto in his mind. Sasuke and Naruto then engaged with each other in fierce taijutsu battle for the next few minutes. Sasuke was giving everything he got, but Naruto was just avoiding his attacks like a snake. It was as if he had no bones in his body. The entire class as well as Iruka was stunned on seeing what was happening. The best student in the class, who was considered a prodigy of his generation, was being demolished by Naruto. You're weak. Doesn't he make your blood boil? Answer me, yelled the voice again. Naruto was getting frustrated. For the last few minutes he was fighting Sasuke and the fox was annoying him a lot, trying to make him more angry. Yes, now shut up, yelled Naruto. You will bow before me, you insolent brat. Now watch my power, said the voice. Naruto was trying his best to control his anger. He was feeling a surge of power through his body. Every fiber in his body was itching to kill Sasuke. It was like the fox's bloodlust was affecting him. You listen to me, you damn fox. I won't let you control me. Now go back to where you came from, yelled Naruto with determination. Fool. Soon, very soon you will fall, said the voice with malice in its voice. Sasuke jumped in and tried to give a hard kick on Naruto's head, but Naruto brought both his hands up and blocked his attack. He then grabbed Sasuke's leg and swinged him in the air and threw him to the ground like a rag doll. Why am I so weak? thought Sasuke, noticing the bruised all over his body. Is that all? Asked Naruto angrily. Everyone was startled by this new Naruto. Gone was the kind boy, in his place was an entire new person. You are weak. You overestimate your own ability without having any idea of my own. You consider yourself superior than the others just because you are an Uchiha. You are pathetic, Sasuke, and you do not have strength, nor do you know the meaning of true strength, said Naruto in a demonic voice and kicked Sasuke in his jewels. Every male winced on seeing the kick connect with Sasuke, jewels. Every person was frightened of this new Naruto who had an evil aura coming from his body. Some kids had already fallen unconscious while the others were barely staying awake. Iruka was also frozen in his spot. He wanted to stop the fight, but Naruto's voice had frozen him to his spot. It was the same fear that he had experienced during the Kyuubi attack that he was facing now. No, Naruto is not the fox. He is different. I have faith in him, thought Iruka with determination. Naruto, please stop, yelled Ino. Ino's voice brought Naruto out of his daze. What was I doing? I was getting influenced by the fox. I will not let it get what it wants, thought Naruto with determination on realizing his mistake. Meanwhile, Sasuke was in intense pain. His entire body was hurting from the various hits which he received from Naruto. It's the same as it was with Itachi. Why am I weak and pathetic? Thought Sasuke, thinking of how his brother had demolished his clan and how helpless he was on that night. Let's finish this, said Naruto. Naruto then rushed towards Sasuke with intense speed. Sasuke saw Naruto approaching and tried to give a kick at Naruto's chest, but Naruto ducked under it. He then gave a swift and powerful kick to Sasuke's chin, launching him in the air. Naruto quickly jumped afterwards and appeared directly beneath Sasuke. Naruto twisted his body around, driving a kick towards Sasuke's side. Sasuke was barely able to block it, but Naruto just used it to increase his momentum as he spun the other way. His punch hit Sasuke brutally in the chest, knocking him back towards the ground. Naruto fell with him, subjecting Sasuke to a brutal series of mid-air kicks. It ended with him burying his foot into Sasuke's stomach. At the same moment, the Uchiha hit the ground with enough force to form a few small cracks. Sasuke coughed up blood, and then became unconscious. It's over, said Naruto on seeing Sasuke's condition. Winner Naruto Hatake, said a stunned Iruka, and then rushed forward to check on Sasuke. There was absolute silence. No one was able to believe that their prodigy Sasuke Uchiha, of the great Uchiha clan, had just been beaten mercilessly. There were mix of reactions among the students. Sasuke's fangirls were livid at Naruto for hurting and defeating Sasuke, but after seeing what Naruto did, decided to keep their mouths shut for their own safety. Even Sakura did not screech at Naruto, instead she was terrified of him. Some of the kids were amazed by Naruto's strength and couldn't help but wonder on how strong Naruto truly was. Amazing, said Hinata in awe. Way to go, Naruto. Nice work on kicking that Tem's ass, yelled Kiba, punching his fist in the air, which was followed by a cheerful bark from Akamaru. Troublesome, muttered Shikamaru, but had a small smile on his face. How much were you holding back, Naruto? Thought Shikamaru. Naruto felt a little bad on hitting Sasuke so badly, but then he remembered what Sasuke had said and came to the conclusion that Sasuke deserved it. He then saw the reactions of his friends and saw fear, pride, doubts, worry etched on their faces. I need to calm down myself, thought Naruto. He then went towards his friends, Ino specifically. He remembered Ino had asked him not to injure Sasuke badly, but he injured Sasuke and felt as if he hurt Ino even though Sasuke deserved what he got. I'm sorry, Ino. I hurt Sasuke, said Naruto regretfully. He was expecting a slap, cursing from Ino, but what happened next shocked him. Ino enveloped in a tight hug and had a few tears in her eyes. It's all right. I heard what Sasuke said. It's not your fault, said Ino and embraced Naruto tightly. Thanks, Ino-chan, said Naruto and returned the hug. He felt relieved on hearing that Ino didn't blame him or hate him for beating Sasuke. Troublesome blondes, muttered Shikamaru with a smirk. Oi, Ino, you sure you like Sasuke? It looks like you like Naruto a lot more than Sasuke, teased Kiba. Shut up, dog breath, yelled Ino and bonked Kiba, but she had a light blush on her face. Naruto, you performed well, said Shino, and Naruto nodded. Guys, thank you for having faith in me. Now I have some work to do. I'll see you guys later. said Naruto and immediately ran off without waiting for any reply from his friends. I need to talk to Kakashi ni-san and Gigi, thought Naruto and rushed towards the Hokage Tower. Everyone just wondered what Naruto really was, he was an enigma to them. At one moment he's a kind and caring person and the other moment he was ruthless person who destroyed his enemies. One thing was made clear that Naruto was not what he seemed and was a lot more powerful than he showed. And there was something dark in Naruto. Chapter 4. The Meeting. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been through many things in his life. He was a veteran of 3 shinobi world wars, fought with the Kyuubi, guided his village as Hokage, passed on the will of fire to the future generations, but not in his entire life he had heard of the Kyuubi, the strongest Biju in the world, the beast who almost destroyed Konoha trying to talk with its Jinchuriki. The first Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Mito Uzumaki, never mentioned of having any interaction with the 9-tailed fox. Nor did Mito's niece Kushina Uzumaki had any type of contact with the 9-tailed demon fox during her life. But here was Mito's great-grandnephew and Kushina's son telling him that the Kyuubi tried to talk to him and influence him. This boy is going to be the end of me someday, thought Hiruzen tiredly. So let me get this straight, the Kyuubi was telling you to kill Sakura and Sasuke? Asked Hiruzen sternly. Yup, that's about it. Besides that, Tem was a pain in the ass, said Naruto with slight annoyance in his voice. Naruto, you should have better control over your emotions. I taught you better, said Kakashi disappointingly. I'm sorry ni-san, I don't know how I lost control. But I'll try harder, said Naruto dejectedly. He never liked to disappoint Kakashi and was feeling guilty as he let his brother down. That just means you have to practice more and control your emotions. You can do this, Naruto. I have faith in you, said Kakashi reassuringly. Kakashi knew it was never easy when the strongest Biju in the world was trying to control you, and honestly he couldn't blame Naruto for losing control. Hell, even he would not be able to keep the Biju at bay, but still he had to make sure Naruto understood the seriousness of the situation and was making sure of it. This is indeed troublesome. Naruto, from what you have told me I can assume that the Kyuubi reacts to your anger or your hatred for someone so far. This is a very serious matter, Naruto, and I agree with Kakashi. If you are to remain in control over the Kyuubi and stop his influence, then you need to control your emotions and strengthen your will, explained Hiruzen. How do I do that, Gigi? Asked Naruto confusedly. Naruto too wanted to be in control of himself and not in that of the stupid fox. The thought of being controlled by someone else was not at all acceptable to Naruto. I'll do whatever it takes. I won't let you control me, you stupid fox, thought Naruto with determination. Hiruzen and Kakashi saw the look in Naruto's eyes which showed his determination and were quite pleased and relieved that Naruto was not submitting to the Kyuubi's power. Alright Naruto, in order to control your emotions you must meditate more, said Hiruzen. I don't understand, Gigi, I am already meditating, why do I need to meditate more? Asked Naruto confusedly. Because you have not achieved complete control over your mind. By meditating more you will be able to know more about yourself, said Kakashi in an amused voice. Hey, what does that mean? Asked Naruto irritatingly. That's for you to find out. Try to look underneath the underneath, said Kakashi with a chuckle. Annoying older brothers, mumbled Naruto with a sigh. Did you say something? Asked Kakashi in his trademark voice. Oh, you're not getting me so easily, thought Naruto deviously. Huh? Asked Naruto in a too innocent voice. This got very different reactions from the 2 other occupants in the room. Hiruzen couldn't contain his laughter anymore, while Kakashi was shocked that Naruto had just played his own card against him again. I never thought that I would live to see this day, Kakashi. Somebody actually used your own attitude against you, said Hiruzen with a chuckle. I wonder what Guy would think about this, suggested Naruto deviously. No, please don't tell Guy about this, begged Kakashi and fell on his knees with fake anime tears dropping from his eyes. Only on one condition, said Naruto with a smirk. Anything, yelled Kakashi immediately. Is this really Kakashi? Thought Hiruzen with a sweat drop. You have to teach me Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu. Also you have to give me your new copy of Ika Ika, said Naruto with a smirk. What? Why do want to learn Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu? Asked Kakashi and Hiruzen in unison, ignoring Naruto's demand for Ika Ika. As you know, my dream is to join the Anbu, and every Anbu member must learn Kenjutsu, and I want to learn it too. Byaku's if I start learning now, I would be able to master it in a few years, or at least be decent enough for Anbu standards. And as for Fuinjutsu, I find it to be interesting, explained Naruto. Well, I can teach you Kenjutsu. Besides, you have learned many ninjutsu, and your genjutsu illusions are impressive, and your taijutsu is good too. But I'm not much skilled in Fuinjutsu. Where did you learn about it? Asked Kakashi. Well, it was mentioned in the academy that the fourth was very skilled with Fuinjutsu. So I went to the library and read about Fuinjutsu, and I want to learn it, said Naruto. Naruto, while I agree with Kakashi in teaching you Kenjutsu, you must wait for some time before starting to learn Fuinjutsu, as it is a very complex and dangerous art. Its contents are still not discovered to the maximum, even I only have a certain amount of skill in it. The only person who is capable of teaching you Fuinjutsu is not in Konoha right now, explained Hiruzen. You mean Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, said Naruto. You know Jiraiya is a Fuinjutsu master? Asked Hiruzen with slight shock. Come on, Gigi, I learned something from the boring academy lectures. You should remember it better than me, as you designed that stupid academy syllabus. You are getting too old for this job, even Konohamaru would remember this, deadpanned Naruto. Hiruzen's eyebrows twitched a bit on hearing the remark, but did not comment, while Kakashi snickered a bit but remained silent after seeing Hiruzen narrow his eyes at him. Alright, now go and meditate or do whatever you want, said Hiruzen irritatingly. See ya, Gramps. Ni-san, I asked for a book, didn't I? Said Naruto deviously. No, please, not my Ika. I haven't even read it yet, whined Kakashi. I just remember I had seen a weirdo in a green suit a few days ago. I think I'll visit him, suggested Naruto with a smirk. Fine. But this is not over, said Kakashi angrily and handed Naruto the book. I never said it was, said Naruto with a smrik. Personally, I have no interest in your book, Ni-san, but it is quite amusing to harass you, thought Naruto deviously. I like you, brat. You are a true kitsune, said the Kyuubi with an evil chuckle. Can't you just leave me alone? Asked Naruto tiredly. Nope, said Kyuubi amusedly. Why'd I even ask? Thought Naruto. That's because you are stupid, said Kyuubi and roared with laughter which was full of malice. I'm out of here, said Naruto. Alright, I'll see you soon, Gigi, said Naruto and opened the door of the office to leave. Naruto, I just wanted to tell you that Konohamaru wanted to meet you, said Hiruzen. Alright, I'll spend some time with him after the academy tomorrow, said Naruto and left the office, leaving an amused Hiruzen and a whining Kakashi in the office. I wonder what that shrimp is up to, thought Naruto with a smile etching on his face. Flashback. A few months ago. It was a nice evening in Konoha. The sun was about to set. The streets were starting to light up. More and more people could be seen in the streets. The shinobi were patrolling the village while the civilians were doing their regular activities. All in all, it was a very peaceful regular day in the village hidden in the leaves. Naruto was returning to his home after completing his training in the Forest of Death. It was his routine of completing his training after the academy. He trained every day in nin, general and taijutsu, and was pretty much tired by the end of the day. This day was not an exception. Walking through the streets, he noticed some hateful glares directed towards him. I wonder when they will realize that I'm not that damn fox, thought Naruto with frustration. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he did not notice a small blur approaching towards him. When Naruto realized there was someone heading towards him, it was too late, as the person collided with him and they both fell on the ground with the person on top of Naruto. When Naruto got a look at the person, he noticed it was a 5 to 6-year-old boy. He wore a yellow t-shirt and brown shorts. He had spiky brown hair and black eyes, and the boy was looking at Naruto angrily. Hey, watch where you're going, yelled the kid. Duh, says the person who crashed with me, thought Naruto sarcastically. Kid, you alright? Asked Naruto formally. Even if the kid was an idiot, he had to make sure he was alright. Do you know who I am? Said the kid proudly. Should I care? Sighed Naruto. What? Asked the kid in shock. Why should I care who you are? Asked Naruto irritatingly. I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi, honorable grandson of the 3rd Hokage and future Godime Hokage of Konoha, announced Konohamaru proudly, thinking Naruto would just bow before him like the others. So? Asked a bemused Naruto, who was finding the entire situation quite funny. What, but I'm the grandson, stuttered Konohamaru, but was stopped as Naruto got up and picked him up and stared at him. I don't care if you are the grandson of the Hokage. Every person is known through their actions and beliefs and not by their ancestry, remember that. Also, the future Hokage wouldn't be so stupid to run into another person now, would he, Konohamaru? Asked Naruto sternly, but on the inside he was laughing his ass off on seeing the shocked expression on Konohamaru's face. Konohamaru could only nod dumbly, as the older boy was not at all affected by his lineage and reprimanded him. As someone had said, to each his own, said Naruto, and started walking away after giving a kind smile to Konohamaru. Konohamaru was quite amazed by Naruto. He saw him as Konohamaru and addressed him as such, and not as the honorable grandson of the third Hokage like the rest of the village, and even though Naruto scolded him, he was happy that someone recognized him. Ni-chan, what is your name? Shouted Konohamaru. Naruto Hatake, replied Naruto, and disappeared in the crowd. The villagers were quite horrified by thinking that the demon brat was trying to influence the Hokage's grandson, but did not do anything, fearing the wrath of the Hokage, but their opinion neither mattered to Naruto nor Konohamaru. Flashback end. Konohamaru had become quite close to Naruto after that meeting and used to visit him frequently. He was like the annoying little brother that everyone would like to dote on. He constantly pestered Naruto about various things, mostly about being a shinobi and his training. Naruto also enjoyed Konohamaru's company, and with time he grew attached to Konohamaru and now loved him like his own little brother. They used to spend a lot of time together, if one could say they were like siblings. Konohamaru's loud personality and Naruto's calm attitude was quite an interesting combination, to say the least. Naruto chuckled a little on thinking about the time spent with Konohamaru. People like Anko, Kakashi, Hiruzen, his friends, and Konohamaru brought happiness in his life and were his strength. Naruto noticed that he had arrived at his destination, Training Ground 28. It was one of the most secluded training grounds of Konoha. Not many shinobi came to this place. It was more like a farm than a training ground. Lush green trees surrounded the area with a stream running nearby. There were a few training dummy posts, but nothing much significant. It was the perfect place for meditation or for people who wanted to avoid attention. Well, few bowls of ramen and a good meditation. Sounds like fun, thought Naruto happily. But then Naruto noticed that something was wrong in the training area. The entire training ground was a mess. Kunai were spread everywhere, indicating that either someone was attacked or a practice was done there. The training dummies looked as if they had been beaten to pulp. Whoa, someone sure was angry, thought Naruto. He then noticed a person lying on the ground a few meters away. Wanting to find out who this person was, Naruto went towards the person. The first thing which Naruto noticed that the person was a woman. She had wore a chunin flak jacket and black shinobi pants. She had a red sleeveless outfit underneath her jacket. She was very beautiful. Her black hair fell from her head in an almost messy fashion, but, for all its messiness, it seemed orderly, almost as if she willed it to follow her demands. Below her hair he followed that lower to her posterior. Now, Naruto was not perverted, like many people assumed because of his sexy jutsu. As such, he was surprised when a bit of blood leaked from his nose when he looked at the woman's sexy ass. His eyes continued their downward journey to see some of the most sexy legs he had ever laid witness to. He could see that this woman's legs were shaped with muscles, nothing too drastic but enough to prove that she worked out enough to keep her body fit. Her feet covered in sandals just like his own. She wears makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. All in all, she looked like an angel. But there were also many things that were wrong. First of all, there was blood coming out of her fists. Her outfit was completely messed up with some cuts on various places. Her face had a tired expression, and the dark circles around her eyes indicated that either she must have been deprived of sleep or was crying. Naruto assumed that it was the latter, as her make was quite messed up, suggesting she must have been crying. Looking at the destroyed training dummies made all things clear that this woman must have destroyed them, and quite brutally. He then decided to help the woman. Well, I can't just leave her like this. Man, I wish I knew some medical ninjutsu, thought Naruto. He then stopped the bleeding from her knuckles with some bandages. He could not do anything about the bruises as he was not a medic, but still he checked her and found her vital signs to be stable. He then picked the woman and placed her in shade of a tree and went to bring some water for her from the nearby stream. After bringing some water for the woman, he sat beside her and started his meditation, deciding to wait for the woman to wake up as she definitely looked tired and distressed. Kakashi had once told him to not disturb women in their sleep. Naruto didn't listen to his advice and had once waked up Anko from her beauty sleep. He spent the rest of the day coiled up with snakes in Anko's little apartment. Damn, women are scary when they are pissed. No wonder Shikamaru says they are troublesome, thought Naruto with fear as he remembered the incident. He then started his meditation. Everything seemed to be much more peaceful around him. He could feel the cool air rubbing against his body, the peace provided by nature. He was now able to understand what Kakashi meant and was grateful to Hiruzen and Kakashi for that. Everything was going fine when suddenly he felt himself being dragged into his mindscape. Naruto found himself standing in front of a large sewer. The entire area was flooded with water, but the strange thing was the air leaked of killing intent. It was as if the entire air was full of feelings of malice and hatred. The walls surrounding the sewer were very dull. There were large gates in front of Naruto with a seal on it. All in all, it was a very depressing place. Looking behind the bars, he found himself being watched by a pair of blood-red eyes which seemed to look at him with pure hatred. He saw that these eyes belonged to a giant fox which was a few hundred feet tall and had 9 tails swinging wildly in the air. Recognizing who this person was, Naruto could just sigh. Why can't he just leave me alone for some time? Thought Naruto with frustration. The Kyuubi was sometimes as annoying as Sakura. The fox seemed to realize Naruto's boredom and took it as an insult, and soon 5 giant claws seemed to be coming out of the cage and heading towards Naruto, aiming to tear him off. Realizing the danger he was in, Naruto immediately jumped a few feet away and activated his sharingan. Is that how you greet the person who has carried your sorry ass for 10 years? Said Naruto bemusedly. Shut up, you idiot. I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the strongest Biju in the world, roared Kyuubi angrily. And yet you are sealed in a puny little human like a slave, retorted Naruto amusingly and started laughing loudly on seeing Kyuubi growl further and trying to kill him with his claws, but the seal seemed to stop it. The seal seems to be one of the most strongest seals if it is capable of stopping even Kyuubi, thought Naruto in amazement. If not for your bastard Yondaime and this seal, I would have killed you, ripped you apart and enjoyed hearing your screams till eternity, chuckled Kyuubi maliciously. You can try, said Naruto with a smirk. If this wasn't enough, you have those damned eyes, muttered Kyuubi, which went unnoticed by Naruto. What did you say? Asked Naruto suspiciously. Why the FCK should I tell you? Retorted Kyuubi bemusedly and laughed on seeing Naruto's eyes twitching a little. Listen, Kyuubi, you and I both didn't want this. You being sealed in a human and me bearing all the hatred because of all the shit you caused. I don't know why you attacked the hidden leaf, and personally I don't care, said Naruto tiredly. You don't? Asked a curious Kyuubi. There are few reasons. First, some people deserved it, said Naruto a little angrily. Oh, is that so? Said Kyuubi with a devious chuckle. I like you, brat, thought Kyuubi proudly. But not all the people deserved your wrath, and second, you won't tell me even if I asked you, explained Naruto. You are smarter than you look, said Kyuubi. Hey, shut up, you fuzzball, yelled Naruto a little childishly. Both Kyuubi and Naruto stared at each other for a few moments angrily. Both seemed to be pretty determined to not back down, but in the end Naruto averted his eyes while Kyuubi had a smirk on his face on getting his victory. Look, Kyuubi, at least bear with me for the time you are stuck with me, requested Naruto. Why should I do that? Asked Kyuubi arrogantly. Because it won't end well for you if you don't, said Naruto demonically with his sharingan piercing in Kyuubi's eyes. For a brief moment Kyuubi was quite shaken by this new Naruto. He could see a younger version of Uchiha Madara and the masked man that subdued him. There was a lot of darkness in Naruto. He was not afraid of Naruto, it was quite the opposite. He was intrigued by Naruto. He was his first Jinchuriki that talked with him. Of course it was his fault that he never talked with his previous Jinchuriki, but neither of them wanted to do anything with him. But Naruto was different. Even though he possessed the sharingan that Kyuubi despised the most in the world, he was not arrogant, nor did he consider Kyuubi his slave. Instead, he wanted a compromise with him. There will come a person in the future, the one who would establish true peace in this world or destroy it completely. All of you tailed beasts will play an important role in this person's life. No matter how far you go, you all will always be together. This person will show you the right path and the meaning of true power. Until that time, wait for your destiny and the role you will play in it, my children. These were the words said by the Rikodo Sennin, the person who saved the world from the Jubi 10 tails, and became a god and the one who created the tailed beasts. Kyubi could still remember his father's words. The Rikodo Sennin was the only human in the entire world who Kyubi respected and looked up to. I wonder if you are the one, Naruto, thought Kyubi. Oi, Kyubi, snap out of it. Tell me, why have you brought me here? I have important things to do, you stupid fuzzball, said Naruto irritatingly as Kyubi just stared at him. Yeah, right. Like peeking on hot older women, scoffed Kyubi. Hey, I wasn't peeking, nor is she old, retorted Naruto angrily, but had a slight blush on his face, but fortunately it was hidden behind his face mask. Quite protective are we, teased Kyubi and stared laughing on seeing Naruto's shocked expression. Balls, muttered Naruto angrily on being caught red-handed by the Kyubi. Ha ha ha. That was quite funny, brat. You are an interesting human, roared Kyubi with laughter. Naruto was just itching to beat the shit out of Kyubi but remembered something. Naruto, you should have better control over your emotions. I taught you better, said Kakashi disappointingly. I won't let it happen again. I will control my emotions, thought Naruto. Alright, Kyubi, what did you call me here for? Asked Naruto seriously, his voice devoid of any emotions. Kyubi stopped his laughter and looked at Naruto with something akin to interest. I wanted you know that I want you to learn everything from the Cyclops stupid brother of yours, said Kyubi and leaked some of his chakra to let Naruto know he was commanding him, but was quite shocked when what happened next. Naruto's sharingan started spinning wildly and instantly all the Kyubi's chakra was suppressed immediately, leaving not even a single trace behind. That's just awesome, thought Naruto in awe on seeing Kyubi's chakra being suppressed with his sharingan. What is this boy? He can even suppress my chakra like Madara and that masked bastard. Damn, thought Kyubi a little angrily. Call my Ni-san stupid again, I'll make you suffer in ways not even you could imagine, threatened Naruto with venom in his voice. Is that a threat? Asked the Kyubi bemusedly. That's a promise, replied Naruto with hatred in his voice that even startled the Kyubi. I'm sure he is bipolar or something, thought Kyubi confusedly. Alright, keep your mouth shut. I want you to learn as much as you can from the people around you and grow stronger, ordered Kyubi. What does it matter to you? Asked Naruto confusedly. It matters everything. Your damn Yondaime created this seal in such a way that binded me to you. A threat to your pathetic existence is a threat to my own, because if you die it would take years before I can be born again, or I may even die. I don't want to waste my life if you die, explained Kyubi. Wait, so you are immortal? Asked Naruto with fascination. Yup, I'm awesome, replied the Kyubi with a smirk. I beg to differ, replied Naruto with his own smirk. Get out of here, your vixen is getting up, you annoying little punk, said the Kyubi irritatingly. Hey, she isn't my vixen or any other shit like that, you fuzzball, said Naruto angrily. As that's so, then why were you watching her ass with lust in your eyes? Asked Kyubi with a smirk. HN, replied Naruto and disappeared from the sewer. I wonder if all the Uchihas speak the same line. It would be interesting to stay with you, Naruto, thought the Kyubi interestingly. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and saw nothing had changed in his surroundings during his talk with the Kyubi. The Kunoichi was still slowly opening her eyes. Seeing this, Naruto went towards her. You alright? Asked Naruto in a concerned voice. The Kunoichi rubbed her eyes a few times before staring briefly at Naruto. Naruto was mesmerized by the women's eyes. They were very distinct ruby red colored eyes with two black rings within them. Her eyes are so beautiful, I wonder if it is a dojutsu, thought Naruto with a light blush. Stop staring at her, you idiot, yelled Kyubi. What's wrong, you fuzzball? I'm just looking at her eyes, stated Naruto simply. If you don't want to be kicked in the balls, stop staring, said the Kyubi loudly, making Naruto cringe a bit. But deciding to follow Kyubi's advice this once, Naruto averted his eyes from the women. Who are you? The woman asked sternly. Naruto Hatake, stated Naruto with a warm smile. What are you doing here? This place is reserved for shinobi and I can see that you are not one, so tell me the truth now. Stated the woman dangerously. Gee, is this the thanks I get for helping her? Thought Naruto sarcastically. Yes, you are right, I am not a shinobi but an academy student, but I do have permission to come to this training ground, said Naruto. On whose authority? Asked the woman. Lord Hokage himself. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself. Now can you please stop your interrogation? Said Naruto irritatingly. Gomen, it's just that no one other than shinobi are allowed here, but I'll try to trust you and ask Lord Hokage about this, said the woman softly. Thank you, miss. Asked Naruto. Kurenai Yuhi, said the woman. Here Kurenai-san, I've stopped the bleeding from your knuckles as best as I could, but I can't do anything about the bruises as I'm not a medic. Gomen, said Naruto sincerely and offered her water, which she drank after giving Naruto a calculating gaze that it wouldn't end well for him if something was wrong, but nothing happened. Arigato Naruto-san, but I have a few questions for you, said Kurenai. You can call me Naruto. Well, I have some questions for you too, but please ask your questions first, said Naruto simply, and Kurenai gave him a grateful nod. Alright Naruto, you said your last name was Hitaki. I know only one person in Konoha who has that last name and he doesn't have any blood relative alive now. Care to explain? Said Kurenai. Yes, you are right, my real name is Naruto Uzumaki, but after Kakashi-ni-san adopted me I changed my name, said Naruto. Kurenai's eyes widened a little on hearing Naruto's real name but schooled her features immediately. Do you hate me for what's sealed in me? Asked Naruto sadly after noticing Kurenai's shock. Kurenai was shocked to learn that Naruto was aware of what was sealed in him, and even more shocked when he was able to read her emotions. No Naruto, I do not hate you, said Kurenai with a smile. Why? Asked Naruto suspiciously. I know the difference between a jailer and a prisoner, and I have faith in the Yondaime's ability, and seeing that you helped me proves I was right. You are not what people think, said Kurenai, giving Naruto a warm smile. Naruto was happy to hear that there was at least another person in the village who saw him as Naruto and not the fox. Arigato Kurenai-san, said Naruto warmly. Call me Kurenai. Now I just wanted to know, what were you doing here? You were not peeping, were you? Asked Kurenai menacingly with a dark tone. No Kurenai, I just came here to meditate in order to relax. I swear I wasn't peeping on you, I didn't even know you were here. I just saw you injured and helped you, I didn't do anything perverted, said Naruto instantly. It's alright Naruto. Relax, I think I can believe you are saying the truth, stated Kurenai with a smile. You believe me, but you don't even know me, said Naruto in confusion. Yes, I only met you now, but I find truth in what you are saying, and you wouldn't lie to me, would you? Questioned Kurenai. No Kurenai, I am not lying, and thanks for trusting me. Can I ask you a question? Asked Naruto. I'll answer your question only if I believe that it is in my power to answer that, said Kurenai firmly. Fair enough, why were you crying? Asked Naruto. Kurenai's eyes widened on hearing that Naruto had caught her so easily again. She then remembered how her life had went from better to worse. Kurenai had been living a normal life as a shinobi, that was until 6 months ago the Hokage had assigned her a specific mission. She was just a chunin of the village and was one of the best genjutsu specialists of Konoha. As a result, the Hokage had given her a mission of teaching Yakumo Kurama, the clan heir of the Kurama clan, to control her powers. The girl had enormous talent in genjutsu, which was even more than Kurenai, but the girl was mentally unstable. She had a dual personality that acted as a defense against any of her insecurities and was preventing her from controlling her powers and becoming a shinobi. Yakumo's instability was such that she had murdered her own parents by accident and was not even aware of it. Kurenai tried to help the girl in controlling her powers. Yakumo was a very kind-hearted girl, and over time Kurenai grew a lot closer to her and sometimes acted as her elder sister instead of her teacher, but despite all her efforts she failed. Yakumo's inner demon was highly unstable and as such was a threat to the village. As a result, the Kurama clan demanded Yakumo to be killed, but the Hokage refused that and instead decided to seal away Yakumo's power. He then gave Kurenai a top-secret mission to seal away Yakumo's power and thus ending her career and hopes of becoming a shinobi. Kurenai with a heavy heart sealed off Yakumo's power for the sake of the village and Yakumo herself. She took this burden of making Yakumo believe that she sealed away her power because she was jealous of her, which was entirely false, as she did not want Yakumo to hate the village. Kurenai was proud of Yakumo and had high hopes for her, but destiny played a cruel hand in her life once again. Her mother had died when she was a child, so she never received the love of a mother, and her father died defending the village during the Kyubi attack. She had lost the people beloved to her and had become a very stoic person who was devoted to her village. She was known as the Ice Queen of Konoha, but she was not cold and uncaring as people thought her to be. Instead, she was kind, caring, and a brave person who had some tragic incidents in her life. And sealing of the powers of the girl whom she considered her younger sister was the last nail in the coffin, and she was unable to bear the pain which came with it. Seeing Kurenai's painful look, Naruto decided to do something to ease her pain. "I'm sorry, Kurenai. I didn't want to hurt you, but sometimes sharing your pain with others helps. If it is a private matter or something related to village secrets, or if you don't want to tell me, I understand," reassured Naruto with a kind smile. "You are way mature than people your age, Naruto. How old are you anyway?" asked Kurenai with the intention of changing the topic. "You're not the first person to say that. I'm 10 years old, I'll turn 11 in a few months," said Naruto, and Kurenai nodded. They both sat there in the shade of the tree in a comfortable silence. Neither of them said a word and instead were enjoying the beauty of nature and the peace it provided. Naruto seemed to just relax and had laid down on the grass and was watching the clouds. Meanwhile, Kurenai seemed to observe Naruto. She found him to be a very carefree person, and there was something about Naruto that was forcing her to believe that she could trust Naruto. She could feel a lot calmer in his presence. It was as if her pain was reduced to some extent. Deciding to start a conversation, she opted to speak first. "You didn't ask my age?" asked Kurenai curiously. "Well, you are very beautiful and kind person, so your age doesn't matter. And also, it doesn't end very well when a person asks a girl her age," said Naruto with a chuckle. Kurenai laughed on hearing Naruto's answer, but also had a light blush on her face. Naruto found her laugh adorable. "I'm 17 inches," said Kurenai, and Naruto nodded with a warm smile. Naruto then took out 2 cups of ramen from his bag and a bottle of hot water. He then added the water to the ramen and stirred it a little, and after a few moments finished preparing his ramen. He then offered 1 cup of ramen to Kurenai. "I know it's not what people like much, but that's what I have right now, and if I am right, you must have trained very hard, so you might be hungry. Would you like to eat some ramen?" asked Naruto sincerely. Kurenai thought over Naruto's proposal a bit. She found Naruto's words to be sincere but was hesitating a bit. "I'm not hungry, Naruto, but thank you for the offer," said Kurenai politely. But after a few moments there was a low rumbling noise which came from Kurenai's stomach. Naruto laughed loudly and Kurenai looked a little embarrassed. She then took the ramen and started eating it slowly. They both sat there in silence enjoying their little meal. Well, Naruto seemed to be enjoying it a lot while Kurenai was eating in silence, but if the peaceful look on her face was any indication, then she was enjoying it too. "I have done some things that I am not proud of," said Kurenai after a few moments. Kurenai was in great emotional stress. She didn't have many close friends and her best friend Anko was on a mission right now. Sure, the Hokage was there, but she could not show weakness in front of him, but after spending some time with Naruto and getting to know him to some extent, she decided to at least talk with him to ease her pain. Sure, she knew that Shinobi lived a life of deception and Naruto could be lying to her, but right now she just needed anyone to listen to her and stand beside her. "Did it hurt some people?" asked Naruto softly. "Yes," said Kurenai solemnly. "Hokage-sama once told me that a life of a shinobi is of pain, but we do what is necessary to protect what is dear to us. I am not judging you, Kurenai, nor am I saying that I can understand your pain and sympathizing with you, because as long as people do not suffer the same pain, they could never understand the pain of other people," said Naruto sadly. He too remembered his life, the hate and pain that he suffered because of him being a Jinchuriki, and could somewhat know of Kurenai's pain, but he did not ask what she did as it might be classified as she was a shinobi and he was not authorized to know any such information as he had not become a shinobi yet. But the main reason was he did not want to remind Kurenai of her pain. Meanwhile, realization dawned on Kurenai upon hearing Naruto's words. She knew how much Naruto must have suffered during his life, as she had once seen how the villagers treated him and felt sorry for him. but it also made her realize that what she had done with Yakumo was in order to protect her from herself and the village. This seemed to reduce her pain a lot. She could feel a lot much lighter. The guilt was still there, but now it made more sense to her than it did before. She did what she had to do as a shinobi of her village and also protected Yakumo, her precious person. Arigato Naruto, said Kurenai with teary eyes. Don't mention it, Kurenai, said Naruto with a warm smile. Why do you always wear this face mask? Are you trying to imitate Kakashi? Asked Kurenai, wiping her tears. You know Kakashi ni-san? Asked Naruto curiously. Hi, we went on a few missions together, said Kurenai. I am not trying to copy my brother. This face mask is special to me, said Naruto. How so? Asked Kurenai. This face mask was the first present that anyone gave me. It shows the bond between me and Kakashi. It was the first thing he gave me, said Naruto with a smile. I understand, said Kurenai solemnly, feeling a little sorry for Naruto. Hey, don't give me that look. I know life is hard, but it does have its good times. Besides, this face mask looks cool on me, doesn't it? Asked Naruto with a little laugh. Yes, it looks good on you, said Kurenai with a soft chuckle. Hey Kurenai, you are a chunin, right? Asked Naruto suddenly. Yeah, said Kurenai skeptically, not sure where Naruto was heading. Which is your strongest area in shinobi arts? I mean ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, or fuinjutsu? Asked Naruto with excitement. I am skilled in genjutsu and a little bit skilled in fuinjutsu, said Kurenai. Really? Genjutsu and fuinjutsu? Asked Naruto. Why do you have any problem with genjutsu or fuinjutsu? Asked Kurenai, feeling a little insulted. No, not at all, Kurenai. Genjutsu is a very skilled shinobi arts as well as fuinjutsu. I find it very interesting. A shinobi could easily complete his mission if he could just disable an enemy's senses and distract him. This would avoid time wastage and some bloodshed. Also, the mission could be completed much subtly. But I am not much skilled in genjutsu, explained Naruto a little sadly. He did not mention that he could cast strong illusions with his sharingan, as it was a secret. Oh, I thought you didn't like genjutsu. What problems do you have? I might be able to help you as I am skilled in this art, said Kurenai with a smile. She was quite happy that Naruto did not underestimate genjutsu like many shinobi, instead wanted to learn it, and as she was a genjutsu master, decided to help Naruto a little bit. Kakashi says that I have very large amount of chakra, and as a result I have not mastered enough chakra control to cast genjutsu, but I can dispel genjutsu as taught in the academy, said Naruto honestly. That makes sense, considering Jinchuriki always had large chakra reserves. No wonder he has difficulty in controlling his chakra, thought Kurenai. Well, I can help you achieve good chakra control in order to let you train in genjutsu, offered Kurenai. Naruto was quite surprised on hearing Kurenai's answer, and as such was a little skeptical about her reasons for helping him. Why would you help me? Asked Naruto with a little doubt. I want people to accept genjutsu as an equally skilled art as ninjutsu, and as a genjutsu specialist I would help someone who is interested in it, said Kurenai with a smile. Plus I would be able to do things differently this time and pass on some teachings, thought Kurenai hopefully. Well, you've got a volunteer for your dream, said Naruto with a smile. Thanks Naruto, said Kurenai warmly. Well, it's getting late, we should leave now, said Kurenai. Kurenai, would you like me to walk you home? Asked Naruto a little shyly. Kurenai just gave a curious look to Naruto. I don't mean it in a wrong way. Hokage-sama taught me that it is a gentleman's duty to walk a lady home. I don't mean any offense, but if you don't want it I can understand, said Naruto sincerely. It's all right. Besides, I would like your company, said Kurenai with a smile. Arigato, said Naruto. You seem to be a lot closer to Hokage-sama, asked Kurenai. Yeah, he is like a grandfather to me. He took care of me and protected me whenever I was in danger, said Naruto. I'm sorry Naruto, said Kurenai a little sadly. It's all right Kurenai. Besides, I have Kakashi and my friends now, said Naruto happily, and Kurenai nodded. They walked towards Kurenai's apartment, chatting all the way about different things and enjoying each other's company. Kurenai was feeling a lot better than before, while Naruto was happy in Kurenai's company. After some time they reached Kurenai's apartment. Well, good night, Kurenai. I'll see you tomorrow, said Naruto. Meet me at Training Ground 28 in the evening tomorrow at 4 p.m. I'll give you some pointers there. And Naruto, thank you, said Kurenai with a grateful smile. Anytime, Kurenai. It was nice meeting you, said Naruto with a warm smile. He then turned around and was just about to leave when someone put a hand on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Kurenai looking at him. Would you like to be friends? Asked Kurenai softly. Would you seriously like to be friends with me? I mean, I am not much liked in the village and also I am a bit younger than you, said Naruto, but was stopped when Kurenai gave a light flick to his forehead. Ow! What was that for, Kurenai? Asked Naruto, slightly rubbing his forehead. Kurenai chuckled on seeing Naruto pout a little. Friends are not made on the basis of age, and I don't care whether some people like you or not. You are a good person, Naruto, and so I would like to be friends with you, explained Kurenai. Then friends it is, said Naruto with a wide grin. I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto, said Kurenai. See ya, Kurenai, and you have very beautiful eyes, said Naruto and disappeared in the street quickly. If Naruto would have looked back, he could have noticed a deep blush and a wide smile on Kurenai's face. He had just helped Kurenai get out of her emotional stress and had made her happy. I look forward to our friendship, Naruto, thought Kurenai with a wide smile. Age of characters. Naruto. Age 10, nearing 11. Kurenai. Age 17. Anko. Age 19. Kakashi. Age 24. Konohamaru. Age 6. Iruka. Age 19. Konoha 12. Age 10. Chapter 5. A world of lies and deception. There were very few things in life that amazed Kakashi Hatake. He was fascinated by the strength of his own father Tsukumo Hatake, who was stronger than the Sannin. Then his own sensei Minato Namikaze, who could take on armies of enemy and decimate them in minutes. Next was Itachi Uchiha, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, who decimated the Uchiha clan on his own. But none of them could ever relate to the enigma that was Kakashi's younger brother Naruto. Naruto was like the reincarnation of Itachi Uchiha. He was a true prodigy of Konoha. At the age of 10 he had already mastered many ninjutsu, was proficient with genjutsu with his sharingan, and a good taijutsu fighter. Kakashi was not able to understand what Naruto couldn't do. He was already a formidable shinobi at such a young age, his thinking was on par with a trained shinobi. Naruto was a calculative person who thought before he acted. Naruto was soon starting to learn kenjutsu and in the future maybe fuinjutsu, and if his progress so far can be taken in consideration, Kakashi was sure Naruto would become the ultimate shinobi who would excel in every ninja arts. Naruto had surprised him again, this time by creating his own jutsu. Kakashi and Naruto were right now standing in the Forest of Death. It had become their training ground since they started training a few years back. Naruto seemed to be a little excited while Kakashi looked curious. So what is this jutsu of your, Naruto? Asked Kakashi curiously. It is a jutsu which I created after studying what you taught me about the sharingan and its powers. It would be better if I showed you, said Naruto sincerely. Alright, go ahead, said Kakashi. Ni-san, I would like you to cast a dangerous genjutsu on me. You can do it with or without your sharingan, requested Naruto. Why would you want that, Naruto? You know that genjutsu can harm a person mentally, don't you? Asked Kakashi. I know, but I have to test whether the jutsu I created works or not. Please, Ni-san, you can stop it immediately if I fail, but I need to do this, begged Naruto. Alright, but don't blame me afterwards, said Kakashi. Which jutsu should I use? Maybe that one should be perfect, thought Kakashi. Kakashi went through a set of hand signs and quickly executed his jutsu. Magen. Jigoku Koka no Jutsu, Demonic Illusion. Descending Hell Technique. Naruto looked around his surroundings, but nothing seemed to change at first. Suddenly the air around Naruto started getting hotter and there was a loud noise from the sky. Naruto looked up and saw a large fireball the size of a giant boulder heading towards him at tremendous speed, and it could do some serious damage if it hit him. Time to test it now, thought Naruto immediately and activated his sharingan. Meanwhile, Kakashi was observing Naruto precisely in order to stop the genjutsu if things got out of hand. He saw Naruto's surprised reaction on seeing the fireball heading towards him and wanted to know why Naruto was not doing anything, but what happened next shocked Kakashi. The fireball that was about to hit Naruto had hit Kakashi himself and engulfed him in its flames. Kakashi's entire body started burning as the flames engulfed him. Realizing dawned on Kakashi that Naruto had replicated his jutsu and used it against Kakashi. He then immediately formed the ram sign intending to dispel the genjutsu. But as soon as he dispelled the genjutsu, he found himself in a dungeon bound by chains all over his body. There was entire darkness in the area and no one seemed to be in sight. Kakashi tried to unbound himself from the chains but found that his body couldn't move and he was paralyzed. What the hell is going on? I can't move my body, thought Kakashi frantically. You didn't keep your promise, Kakashi, said a voice. Kakashi looked around and saw his deceased teammate Obito Uchiha staring at him angrily. Kakashi looked away in shame. Even though it was an illusion, he still couldn't meet Obito's gaze. Why did you kill me, Kakashi? I loved you, said the voice of Rin, who appeared beside Obito. You failed me, Kakashi, said the voice of Minato from behind Kakashi. Soon, one by one, every person in Kakashi's life started appearing before him and started saying how disappointed they were in them. Kakashi tried to dispel the genjutsu but nothing seemed to work. Kakashi tried to stop his chakra but found his body was unable to even move. Soon Kakashi couldn't even breathe properly. It's painful, isn't it? Said Naruto, appearing among the crowd of people. His voice seemed to be full of regret. He didn't want to do this to Kakashi, but he had to see if his genjutsu was really that dangerous. What is this, Naruto? Asked Kakashi a little angrily. This is the power of my sharingan. This is my strongest genjutsu, said Naruto. Naruto then started killing every person in front of Kakashi without any mercy. Kakashi couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't believe what Naruto was doing. He was killing everyone that Kakashi ever loved or cared for. How could you do this, Naruto? Thought Kakashi regretfully. Stop it, said Kakashi angrily as he was unable to bear the genjutsu. Immediately the chains disappeared and instead of being in a dungeon, Kakashi found himself panting on the ground of the forest of death. The people around him had disappeared and Naruto was kneeling before him and had tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, Ni-san. I didn't want to go this far but was not able to stop myself in time, said Naruto with tears falling freely from his eyes. Kakashi was very angry at Naruto and was wanting to hit him badly, but he noticed the tears in Naruto's eyes and his regretful voice and decided that Naruto was telling the truth and he could have gone overboard. I'm fine, said Kakashi flatly. He did not want to be rude but he was still angry at Naruto a little bit. I'm really sorry, said Naruto sadly. What was that genjutsu, Naruto? Demanded Kakashi. Yami number Sakai no Jutsu, World of Darkness, said Naruto sadly. Yami number Sakai no Jutsu, World of Darkness? Asked Kakashi curiously. It is a genjutsu that I can do with my sharingan, said Naruto. How did you learn this genjutsu? I did not teach you anything more than simple sharingan illusion jutsu, said Kakashi. I started learning more about my sharingan 2 years ago. You said sharingan can copy and replicate an enemy's jutsu, so I started to dispel my sharingan illusions with the help of my shadow clones. I found out that my sharingan can analyze a genjutsu and decipher how it works. For example, if I take your Megan Jigoku Koka no Jutsu, demonic illusion, descending hell technique, it affects a person's sense of smell, sight and hearing. I was easily able to copy that technique and replicated it on you instantly, explained Naruto. What? I know sharingan can dispel genjutsu, but how were you able to replicate my own technique against me? Asked Kakashi curiously. My sharingan had dispelled the genjutsu as soon as it was casted on me. I just pretended to be in your jutsu and then at the right moment I casted it against you. I was never in your illusion. It's a type of illusion reversal jutsu which uses your own jutsu against you, said Naruto. That's astonishing, but what was all that after I dispelled the genjutsu? Demanded Kakashi angrily. Naruto winced a little on Kakashi's angry tone but decided to keep quiet as he had went overboard and was at fault. That was the second phase of my jutsu. I knew that trained shinobi could easily dispel the jutsu and counter it, so this is where I use my sharingan powers, said Naruto. Sharingan powers? Asked Kakashi in shock. As soon as you dispelled the genjutsu, you were in my genjutsu. I combined this genjutsu where you feel the effects of the Megan Narakumi no Jutsu, demonic illusion, Hell viewing technique. In this stage, one not only control your senses but also use your fears against you. I control your mind in my genjutsu and can do anything I want with you and you will be helpless. There is very less chance for someone to break out of this genjutsu. These are the special ocular powers of my sharingan. It grants me the ability to control a person. I could have controlled your mind and you wouldn't even notice if I didn't want you to notice my genjutsu, said Naruto sadly. Kakashi was left speechless after hearing this. Naruto's visual powers were so advanced than Kakashi had ever thought. Only one person in the entire history of the Uchiha clan had such visual prowess in genjutsu, and that was Uchiha Shisui. Of course, he is the descendant of Madara's brother. They both were said to possess the strongest sharingan in the entire Uchiha clan. But still, to be able to cast such genjutsu at such young age is unbelievable. What else can your eyes do, Naruto? Thought Kakashi with a little fear. Are there any limitations to this jutsu? Does this jutsu harm your eyes or your body in any way? Asked Kakashi sternly. If this jutsu was harmful to Naruto, then he would never allow him to perform such a dangerous jutsu. It uses a lot of chakra but does not harm my eyes in any way. It does have a few limitations, explained Naruto. I thought that this jutsu was unstoppable, questioned Kakashi, as whatever he had tried didn't work. I'm not sure about that. I think if you had used your sharingan power at a greater level, then I think you could have broken this genjutsu. Also, I cannot use this genjutsu very often. It will take a few days before I can use this genjutsu again, suggested Naruto. He's right. Probably my Mangekyo sharingan could have broken it, but still it is a dangerous jutsu, thought Kakashi. This jutsu requires me to have eye contact with my opponent, but I am a little vulnerable when I'm casting this genjutsu. However, this genjutsu cannot be broken easily and you require the sharingan to cast this jutsu. I know, as I had tested it before on my shadow clone, said Naruto. You tested it on yourself? Are you an idiot? Yelled Kakashi. The next few minutes Kakashi lectured Naruto on his reckless behavior and reprimanded him continuously. Naruto for his part hung his head in shame and listened as Kakashi scolded him. There is one big limitation of this genjutsu, Ni-san, said Naruto a little hesitatingly. What is that? Asked Kakashi suspiciously. I can control a person's mind, but the longer I use this genjutsu, the more strain it puts on my eyes. My eyes started bleeding when I casted this genjutsu on a cat for a few hours, explained Naruto a little fearfully. Why did you lie to me when I asked you if it harms your eyes? Asked Kakashi a little angrily. I was afraid to tell you, said Naruto honestly. Naruto, you can tell me anything you want. This jutsu is harmful to your eyes if you use it longer than necessary, so you should not use it until necessary. Still, it was reckless of you to do this, but I am still proud of you, said Kakashi with a little smile. You're proud of me? Asked a shocked Naruto. Yes, Naruto. It is one of the strongest genjutsu I have ever seen. Your sharingan is truly unique. It is probably an A-rank genjutsu. It may even become an S-rank genjutsu in the future, said Kakashi proudly. Is it that advanced genjutsu, Ni-san? Asked Naruto in amazement. Indeed it is, but never use it on your comrades, said Kakashi very sternly. Hi Ni-san, I will never use this genjutsu on my comrades, said Naruto sincerely. Now I want you to inform me before you create any other jutsu, as they might harm you and I don't want you getting hurt, said Kakashi seriously. I will tell you, Ni-san. If you want, I can even teach my jutsu to you, said Naruto happily. You want to teach me your own jutsu? Asked Kakashi surprisedly, but was a little happy too, as Naruto trusted him enough to teach him such advanced jutsu. I owe you a lot, Ni-san. You took care of me when no one did. You trained me, educated me, provided me the love of a big brother. Everything I am today is only because of you, said Naruto with a true smile. Kakashi was left speechless after hearing what Naruto had said. He truly loved Naruto like his own little brother and was happy to see that Naruto felt the same for him. I'll try to learn your jutsu and tell you what, since you are willing to teach me your own jutsu, I shall teach you mine, said Kakashi happily. Your personal jutsu? Asked Naruto in an excited voice. Kakashi had indeed taught him many jutsu, but never was one of them his own, and now Kakashi was willing to teach him his own jutsu. This was a big honor. It's called the Chidori, said Kakashi and created a blue ball of chakra in his right hand. The jutsu became visible and was making a loud chirping noise. Whoa Ni-san, that is so cool, what does it do? Asked Naruto curiously. Kakashi then charged towards a nearby tree and smashed his Chidori through it with a loud noise. The tree was teared apart from the attack and had a large crater at the point of impact. Amazing, said Naruto with fascination. It is an A-rank assassination jutsu which I created few years ago, said Kakashi. Please will you teach me this jutsu, Ni-san? Asked Naruto excitedly. I'll teach you that but not right now. Let's begin our training for now, instructed Kakashi. Naruto and Kakashi then continued their training for the next few hours. Their main focus of training was based on improving Naruto's form of taijutsu. He had indeed improved his style of fighting. Naruto's fighting style was dependent on his speed and agility. Enko had indeed trained him well with the Hubby style, while Kakashi had taught him the Uchiha's intercepting fist, which taught him how to read and interpret an enemy's movements, and combined that with the Hubby style made Naruto's taijutsu formidable. After a few hours of training we find a tired-looking Naruto and a little exhausted Kakashi sitting near a lake in the Forest of Death. Both seem to be relaxing after a hard training session. Naruto seemed to be having a troubled expression on his face, which did not go unnoticed by Kakashi. What's troubling you, Naruto? Asked Kakashi. Do people deserve second chances? Asked Naruto confusedly. Well, if they want to change the past and amend their mistakes honestly, then I think it is better if we give them a chance. Why do you ask that? Asked Kakashi curiously. Today at the academy there was a change in Sasuke's behavior, said Naruto. What did he do? Asked Kakashi curiously. He sent me a respectful nod instead of the usual disinterested look which he gives to everyone, and did not insult anyone. He was acting a little strangely as compared to his normal behavior, explained Naruto. Maybe he realized his mistakes after his spar with you, Naruto, suggested Kakashi. Why do you think I should even give him a chance? He is just an arrogant stuck-up prick, said Naruto a little angrily. Look Naruto, I'm not trying to defend Sasuke, but try to look at his life. His own big brother murdered everyone he loved, he lost everything in the brink of an eye. He is alone right now with no friends and family, and his goal is just to kill his big brother and bring justice to his clan. He is walking the path of revenge and he needs a friend right now. All I'm saying that if he shows signs of change and wants to be friends with you, at least give him a chance, because in a way you and Sasuke are brothers, explained Kakashi. I understand, and I think I'll reserve my judgment, and if he wants to change I'll help him, said Naruto with a small smile. Now that's the Naruto I know, said Kakashi playfully. I met someone yesterday, Ni-san, said Naruto suddenly. Who was this person? Asked Kakashi a little seriously. Her name was Kurenai Yuhi, said Naruto. Kurenai, where did you meet her? Asked Kakashi curiously. Naruto then narrated the entire incident about how he found Kurenai and he helped her, and his new friendship with Kurenai and her offer for help in improving Naruto's genjutsu. Well, Kurenai is a nice person, I don't have any problem as long as you tell me or Hokage-sama about what she teaches you. Though I would like if you tell me, said Kakashi. I would tell you, but what can Kurenai teach me? You seem to be good in genjutsu, how can she help in improving my genjutsu? Asked Naruto with a little doubt in his voice. I am a ninjutsu specialist, Naruto. Though I am good at genjutsu, I cannot provide you proper guidance in genjutsu apart from sharingan illusions, and you clearly have learned all you can from me in sharingan illusions. You have even surpassed me in your sharingan genjutsu, said Kakashi proudly. Thanks, Ni-san, that means a lot to me, said Naruto. I do want to know why you need to learn genjutsu. Your sharingan illusions are more than enough, suggested Kakashi. I do not want to be dependent entirely on my sharingan for genjutsu. There may be battles in which my sharingan can't help me, there I can use my own genjutsu without the sharingan. You taught me to always have a contingency plan, explained Naruto. That's understandable, but even though Kurenai is a nice person and a friend of mine, said Kakashi, but was cut off by Naruto. You should never trust anyone blindly. Shinobi Rule 38 inches, said Naruto with a smirk. Smartass, said Kakashi with a smirk and bonked Naruto on the head. Hee, I know I won't reveal anything important to her until I can trust her, said Naruto. That's good, said Kakashi. Well, Ni-san, I'll go to training ground 28 to meet her. I have to meet her after some time, said Naruto and got up to leave. Naruto, if you find anything suspicious, report it immediately to me. If you are in trouble, call me. Don't try to be a hero, said Kakashi, giving Naruto a stern look. I will, said Naruto. Naruto had just reached the eastern gates of the Forest of Death when he sensed a few number of chakra signatures headed his way. Acting on instincts, he immediately took out a kunai and got into a battle stance to face whoever or whatever was headed his way. Now, Naruto was by no means paranoid, but he knew not many people came to the Forest of Death. Only a selected few Anbu and Anko visited the Forest of Death. So his pursuers were most probably Anbu, and so it was pointless to run when the Anbu had gotten very close. Naruto knew he was probably a Junin-level ninja, but even he was not capable of taking on an entire squad of Anbu. He knew he had just told Kakashi that he wouldn't do something reckless, but he had no choice as there was no time. Naruto's suspicions were proved correct when a squad of Anbu Black Ops landed nearby him. These Anbu had the same faceless masks that the Anbu that had attacked Naruto a few years ago. They are the same Anbu. What do they want with me? Thought Naruto and got ready to fight. We do not wish to fight you, Naruto-san, said the female of the group in a stoic voice. Then why are you here? Asked Naruto suspiciously. We just want to deliver a message to you, said the female Anbu. From whom? Asked Naruto. Danzo-sama wishes to speak to you, said the female Anbu. Why would I want to meet him? The last time when one of you showed up they tried to kill me, said Naruto angrily. Danzo-sama wishes to talk with you about your father, said the female Anbu. Naruto was shocked to hear this. All of his anger just vanished. He always wanted to know who his father was, and despite everything he couldn't find anything about him. If this Danzo knew something about his father, then he would meet him regardless of the dangers. Who is this Danzo-sama you talk about? And how can I trust you? Asked Naruto, giving the Anbu a stern look. We do not wish to harm you, Naruto-san. All of your questions will be answered by Danzo-sama. It is your choice if you wish to come or not. If you do not want to come with us, we will leave you immediately, replied the female Anbu without any emotion in her voice. Naruto thought about it for a few moments. There was risk, but if he could find out about his father, then he would make a deal with the devil himself. Alright, I'll come with you, but if I find anything suspicious I will kill you, said Naruto sternly. Very well, but we will cover your eyes as the place we are going is of high security, said the female Anbu, and Naruto nodded a little hesitatingly. The female Anbu then put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and Naruto felt himself being sunshined. For the next few minutes Naruto could feel descending down multiple stairs. After a few moments the Anbu stopped and opened Naruto's blindfold. The first thing which Naruto noticed that he was in a dark room. There was no furniture in the room. It was plain. There were a few pictures of Konoha and a picture of the Nadaime Hokage on the wall. Naruto found these characteristics to be very strange. Naruto heard the sound of a cane making contact with the ground. He looked towards that direction and found a man standing there. He had black shaggy hair. The man appeared to be old, probably the same as the Hokage if the wrinkles on his face was any indicator. He wore a gray robe which covered his entire body and had his right hand wrapped in it. The man's right eye was covered by bandages and he was looking at Naruto with a neutral expression. You must be Danzo? Asked Naruto flatly. Indeed, I am Naruto. I wish to speak with you, said Danzo with a neutral tone in his voice. What do you know about my father? Asked Naruto immediately. Straight to the point, I see, but before I tell you about your father, what can you tell me about these two pictures? Asked Danzo and pointed to two pictures on the wall with his cane. Naruto looked up at the wall and noticed a picture of the village, and the other picture was that of the Nadaime Hokage. It is a picture of the village, and if I'm assuming correct, this picture shows the importance of Konoha, as I don't think you are a person who would keep fancy pictures, said Naruto. Danzo chuckled on hearing Naruto's answer, while the Anbu in the room didn't show any emotions. You are indeed smart, but what do you think of the Nadaime? Asked Danzo. The Nid was one of the greatest shinobi of the village. He introduced the rules which we follow as a shinobi today. He was a shrewd man who valued the safety of Konoha above everything else and followed the rules of shinobi to the core, explained Naruto. It seems Kakashi has trained you well, said Danzo. How do you know Kakashi ni-san is training me? Asked a shocked Naruto. I know everything about you, Naruto. I even know about your sharingan, said Danzo, suddenly shocking Naruto. That's impossible, said Naruto disbelievingly. We live in a world of deception and lies, Naruto. What you see may not be the reality. Every person likes to live in their own fantasies. But I know everything about Konoha and everything about you, said Danzo with a smirk. Naruto didn't know what to say. This man knew almost everything about him, and if he knew about his sharingan, then what other secrets did this man know about his life? Naruto decided to find out what this man knew. How do you know about my sharingan? Asked Naruto sternly. Before I answer that, let me ask you something. Why do you think the Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi in you? Asked Danzo strictly. Again, Naruto didn't answer and remained silent. Danzo took it as a cue to continue his explanation. You were made the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi in order to protect Konoha. Also, the only people who are capable of containing the Kyuubi in their body were Uzumaki, as they had exceptional chakra which was necessary to control the strongest Biju of this world. But after the destruction of the Uzumaki clan during the Third Great Ninja War, there were not many Uzumaki left. You should know this, as your mother was the second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi while your great-grandaunt was the first Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, explained Danzo. Naruto couldn't move. It was as if the world had just stopped around him. His mother was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and his great-grandaunt too. Many questions were arising in his mind, and Danzo read Naruto's emotions and decided to explain further. You now understand that the Yondaime didn't choose you just because he wanted to make you a Jinchuriki, but he did it because he had no choice, said Danzo calmly. Naruto's respect for the Yondaime increased as he now understood that the Yondaime was forced to do this to him, and if he was in the Yondaime's place he would have done the same to protect his family and village. But that was not the main reason the Yondaime chose you to bear this burden, said Danzo. Why did he do it? Asked Naruto, neutrally, not displaying his feelings to this man. It was because he trusted his son the most in the entire world with such power and wanted you to protect the village, said Danzo sternly, but was quite confident that this would prove to be the most shocking thing Naruto had ever heard, and now he could put his plans into motion. The Yondaime. Was my father? Asked a shocked Naruto. He couldn't believe that his own father was the fourth Hokage, the person he admired the most in the world. The person who gave him this burden was his own father. Yes, Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, was your father. You are his legacy. I guess Hiruzen didn't tell you about this, didn't he? Smirked Danzo. No, Gigi didn't tell me anything about my father. He told me he would tell me when I was older, said Naruto. There are many things that Hiruzen has kept in the dark from you. I'm sure he didn't even tell you that you have a relative who is alive, said Danzo with a smirk. There is someone alive from my family? Asked Naruto hopefully. He was grateful for having Kakashi as his brother, but if there was someone alive from his family, then Naruto would wanted to find them out. Yes, her name is Tsunade Senju. She is the granddaughter of Mito Uzumaki, who was the Shodai Hokage's wife and your great-grandaunt. Tsunade is your mother's cousin sister and is your aunt, explained Danzo. Naruto was feeling a large number of emotions. A part of him was happy that he had an aunt that was alive, and Tsunade Senju, of the legendary Sannin, was related to him. He also felt anger against Hiruzen for hiding all of this from him, and was also confused as why Tsunade had never even came to see him even once. Hiruzen didn't even tell you that you had a godfather, didn't he? Asked Danzo deviously. A godfather? Asked Naruto disbelievingly. Yes, Jiraiya of the Sannin is your godfather, said Danzo. Naruto's anger was increasing with every passing moment. His real family had abandoned him, his Gigi had kept all of this in the dark from him, and his so-called family had not even came to see him once or cared if he was alive or not. Seeing Naruto getting angry, Danzo decided to hit the nail in the coffin. Before you jump to any conclusions, you must know that Tsunade did not abandon you, said Danzo. What do you mean? Asked Naruto curiously. She was the one who adopted you first when you were an infant and took care of you for 3 years, explained Danzo. She adopted me. Asked Naruto warmly. He felt happy that his aunt had at least not abandoned him, but he also wanted to know what happened with her and how did he end up in the orphanage before Kakashi adopted him. Yes, this was one of the biggest secrets of Konoha. She loved you like her own son and wanted to be your mother, but Hiruzen took her away from you, explained Danzo. Why did Gigi do this? Asked Naruto on the verge of tears. He didn't do this because he personally hated you but was forced to do it. Tsunade was taking care of you in a secluded part of the village which was closely guarded by the Anbu Black Ops, but she didn't want to stay in the village due to some personal reasons and was also worried for your safety. So she wanted to leave the village, but as you are a Jinchuriki, you are an asset of the village like every shinobi, and so she couldn't take you with her, and Hiruzen was forced to make you stay in the village as he couldn't allow you to be taken away from the village as other nations may kidnap you for your power, explained Danzo. Tsunade. Oba-chan, thank you for being there for me. No matter what happens I will find you, thought Naruto. However, Jiraiya never cared for you even if he was your godfather. He didn't even came to see you once and instead focused on his spy network, said Danzo evilly. With each passing moment Naruto didn't know what to feel. A part of his mind couldn't believe that the Hokage whom he considered his grandfather had done this to him. Hiruzen had taken away his only living family. A woman who loved him like a mother was taken away from him. His own godfather had abandoned him. This was greatly painful for Naruto. On the other hand, irrational thoughts were arising in his mind that whether all of this was true or was he being manipulated. How do you know all of this? How can I even believe that what you said is the truth? Asked Naruto suspiciously. I am an elder of the village and as such I know many things about the village as I served on the council. And what I'm telling you is the truth. Whether you want to believe me or not is all up to you. I have never lied to you like Hiruzen and have told you your truth, said Danzo. What do you want from me? Asked Naruto tiredly. Many of his beliefs were shattered due to these revelations and his trust in people had shaken up tremendously. I only want you to protect Konoha. I know some people in the village do not like you, but you should not get affected by it. Think of the sacrifices made by your father. He sacrificed his own life to save the village and entrusted the village's future to you by granting you the power of the Kyuubi. Your father was a true shinobi, said Danzo. Naruto could clearly understand what Danzo was saying. His father, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, had entrusted everything to him and it was his duty to protect the village. And even though Hiruzen had hidden some things from him, he could understand he had to make some painful decisions as the Hokage. I am not telling that Hiruzen hates you, but he only did what was best to protect you. But Hiruzen is too soft, he lacks the will to take harsh decisions when it comes to the safety of Konoha. One of his biggest mistakes was letting Orochimaru, one of the biggest traitor of Konoha, to live because he got swayed in his emotions over his prized student, explained Danzo. Naruto agreed with Danzo that Hiruzen should not have let Orochimaru live. Naruto did not like Orochimaru, he hated him, he was responsible for Anko's miserable life. He had branded Anko with the curse seal and had destroyed her life. Naruto loved Anko like his elder sister, and if Hiruzen had just killed Orochimaru, then Anko's life would have been different. Instead of living a life of being hated, she would have been able to live a happy life. This was one of the biggest regrets that Naruto had of Hiruzen. The ninja world is an ascetic world. A true shinobi controls his emotions and serves in shadows in order to protect the village and strengthen the nation. The village is all that matters and nothing else. Self-sacrifice is the way of true shinobi. To be ready to sacrifice anything and do what is necessary in order to protect the village is the duty of the true shinobi. This was the will of the Nidame Hokage, the one which your father followed to the core, explained Danzo. Naruto was listening carefully to what Danzo was saying. He found Danzo's words to be very true, and his father had done the same thing in order to protect the village, and so had the Nidame Hokage. You are truly special and are the legacy of Minato, so I kept tabs on you. And as for how I know of your sharingan, do you remember the incident when you were attacked by Anbu few years ago? Asked Danzo. Yes, the Anbu with the same masks had attacked me, said Naruto, pointing his finger to the Anbu in the room. I sent the Anbu after you in order to test how strong you were to do your duty as a shinobi of the village, said Danzo. By killing me, you wished to test me? Asked Naruto sarcastically. I only wished to see how strong you had become after Kakashi started to train you. I did not order the Anbu to kill you but just test your strength, however you ended up killing one of them by accident, said Danzo. Naruto lowered his head in shame. Even though he had acted in self-defense, he hated bloodshed but also knew as a shinobi he may have to kill, but that doesn't mean he had to like killing people. Danzo saw the shame on Naruto's face. If any of his root had behaved in such a pathetic manner, then he would have killed them instantly, but he knew he had to be patient with Naruto if he wanted his plan to work. You should not be ashamed. Their deaths were not meaningless. Due to that accident, your sharingan awakened and your powers increased. They died as a true shinobi in a battle, said Danzo proudly. How can you say that for your own people? Asked Naruto angrily. Self-sacrifice is the way of a true shinobi. Their deaths were unfortunate, but I do not regret it. Instead, I cherish that such shinobi served and died for the village. My aim is to protect Konoha and bring peace to this world, said Danzo confidently. Danzo knew that his way of peace was of making Konoha rule over the entire world, but Naruto didn't need to know that for now. He had plans for Naruto and he would make sure that his ambitions were fulfilled. Naruto's dream was to create a peace where people can understand each other. Where there was no hatred, no sorrow, no pain. Where parents didn't have to die. Where children didn't have to grow up alone. Where shinobi did not hate each other. And as such, he was intrigued by how can Danzo share views of peace. I, along with a few of my comrades, do whatever it is necessary to protect Konoha and bring peace to the shinobi world. We do what is necessary, said Danzo proudly. Are you trying to oppose Gigi? Asked Naruto sternly. Naruto was still angry at Hiruzen for lying to him, but he still cared for him, and if Danzo intended to harm him, then he would stop Danzo. No, Naruto. Hiruzen and I are comrades. We do have a different ideology and thoughts, but we both want to protect Konoha, and I do things which Hiruzen isn't able to do, said Danzo tactfully. You don't want to become Hokage. From what I've heard you say, you don't like Gigi and you think you can do better than him, accused Naruto. He is indeed quite perceptive. I have to give you credit for that, Kakashi, thought Danzo, impressed with Naruto's accurate perception. No, I do not wish to become Hokage, I only wish to help Hiruzen. He was my teammate and as such it is my duty to help him to protect the village, lied Danzo. Danzo then tapped his cane on the ground and an Anbu came forward with a scroll and handed it to Naruto. Naruto took the scroll and was curious as what was in this scroll. What's in this scroll? Asked Naruto curiously. This is a scroll containing a summoning contract for crows, said Danzo with a smirk. Naruto's eyes widened on hearing this. He knew summoning contract were extremely rare and priceless and were a great asset for a shinobi. Only certain shinobi had summons. Kakashi had his dog summons. Jiraiya was the toad sage. For Danzo to give Naruto a summoning contract was strange for Naruto. Why are you giving me this? Asked Naruto curiously. It is a gift which I want to give you. I have faith that you will use it to protect the village, said Danzo. What do you want in return? I don't think you would just give me a summoning contract like that, asked Naruto suspiciously. Danzo was a master in manipulating people. He had lured Naruto to him by using his knowledge of Minato and Naruto as bait. He had then revealed Naruto's secrets to him which Hiruzen had hidden from him and had weakened his belief in Hiruzen. He had then went on to explain his ideology to Naruto, hoping to get him on his side, and the final finishing was offering the boy a big gift as a summoning contract to strengthen his beliefs in Danzo. Naruto was very important for Danzo's plans. Not only was the boy the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi but was also related to the first two Hokages and was the son of the fourth Hokage, and as such would have great political and militaristic advantage in Konoha in the future, and if he wanted to become the Hokage, then having Naruto on his side would be a huge benefit for him. Naruto also was a powerful shinobi, and if he could understand Danzo's ideals, then he could become Danzo's ultimate weapon. So Danzo decided to do whatever necessary in order to fulfill his goals and was patient in dealing with Naruto and changing his beliefs. I believe you can use it more properly than anyone else. I do not want anything in return. Your father did a lot for his village and the least I can do is guide you in protecting what your father died for, said Danzo tactfully. Naruto nodded. If Danzo was just giving him a summoning contract without wanting anything in return, that he was not refusing it. Summoning contracts were very rare. Finally, my plans will be fulfilled, thought Danzo. Now I need to ask you, Naruto, Will you do whatever it takes to become a true shinobi and cooperate with me so that we can protect Konoha and bring peace to this world? Asked Danzo with a smirk. The entire room fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Naruto and thinking what decision he would make and what destiny had in store for Konoha and the shinobi world. Chapter 6. Brothers. Naruto stood there in the dark room, thinking about all of the things he had learned right now. He was the son of the fourth Hokage. Now that he thought about it, there were many times he felt that the fourth and he looked alike. They had the same spiky blonde hair which no one in Konoha had, sapphire blue eyes, his face was a complete replica of the Yondaime. All of the doubts Naruto had were proven true, he was truly the son of the Yondaime Hokage. This made Naruto proud as well as sad at the same time. Proud for being the son of the greatest hero of the Hidden Leaf and sad because his own father had sacrificed him for the village. Even if Minato's intentions were good and was for the village, Naruto resented what Minato had done to him. He had sealed a tailed beast in his own son, left Naruto for a life of misery and pain. Minato will forever be remembered as a hero of the Hidden Leaf while he was considered a demon. And what about his mother? She was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Did she also agree to seal such a monster in Naruto? Did she not love him? She should have known how miserable a life of a Jinchuriki is, and even then she agreed with it. They are nothing but trash for sacrificing their own son, thought Naruto regretfully. Next was the issue of his aunt, the mystery behind her, and was all of this even true, or was he just simply being fed lies and was being manipulated? He looked at Danzo. The man seemed to be looking at him calmly without displaying any emotions on his face. Naruto was not sure what he thought about Danzo. The man seemed to be knowing a lot of secrets about Konoha. Such secrets that were only privy to the Hokage. He had his own Anbu who were nothing more than machines who didn't display any emotions. Danzo was the one who was monitoring him for a long time and even sent his men to attack him. But the most dangerous things were his ideals of peace. He wants to bring peace, but he doesn't even hesitate to sacrifice his own comrades, and nor does he care about their deaths. He wants to protect Konoha and wants to use any means necessary. He seems to be a war hawk who believes he can do anything, thought Naruto analytically. Danzo seemed to like Hiruzen and hated his ideologies and wanted Naruto to join him. Naruto wondered why was he so important for Danzo, and then the whole plan became a lot more clear to Naruto. He was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he had the sharingan and would be a force to be reckoned with in the future. Also, if his heritage became known to the public, then the people would be more supportive of him as he was the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto clearly understood that he was a tool which Danzo wanted to use as a means for his own ambitions. Where did he get the crow summoning contract? Thought Naruto. Summoning contracts were very rare. The only summons which Naruto thought Konoha had were the slugs, toads, snakes and dogs. For Danzo to possess a summoning contract and giving it so easily to Naruto under the lie of as a sign of his faith indicated something fishy. What would happen if he tries to take over Konoha? He already seems to have his own shinobi, knows deep secrets about Konoha and me, he despises Gigi's ideology, wants to get peace but doesn't care about people and considers them tools. What should I do? Thought Naruto deeply. Naruto did not hate the village, even if what Danzo said was true. He loved his friends. If Hiruzen had lied to him, then he must have had good reasons. Naruto trusted Hiruzen far more than Danzo. Hiruzen and Kakashi were there for him, while Danzo even sent his own men to try to kill him to measure his strength, so Naruto decided to trust Hiruzen instead of Danzo. But there were few things that were troubling Naruto a lot. How much more has Danzo been hiding? How many secrets does he know? His ideologies are a threat to the village and my family, thought Naruto firmly. If he knows so many things and does not like Gigi's way of thinking, who's to say he won't try to usurp power and become Hokage himself? He tells he does not want to become Hokage, but I don't think he is telling the truth, thought Naruto. Naruto then wondered what his next action should be and what repercussions would it have for him and the village. A shinobi is a person who endures pain and sacrifices everything in order to fulfill his duty and protect what is precious to him. Naruto remembered what Hiruzen had told him a few years ago. In order to protect his village and find out the truth about himself and Danzo, Naruto made a decision that would change his life forever. What is your answer, Naruto? Are you willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of the village and the nation? Asked Danzo firmly. Self-sacrifice will be my way of ninja. I will do whatever it takes to protect my precious people, even if it means joining you, Danzo. I will find out what you are up to, and if you are a threat to my family, I will kill you, thought Naruto with determination. Hi, Danzo-sama, said Naruto with fake devotion. Danzo seemed to look at Naruto for a moment, trying to detect any hidden intentions, but Naruto remained stoic and looked at Danzo without averting his eyes from him. Seems he has understood the meaning of shinobi. You will be a great asset to the village and for me, thought Danzo. Looks like I'm a spy in enemy camps. Who would have thought I would become a spy for the Hokage in my own village, thought Naruto humorously. Welcome to the Foundation, you will take your orders from me. The future of the Leaf Village depends on you. Mistakes will not be tolerated, said Danzo with authoritativeness. Yes, sir, said Naruto with determination. Danzo then passed a little note to Naruto and gave him the signal to read it. Naruto read the note and understood the meaning behind it. He gave a calculative gaze to Danzo and started reading it. Those of the Foundation have no names, no emotions. There is no past, no future, but only the mission. We are the roots that support the trunk of the Great Leaf Village from the shadows, said Naruto firmly. Good, always remember that. Now you will await for further orders from me, until then you are dismissed. Your identity in the Foundation should not be known. We do not exist, do you understand? Asked Danzo stoically. Hi, yelled Naruto. Naruto then gave a short bow to Danzo, and the Anbu squad that had brought him to the base took him away with a shunshin. Danzo then gave a signal and immediately two Anbu stepped from the shadows and bowed before him. Keep an eye on him. If he shows any sign of opening his mouth, erase his memory of this meeting and everything related to the Foundation, instructed Danzo. Permission to speak, Danzo-sama? Asked one of the Anbu, to which Danzo gave a nod. Why didn't you give him a cursed seal? He could reveal the contents of this meeting to the Hokage. Asked one of the Anbu without emotion. I cannot place a cursed seal on him. Hiruzen or Kakashi would notice instantly, and there would be various questions that will follow afterwards. So it is your job to make sure to keep an eye on Naruto, ordered Danzo. The two Anbu nodded and disappeared in the shadows. Soon, very soon, Konoha will rule over all the shinobi world, and I will be the one to establish peace. My era has come, thought Danzo with a smirk. Naruto was rushing towards training ground 28 with tremendous speed. His meeting with Danzo had gone longer than expected, and as a result he was 15 minutes late for his meeting with Kurenai, and Naruto knew how badly women react when a person arrives late. Naruto was thinking how things had changed in a matter of few hours. He had voluntarily become a spy in Danzo's Foundation in order to protect the village from Danzo's fanatical ideologies and beliefs. He didn't know how he was going to find out the truth, but he would not rest until he finds out what the truth was about him and Danzo. I cannot tell Gigi or Kakashi-ni-san about this. Danzo seems to be a very secretive person. If he has such sensitive information about me and Konoha, then surely he would have taken appropriate measures to cover his tracks. I will have to enter the Foundation and track down Danzo's activities by myself, thought Naruto with determination. Naruto then thought about his parents, and a feeling of sadness came across his heart. But before jumping to any conclusions, he decided to investigate the truth instead of believing Danzo blindly. Naruto arrived at the training ground 28 and looked around for any signs of Kurenai. She seemed to be nowhere in sight. Guess I was late, thought Naruto dejectedly. Then immediately an idea came across his mind. He started concentrating in order to find any traces of Kurenai or anyone else's chakra in the area. At first it seemed that no one was there, but after a few more minutes of hard concentration, Naruto found a faint trace of two chakra signatures coming from some distant trees. These two chakra signatures were so hard to detect that they must be Anbu or elite Junin level ninja. Now the question was, were these Anbu, Junin of the Hokage or of Danzo? Assuming them to be of Danzo's men, Naruto knew Danzo must be keeping an eye on him, so he decided to remain cautious and started searching for Kurenai's chakra signature again. He found a faint trace of chakra signature from a tree which was few feet away from him. Walking towards the tree, Naruto quickly formed the Ram seal and released a little chakra, dispelling the genjutsu. As soon as the genjutsu was dispelled, Naruto saw a person standing there giving him a stern look. This person was none other than Kurenai. Naruto flinched a little on seeing Kurenai's hard gaze and also felt guilty as it was his fault that she had to wait for him. Naruto, why are you late? Asked Kurenai a little angrily. Forgive me, Kurenai. My training with Kakashi went a little longer and I got late. I'm sorry, said Naruto apologetically and bowed in front of Kurenai. Kurenai was not a person who accepted excuses, she was a strict person who always accomplished her tasks on time and as such hated when people arrived late for work or gave excuses, but seeing Naruto bow before her asking for forgiveness melted her heart. She then put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto looked up and saw Kurenai giving him a small smile. It's all right, but please don't let it happen again, said Kurenai softly. Arigato, Kurenai. I promise I won't ever be late again, said Naruto sincerely. Kurenai smiled a little on hearing Naruto's promise. So, how were you able to see through my genjutsu? Even though I was not trying harder, but still, how were you able to spot me? Asked Kurenai curiously. Oh, I was just lucky, joked Naruto, rubbing the back of his head. I don't think so, said Kurenai a little skeptically. All right, I was able to sense your genjutsu, said Naruto honestly. Kurenai seemed to be impressed with Naruto's ability, even if it was just a low-level genjutsu. For an academy student to see it so much easily and dispel it was quite impressive. That's impressive. Now shall we begin your training? Asked Kurenai a little enthusiastically. Training a person who was interested in genjutsu was always Kurenai's dream. That dream had failed with Yakumo, but with Naruto she hoped to give him proper guidance in genjutsu. What are waiting for, Kurenai? Said Naruto with enthusiasm. Alright, now first I want you to tell me all you know about genjutsu, instructed Kurenai, wanting to know what Naruto knew about genjutsu. Genjutsu techniques are the illusion techniques of a ninja. They normally require hand seals. Genjutsu will use hypnotism to cause hallucinations in others. By causing such illusions, they can cause their target mental pain and suffering just as real as physical hurt. Genjutsu is created when a ninja extends their chakra flow through the cerebral nervous system of their opponent to control their mind's chakra, thereby affecting their five senses, explained Naruto. Excellent. Now do you know the number of ways to dispel a genjutsu? Asked Kurenai. To combat the effects of genjutsu, there are two options. The first option is for the ninja to stop the flow of chakra in their body, and then apply an even stronger power to disrupt the flow of the caster's chakra. The second option is to have an outside ninja unaffected by the genjutsu make body contact, and use their chakra to disrupt the caster's flow. However, there are some other ways to break genjutsu. By causing intense pain to his own body, a person can break genjutsu, or with the help of dojutsu like the sharingan, concluded Naruto. Kurenai was very impressed with Naruto's perfect theoretical knowledge relating to genjutsu. That's very accurate explanation. However, there is one more way to break a genjutsu, said Kurenai calmly. What is it? Asked Naruto curiously. Strong smells are also able to break a person out of genjutsu. For example, if a person is caught in a genjutsu and if chili pepper bombs are bursted near him, then it would affect his sense of smell and thus will dispel the genjutsu casted on him, explained Kurenai. That's strange, said Naruto. In order to be able to use genjutsu, a person must have very good chakra control and high level of intelligence so that he can make the genjutsu according to the battle scenarios, said Kurenai. Well, I know some chakra control exercises and have mastered them, said Naruto. Which exercises do you know? Asked Kurenai curiously. I can do the leaf balancing taught at the academy, while Kakashi has taught me tree walking and water walking, said Naruto honestly. That's logical given your condition. If you even want to learn any ninjutsu, you must at least know tree walking and water walking. Kakashi has indeed given you some good training, said Kurenai with a small smile. Oh, you have no idea, Kurenai, thought Naruto with a smirk. But considering you have very high chakra reserves, these chakra control exercises are not capable for you to have effective control for genjutsu. I can understand why Kakashi was not able to teach you much because he is a ninjutsu specialist while I am a genjutsu specialist. With time I'll help you in learning genjutsu, said Kurenai confidently. Arigato, Kurenai. Do you have any chakra control exercise in mind? Asked Naruto curiously. Yes, in fact, I know a few chakra control exercises that will help you increase your chakra control tremendously. But they won't be easy to learn and even harder to master, warned Kurenai. No matter what happens, I will learn them, believe it, said Naruto with determination. Kurenai gave a true smile and was happy to see Naruto's fierce determination for learning genjutsu. Alright, the exercise which I am going to teach you are the kunai balancing and senbon balancing techniques. These are elite Junin level exercises. Normally you wouldn't need to do so much exercise to cast a genjutsu, but you have very large chakra reserves, so you will need to train harder in order to control your chakra, explained Kurenai. That's fine, so which one I'm going to learn first? Asked Naruto curiously. The kunai balancing chakra control exercise is the one which you are going to learn first. This exercise is divided into 3 parts. In the first stage you must make the kunai stand up in your hand with the help of your chakra. Then in the second stage you use your chakra to balance on point of kunai that is stuck in the ground with the help of only one finger. And in the final stage you must use your chakra to make the kunai spin in your hand very quickly. This is the exercise, explained Kurenai briefly. Man, that sounds difficult, said Naruto tiredly. You are not giving up, are you? Said Kurenai with fake anger. Nah, it's difficult, but I'll do it anyways, said Naruto with a smile. That's good. Now take out a kunai and place it on your right hand, instructed Kurenai. Naruto took out a kunai from his pouch and placed it on his right hand. He then looked up to Kurenai for further instructions. Now use your chakra to lift the kunai on your hand as much as you can. Try to balance your chakra, said Kurenai, and took out her own kunai and showed Naruto how to do the exercise. Alright, all I need to do is channel my chakra in my hands in proper proportion, thought Naruto. He then started channeling a lot of chakra, but instead of getting the kunai to stand up, it started twitching wildly in Naruto's hands. You are channeling way too much chakra. Try to control your flow. Concentrate and feel the movement of your chakra in your hands, said Kurenai, and showed Naruto the exercise again. Alright, I have to reduce my chakra, thought Naruto. He then started channeling chakra in limited proportion to his hand. The kunai lifted an inch on his hands. Naruto was trying very hard to maintain the steady flow of chakra in his hands, but the amount of concentration and the weight of the kunai were very tough to balance, and as a result, after a few more moments, he couldn't continue the exercise. Should I use the shadow clones to increase my training speed? Thought Naruto. Hey Kurenai, is there any other way to make this exercise a lot easier? Asked Naruto, even though he was knowing the answer, he needed to hear Kurenai's answer. Well, there is only one technique that can help you, and that is the shadow clone jutsu, but that technique can be very dangerous as it drains your chakra quickly and you are not qualified to use it, said Kurenai sternly, making her point clear. Oh, is that so? Asked Naruto with a smirk and formed the hand sign. Kurenai's eyes widened on seeing the hand sign and shouted at Naruto to stop, but it was too late. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Immediately 10 Naruto clones stood around Kurenai with a smirk hidden behind their masks. Naruto, what the hell have you done? Yelled Kurenai angrily. Relax, I know this jutsu and I even know what it does. I can maintain my clones as I have more than enough chakra reserves, said Naruto calmly, unfazed by Kurenai's anger. Who taught you such dangerous jutsu? Asked Kurenai sharply. Well, Kakashi Nisan, said Naruto, but was cut off when he felt a little killer intent coming from Kurenai. After our training I need to have a talk with Kakashi, said Kurenai furiously. Hey, don't get mad, let me explain, said Naruto. He then explained his entire condition to Kurenai and how it did not harm him. At first Kurenai didn't believe him and was asking him to dispel the clones immediately, but after a few more minutes of seeing the clones trying to perform the exercise and not seeing even a little bit strain on Naruto, concluded that Naruto must have been speaking the truth. I wonder what else Kakashi has taught Naruto, thought Kurenai. See, I told you it does not have any side effect on me, said Naruto with a smirk. What else has Kakashi taught you? I hope it isn't very dangerous, or else it won't end well for a certain Ika fan, said Kurenai with a dark aura tone. Man, she sure is protective, thought Naruto, but also smiled a little for seeing Kurenai's affection for him. Oh, nothing much, just this and that, said Naruto in an amused tone. Smartass are we? Well, for that you will practice this exercise with kunai in both of your hands at the same time, said Kurenai in a sadistic tone. What? Yelled Naruto. A few hours later, Naruto and Kurenai were sitting in the shade of a nearby tree enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Naruto seemed to be exhausted and was resting in order to regain his strength. The chakra control exercise was extremely difficult for him. Even with the help of his clones, he was not able to make the kunai stand up properly in his hands. Kurenai had been true to her words and had indeed made him practice with kunai in both hands. Naruto wondered that whether she possessed a little sadistic habits like Anko, but decided to not say his opinion to Kurenai, fearing her wrath. Naruto started thinking on whether what Danzo said to him was true or not. If it was true, why did his parents did this to him, knowing how a life of a Jinchuriki is? What made them do this? Why did both of them had to die and leave him alone? So many questions were running across his mind with no answer in sight. Kurenai seemed to recognize Naruto's sad mood and decided to lighten his mood. She then took out a small ration bar and handed it to Naruto. A ration bar? Asked Naruto curiously. It'll help you increase your energy and replenish your stamina a little, said Kurenai with smile. Arigato Kurenai, said Naruto with his own smile. What are friends for? Said Kurenai happily. You are a good friend, Kurenai. I am grateful to you for helping me, said Naruto. You're welcome. If you don't mind me asking, what is troubling you? Asked Kurenai curiously. Am I that easy to read? Sighed Naruto. I guess, or I am just awesome, joked Kurenai. Naruto laughed on hearing this. He felt quite happy that he was able to reduce his grief with Kurenai's help. The exercise is quite difficult. Even with my clones, I am having trouble controlling my chakra, said Naruto frustratingly. You are doing better than I expected. I believe with the help of your clones you will be able to master the exercise in maybe 2 months. Have a little faith in yourself, said Kurenai proudly. She was quite amazed at the rate Naruto was learning. He would become a skilled genjutsu specialist in a few years. Thanks, Kurenai, said Naruto. What is your dream, Naruto? Asked Kurenai suddenly. Naruto was surprised a little on hearing being asked such a question. My dream is to bring peace to this world, said Naruto sadly. Peace? Asked Kurenai surprisingly. A world where parents don't die, where people don't hate each other, where children can live happily with their family, said Naruto sadly. He started to feel a lot more lonelier. Kurenai also got a little sad on hearing the meaning in Naruto's words and the pain behind it. She got closer to Naruto and hugged him tightly. Naruto stiffened a little on the sudden contact, but after a few moments relaxed and hugged Kurenai tightly. They held on to each other for a few minutes. Thank you, Kurenai, said Naruto gratefully. I'm always there for you, Naruto, said Kurenai sincerely. I would do anything to achieve my dream, even if it means sacrificing myself, said Naruto with determination. Don't say such things. You'll achieve your dream and don't even think about dying. I will kick you in the balls and bring you back from the dead, joked Kurenai, but also gave a little stern gaze to Naruto indicating that she was meant what she said. Naruto felt a lot more happy. He felt comfortable in Kurenai's company. It was as if he was at peace when he was with her. Is this what it means to understand a person? Thought Naruto. So how's it like living with Kakashi? Asked Kurenai curiously. Well, Nissan is a carefree guy. He lets me do most of the things I want and doesn't bother me much. He likes to train me and reads his book every time. I wonder why he is so hooked. Sure, it's a good book, said Naruto, but stopped when he felt a rise in the temperature around him. He saw Kurenai with a dark aura surrounding her. Naruto wondered what had he done that pissed off Kurenai. You think Ika Ika is a good book? Asked Kurenai menacingly, ready to teach Naruto a lesson if the answer was wrong. No, I mean from the sales of the book in the markets, said Naruto quickly. Very well, if I ever find you reading that smut I'll kill you, said Kurenai sternly. Sure, man, you sure are scary like Anko, mumbled Naruto. Anko? Asked a surprised Kurenai. Yeah, she is one of my best friends. You can say she is like family to me, like a big sister. Why do you know her? Asked Naruto. Yeah, she is my best friend. But she never told me anything about you, said Kurenai. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he couldn't say what Anko would do. Well, it's getting late and I have to visit Konohamaru, said Naruto and got up. He then offered his hand to Kurenai and made her get up. Hokage-sama's grandson? Asked Kurenai curiously. Yeah, he's like my annoying little brother, joked Naruto. It seems you are quite popular in the Sarutobi clan, said Kurani with a smirk. Hee, I try my best, joked Naruto. Keep practicing your chakra control exercise and meet me tomorrow here at the same time and don't be late, said Kurenai sternly. I'll be on time, I promise, said Naruto sincerely. Well, I've got to visit Hokage-sama, I'll see you tomorrow Naruto, said Kurenai and disappeared with a shushin. See ya Kurenai, said Naruto and disappeared in his own shunshin. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi was having a regular day at the office, assigning missions, looking over reports, and many other things. But today an interesting thing had happened. Kurenai Yuhi was right now standing in his office giving him a report of her mission and she seemed to be very happy. So how's his progress? Asked Hiruzen curiously. He is having difficulty controlling his chakra but from what I have seen he will be able to master it in a few weeks. Though I was surprised he is able to use Kage Bunnisen, said Kurenai. He is indeed very special, said Hiruzen with a smile. Hokage-sama, I want to ask a question, asked Kurenai hesitatingly. Go ahead, said Hiruzen flatly. Why did you assign me the mission of teaching Naruto Genjutsu? Asked Kurenai curiously. After you told me how he helped you yesterday and was interested in Genjutsu, I thought you were the best for teaching him. Kakashi had tried to teach him but Genjutsu is not his specialty so you were the best option I had and it was very honest of you to tell me your intentions before you started training Naruto, said Hiruzen proudly. I did my duty Hokage-sama, he is only an academy student and so it was my duty to ask for your permission to train him, said Kurenai honestly. That is why I trust you Kurenai, you are a great shinobi of this village and have made great sacrifice for it. Also I wanted you to spend some time away from missions so I assigned you this duty in order to relieve your stress and enjoy your life a little, said Hiruzen with a kind smile. I am very grateful to you for showing me such generosity even though I do not deserve it, said Kurenai a little dejectedly. Nonsense, you are a nice person Kurenai who just had some bad incidents in her life. So, what's your opinion of Naruto? Asked Hiruzen trying to lighten Kurenai's mood. He is a very nice person Hokage-sama, he is kind, caring and even funny at times but the most interesting thing is that he is way mature than people his age, said Kurenai with a wide smile. She had taken quite a liking to Naruto. It is because of the pain he suffered that he is like this. While growing up Naruto had to face a lot of disdain from the people of this village as a result he had to increase his analytical ability to judge people so he could understand them, explained Hiruzen. That is very true Hokage-sama, said Kurenai with pity. Don't give him that look Kurenai. Naruto does not like when someone pities him, he always tries to overcome obstacles and his love for the village and those close to him is the greatest I have ever seen in a person after the Shodai Hokage. It would be better if I show you Naruto's love for his precious people, said Hiruzen kindly and took out his crystal ball. What do you want to show me? Asked Kurenai curiously. It's almost time. He must be at the gates by now, thought Hiruzen and gestured Kurenai to look in the crystal ball. With Naruto. Naruto had arrived at the Sarutobi's clan compound in order to meet Konohamaru. This was one of the few clans in Konoha that accepted him as a person and not as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Most of the clan members of the Sarutobi clan were kind to Naruto even after so many of their clan had died because of the Kyuubi during its attack few years ago. The guards at the gates gave a smile to Naruto which he returned as well. The Sarutobi clan compound was a huge area, it covered a big lawn which had a small lake in it. There were many houses of various shapes and sizes in the compound all of which surrounding a grand three-story mansion. This mansion was of the Hokage. It had the best furniture in Konoha and was equipped with all the facilities. Only Hiruzen and his family stayed in his mansion. I'm home, said Naruto happily and opened the door of the mansion. No sooner than a few seconds Konohamaru came running across the hall with a big smile on his face. Naruto Nichan. yelled Konohamaru happily and jumped on Naruto. Naruto was taken back by the sudden weight and fell on the ground with Konohamaru on top of him. At first both of them stared at each other but soon started laughing loudly. "Welcome home, Naruto," said a woman warmly. This woman was Amiko, Konohamaru's mother. She had jet black hair that reached up to her shoulders and had a fair-skinned body. She was a very beautiful woman who wore a simple dark purple blouse with a red plum skirt and a light yellow apron over it. "It's good to be home, Amiko Oba-chan," said Naruto with a smile. "Naruto, what have I told you to call me?" asked Amiko with mock anger. "Sorry, Ka-chan," said Naruto sheepishly. Amiko loved Naruto like her own son. After the death of her husband during a mission, she was left to raise Konohamaru by her own. She faced a lot of difficulty in raising Konohamaru despite having the support of Hiruzen and her clan. She could never fulfill the role of a father in Konohamaru's life, but after Naruto came in their lives, Konohamaru never missed his father as often as he did before. Konohamaru loved Naruto like his own elder brother, and Naruto loved Konohamaru even more than anyone she knew. "Let's go outside and play together, Naruto-nichan," said Konohamaru enthusiastically. "Stop that, Konohamaru-chan. Naruto must be hungry. You can play after he eats something," said Amiko sternly. Konohamaru became sad after hearing his mother and had a dejected look on his face. Naruto couldn't look at Konohamaru's such face. Naruto loved Konohamaru very much and always did something to make him happy, so he decided to do it this time too even though he was hungry. "It's okay. I can eat later, besides I'm not much hungry," lied Naruto with a smile. "Hehe. Let's go, Naruto-nichan," said Konohamaru and dragged Naruto away to the training grounds of the clan. "Those two," thought Amiko with a warm smile. Naruto and Konohamaru arrived at the training ground. It had all the things necessary for a shinobi to train. It had various dummy posts, a small armory, a dojo, and lot of targets for practicing kunai and shuriken training. "So what should we play?" asked Naruto curiously. "Let's play Ninja Naruto-nichan," said Konohamaru happily. Naruto chuckled on hearing that when he was Konohamaru's age he too liked playing ninja with his friends and was one of his favorite games. He agreed to play the game readily. They both played for half an hour until Konohamaru stopped playing and took Naruto to the training grounds. "Hey Nichan, can you show me some cool jutsu, please?" begged Konohamaru with his puppy eyes. "Damn, I can't show him any ninjutsu or else he'll never stop until I teach him what to do," thought Naruto, and then suddenly an idea hit him. "I'll show you my shurikenjutsu," said Naruto happily. He was the best at shurikenjutsu even though he didn't show it to everyone. There were 11 targets in the training area, all of these targets set in 11 different directions on 11 different trees. It would be easy to hit all of them. "Let's see if I can do that at the same time," thought Naruto jovially. Konohamaru was carefully watching what Naruto was going to do. After the death of his father, his life had become lonely. He had no siblings, and even though he had his mother and Gigi, he still felt alone. But everything had changed after Naruto came in his life. He was the kind and gentle older brother that Konohamaru always wanted. Naruto was the best in whatever he did, and no matter what happened he was always there for Konohamaru. Naruto was Konohamaru's ideal and he wanted to surpass him. Naruto took out 11 shuriken from his pouch and looked at his targets briefly. He then leapt high in the air and released all the 11 shuriken at the same time. The projectiles rushed towards their targets with great speed, and what happened next shocked Konohamaru. All of the 11 targets were hit in the center by the shuriken, and at the same time, even the one that was behind Naruto was hit perfectly. "How did he do it?" thought Konohamaru, amazed by the display. "I hope that's good enough," said Naruto sheepishly. "Good enough. You freaking nailed every target, even the one in the back," yelled Konohamaru. "Hehe. Sorry about that," said Naruto with a small chuckle. Sometimes he just behaved a little clumsily. "Nichan, can you please teach me this shuriken jutsu?" asked Konohamaru pleadingly. "It'll have to wait, I have important training tomorrow. I must prepare," said Naruto sadly. He had joined the route and from tomorrow his training was going to begin. Also, Konohamaru was a bit too young to learn shurikenjutsu. "You're such a big fat liar," said Konohamaru with a cute pout on his face. "I started training at his age too, but I still want him to have a childhood and not just spend it in training," thought Naruto. Sorry about that, Konohamaru. We'll do it some other time, okay? Asked Naruto with a small sheepish smile. How can I even become Hokage if I cannot even surpass you? I'm stupid and I'm not even a good ninja and yelled Konohamaru. Tick. Naruto poked Konohamaru's forehead. You can become Hokage, said Naruto firmly. Konohamaru's eyes snapped and he looked at Naruto curiously. I believe in you, said Naruto with a warm smile. Konohamaru couldn't believe what he just heard. His Gigi had told him playfully that he could become Hokage, but no one had ever truly said to him that they truly believed that he would become the Hokage except Naruto. You believe in me? Asked a shocked Konohamaru. I wouldn't be a good big brother if I cannot even believe in my precious Otuto, nay. Asked Naruto with a smile. You would become a great Hokage, thought Naruto warmly. Konohamaru hugged Naruto tightly. He had finally found someone who truly believed in his dreams. He was accepted by his big brother and there was nothing else in life that could have pleased Konohamaru more. Well, it's getting late. We should go. We wouldn't want Ka-chan to become angry, do we? Asked Naruto playfully. No, Nichan. She is quite scary when she is angry, said Konohamaru with a little fear. Naruto chuckled a little and ruffled Konohamaru's hair, earning a pout from the boy. He then picked up Konohamaru and placed him on his back and started walking towards the home to eat some snacks and spend time with Amiko. Nichan, that was so much fun. Will you play with me again sometime? Asked Konohamaru hopefully. Sure, but I'm going to become a genin soon and you'll start attending the Ninja Academy next year, so we aren't going to have much free time for ourselves anymore, said Naruto calmly. That's okay as long as you can still spend time with me once in a while, and you just wait, Nichan, I'll surpass you very soon, said Konohamaru confidently. You are my brother Konohamaru. I'll always be there for you even if it is just as an obstacle for you to overcome, said Naruto deeply. Konohamaru started to have few tears in his eyes. He did not know Naruto loved him so much. Even if you do hate me, I'll always protect you. That's what big brothers are for, said Naruto happily. I love you, Nichan, said Konohamaru with tears in his eyes and hugged Naruto closely. I love you too, said Naruto with a true smile and started walking towards the house. Neither he nor Konohamaru had noticed that their conversation had been watched by 3 individuals. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen and Kurenai were stunned by how much Naruto loved Konohamaru. Both of them had a few tears in their eyes on seeing the emotional scene between the 2 brothers. I'm glad I met someone like him, Hokage-sama. He is such a good person. I just wish the villagers could see that in him too, said Kurenai and wiped her tears. His love is far greater than I thought. He is truly the hero of the Hidden Leaf, said Hiruzen proudly. He was so touched by seeing what those 2 boys were for each other. Itachi-kun, he is so much like you. I just wish he doesn't have to follow the dark path that you were forced to follow, thought Hiruzen sadly, but he had no idea that everything had changed. Naka River. Naruto was sitting at the bank of the Naka River. It was known as the River of Southern Joy and was located in the territory of the now deceased Uchiha clan. Naruto used to come here often. This was a place where he would try to understand the things in his life and tried to understand himself. Even though he was never officially part of the Uchiha clan, but his father was an Uchiha and so he was too a part of it, and so by coming here he thought that he could somewhat be in the lands of his forefathers and enjoy the company. Naruto was still thinking about what Danzo said to him. He was still sad, but after spending some time with Amiko and Konohamaru, his sadness had decreased quite a bit and now he was just thinking what to do. Who can tell me the truth? I cannot ask Gigi or Kakashi Nissan, they'll suspect me and my cover would be blown. Who can tell me the truth? Thought Naruto in confusion. Only Kakashi and Hiruzen seemed to know of his parents, and then suddenly Naruto remembered who his father was, and if it was true then there was one person who could tell him the truth. Kyuubi, thought Naruto. He then started meditating in order to enter his mind and talk with the Kyuubi and find out the truth. After a few moments he found himself in the sewer and Kyuubi was looking at him curiously and with a little respect. What do you want? Asked Kyubi calmly. This surprised Naruto. The last time they had talked, Kyubi he did not want anything to do with him, and now he was talking with him so easily and was also not insulting him. I assume you have seen what has happened today? Asked Naruto. So? Asked Kyubi seriously. I want to know the truth. Said Naruto seriously. Why should I tell you anything? Asked Kyubi curiously. I have seen your love for your people, brat. Although it is just a nuisance, I am a kitsune and such loyal to my people too, and I respect you for that. Thought Kyubi. Because you are my friend. Said Naruto simply. Friend? Asked Kyubi and then started roaring with laughter. Naruto did not show any emotion and waited for Kurama to stop laughing. What if I told you that I was the one who killed your parents? Asked Kyubi sternly, all humor gone from his voice. What? Asked a shocked Naruto. Everything that one-eyed freak told you is true. You are the son of that bastard and Kushina. Said Kyubi angrily. I see. Said Naruto. Now what will you say? Would you still want to be my friend even after knowing I killed your parents? They both died sacrificing their lives for you. Said Kyubi seriously. This can't be true. They just used me to seal you in me. Said Naruto a little angrily. That is true, but when I tried to kill you to stop the sealing, they got in their way, saying that they shall protect you. Said Kyubi honestly. Why are you telling me this? Asked Naruto with tears in his eyes. Knowing that his parents loved him and gave their lives to protect him melted his heart. He still resented them for making him a Jinchuriki, but he did not hate them. You are a very interesting person, and besides, what do I get by lying to you? Your hatred is weak and I'm stuck in you, might as well tell you the truth. Now answer me, would you still like to be friends knowing that I am responsible for your pain and I don't regret any of it at all? Asked the Kyubi seriously. My answer is still the same. Said Naruto stoically. Are you an idiot? Do you even know what the hell are you saying? Yelled the Kyubi angrily. Don't get the wrong idea. I still don't like that you killed my parents, but in a way I am also responsible for this. Said Naruto calmly. How? Asked the Kyubi with genuine interest in his voice. Humanity has used the tailed beasts for decades for their own power and benefit. We took away your freedom. We were the ones who made you our slaves. No living being should have his freedom taken away. As a result, you hate humanity for using you, and your hatred towards us increased, and whenever you get the chance you try to take your revenge. I can understand your pain because like you I was also used as a tool. Said Naruto sadly. Kyubi was left speechless after hearing that. In his entire existence humans had been terrified of him, hated him, used him, feared him, but never had any human except the Rakuto Sannin asked to be their friend and understood their pain. Kyubi then looked at Naruto intently. The boy was a descendant of the Rakuto Sannin and possessed his eyes and exceptional body. He loved even those who shunned him just like the sage, and he was the one who forgave him and wanted to be his friend. There will come a person who will guide you and show you the meaning of true power. Kyubi still clearly remembered the words of Rakuto Sannin, and after considering everything made a decision that he had not made for any other human. Kurama. Said the beast. What? Asked Naruto curiously. My name is Kurama. Said the Kyubi with little annoyance in his voice. Uchiha Naruto. Said Naruto calmly. Uchiha. Asked the Kyubi a little angrily. He still despised that name. The world knows me as Hitaki Naruto or Uzumaki Naruto, but what I am truly is an Uchiha. I accept what I am and I hope you understand as my friend. Said Naruto with a small smile. I despise that name. Hissed Kyubi. Why do you hate the Uchiha so much? Asked Naruto curiously. I don't want to answer that, and besides you have got some company. Said Kurama trying to avoid further talk. Very well. I accept you as my friend Kurama and I forgive you. Said Naruto and disappeared from the sewer. I accept you as my friend to Uchiha Naruto. Perhaps you are the one San talked about. Thought Kurama with a smirk. Naka River. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Sasuke sitting beside him at the banks of the Naka River. He seemed to be sitting there quietly without showing any emotion on his face. It seems you are awake. Said Sasuke and turned to face Naruto. Why are you here, Sasuke? Asked Naruto curiously. I regularly visit this place. It is a part of the Uchiha territory after all, but what are you doing here? Asked Sasuke skeptically. I visit this place too. It is peaceful and I like to sit by beside the river, said Naruto honestly. Both the boys seemed to become quiet for a while, enjoying the peace. The only sound that was made was that of the river. It was already night time and the moon was shining brightly and the reflection of the boys' faces was visible in the river. How are you so strong, Naruto? Asked Sasuke curiously. Naruto was taken aback by this sudden question. He decided to just not answer it, but then he remembered what Kakashi had told him and Sasuke's pain. Besides, he is still my brother. Might as well give him a chance, thought Naruto. I fight to protect the people I care about. What do you fight for, Sasuke? Asked Naruto seriously. I want to avenge my clan and kill Itachi, that is what I fight for, said Sasuke a little angrily. You are wrong, Sasuke, said Naruto flatly. What? Asked Sasuke angrily. True strength does not come from hatred but by protecting someone precious to you. Tell me what is precious to you? Asked Naruto curiously. There is no one precious to me. My parents, my clan, everyone is dead and only I am left, said Sasuke sadly. You are wrong. You can still have friends if you want to be friends with people, said Naruto calmly. I don't want to be anyone's friend. I'm an avenger. I will avenge my clan and kill my brother, said Sasuke with determination. You are wrong again, Sasuke. Hatred will only cause you more pain, said Naruto sadly. Don't you dare say that. You don't know anything about me. You don't know what it's like to lose your parents, yelled Sasuke. You are right. I never knew my parents and I cannot understand your pain, but I know what you are going through as I have been there. I was also an orphan before Kakashi adopted me and I can understand your loneliness and pain better than anyone in Konoha, said Naruto sincerely. How can you say that? Asked Sasuke curiously. He too wanted to know on what grounds Naruto was claiming that he understood him. I hope by doing this I am making the right choice, thought Naruto, and made a major decision. Because you and I are brothers, said Naruto and looked at Sasuke with his 3-tomo sharingan. Chapter 7. Falcon. 3 years later. A lone figure waited in the shadows. It was something he was very proficient at. After all, shinobi were meant to be swift and stealthy. In front of him was a palace surrounded by an army of samurai. Now samurai were not as strong as shinobi but were still one of the most finest swordsmen and intelligent people in the world. One mistake and it was all over for him. His red eyes carefully observed the movements of the patrols. The guards' movements were sloppy and were easy to decipher, and as a result he had got past several such patrols and had now entered the daimyo's palace. The daimyo's palace was very huge. It had a great number of chambers and various passages leading to different directions. For any other person it was like a maze, but not for this person. He was an Anbu, one of the best and most skilled shinobi of his village. His Anbu gear and the sword strapped on his back were proof of that. He was Falcon, one of the bravest and quickest Anbu of his village. He had performed some dangerous missions for the sake of his village and this one was not an exception. His mission was to assassinate the daimyo of Bird Country and make it look like his own guards had killed him. He did not know why he had to assassinate his target. Like every other assassination mission, he was just given the target and not the reason for the assassination. But now was not the time to think about such things. He had a mission to complete. He quickly performed a specific set of hand signs in order to proceed without being detected. Maisegakur no Jutsu, hiding with camouflage technique. This jutsu was one of his finest jutsu in his arsenal. Only those with a dojutsu or sensing ability would be able to spot him. He quickly faded in the shadows and started moving across the corridors at a very steady pace. Even though this jutsu made him almost undetectable, but he had to be careful. He had memorized all the passages of the palace and every possible routes for entry and exit from the palace. He was about to turn left in order to proceed towards the daimyo's private chamber but stopped when he saw 2 samurai looking in his direction firmly. A little sweat started to form on his forehead. He was by no means weak, but he could not take on an army of samurai all alone. Even if he could escape, his mission would be a failure. He carefully placed his hand on his sword's hilt ready to finish of the pair of samurai. But luckily one of the samurai joked that they must have been imagining things and went of their own way. He sighed in relief and proceeded towards his target but had to hide immediately behind a pillar when a patrol passed beside him. This mission was getting difficult with every passing moment, he had to finish it within a specific timeline. After a few minutes he reached his destination, the daimyo's private chamber. It was surrounded by 10 heavily armed samurai who were constantly monitoring each and every activity. The door to the chambers was locked and apparently only one of the samurai would have the key to the chambers. His red eyes glanced over the samurai in gray armor with a red metallic mask covering his face and a sword strapped on his waist. He seemed to have a heavy armor on his chest and legs and had gauntlets covering his arms. The Anbu assumed that he was the leader of this samurai unit and as such had access to the room, so he had to keep him alive for the time being while eliminate the rest of the samurai. He knew attacking the samurai head-on would only cause more commotion in the palace and as such had a fine plan in his mind. He performed another set of hand signs quickly in order to cast his jutsu on his targets. Kokuongyo no Jutsu, bringer of darkness technique. Immediately the samurai were surrounded in a world of darkness, none of them could see a thing. Their eyesight were completely blocked and nothing was visible in the darkness. The Anbu quickly leapt at his targets in order to finish them. He appeared behind a samurai and took out the samurai's sword and in one swift motion beheaded him with his lifeless body falling to the ground with a thud. The remaining samurai quickly became alert but still couldn't see a thing. One by one slashes of a sword could be heard followed by the sound of bodies dropping to the ground. The Anbu cut through the samurai, hitting them in the neck and instantly killing them, and before anyone could counterattack all of the samurai were dead except for their leader. The leader looked around in the darkness, he knew his men were dead and he was going to join them soon. No matter what he tried, the world around him was dark, it was as if he had gone blind in an instant. "Your abilities are indeed impressive, assassin," said the leader in a monotone voice without any emotion in it. He was surprised when the darkness around him disappeared and he was staring into blood-red eyes with 3 tomo surrounding it. The Anbu quickly cast his genjutsu on the samurai leader and disappeared in the shadows in order to let the samurai finish the work. The doors to the chamber opened and the samurai went towards the daimyo's bed where he appeared to be sleeping. The daimyo was a thin bald man with wrinkles on his face. The samurai quickly took out his sword and in a swift motion struck the daimyo in his chest. The man's eyes widened before it closed permanently. The Anbu quickly appeared behind the samurai and in a quick motion beheaded him with his lifeless body falling beside the daimyo. He then quickly placed the body of another dead samurai beside the other 2 dead bodies, making it appear that one of them had been trying to save the daimyo. He quickly searched through the dead samurai leader's pocket and found a letter. He read the letter and found out that it was for his daughter. It pained the Anbu's heart knowing that he was the one who had made the child an orphan by killing her father. The man was someone's father, someone's husband, and yet he had killed him for the sake of his village. Putting those thoughts aside, he quickly took out a piece of paper and wrote a suicide note in the samurai's leader handwriting claiming responsibility for assassinating the daimyo. The handwriting in the fake suicide note was the same as it was in the letter which the samurai had written for his daughter. Putting both the letters in the samurai leader's pocket, he turned around to leave the palace. "Forgive me." These were the Anbu's last words for the samurai before he disappeared from the chamber with a single tear dropping from his blood-red eyes. A lone figure was standing in front of the famous memorial stone of Konoha. He was wearing his Anbu gear and had his sword strapped on his back. The only distinguishing feature he had was his spiky blonde hair and his falcon Anbu mask. He knelt down in front of the memorial stone and placed a hand on the stone. He visited this place every day. This place reminded him of the people he had lost and what they fought and died for. This person was none other than Naruto Uchiha. It had been 3 long years in his life. 3 years of suffering and loneliness. He knew that he had to make sacrifices when he had joined Root, but he didn't know that the sacrifices would change him so drastically. Root was a very dangerous organization and the things they had done were inhuman. Naruto had tried very hard to gather evidences against Danzo and his Root and had found out some very interesting facts. First of all, Danzo was secretly recruiting few children to join the organization. Naruto tried to befriend these kids but they had their memories blocked. They couldn't remember where they were from, and no matter how hard they tried, their memories were sealed. As a result, Naruto had to use his sharingan to enter into the children's minds, and the things he found were horrifying. Danzo used to secretly pay some orphanages all over the Fire Country and used to take these children and turn them into his drones. Sometimes he even destroyed families of some children just to get them en route. These children were then trained for years and their emotions were completely removed. They were just drones who followed Danzo blindly, and there was no way they could get a normal life back. Naruto had made a friend en route who understood that Danzo was a threat and was supporting him. Naruto had casted his Yami no Sakai Jutsu on Torun, one of Danzo's bodyguards. He was really a hard nut to crack, but after days of torturing in Naruto's genjutsu, he cracked. Naruto's eyes were badly hurt after controlling Torun for some time, but the information he got was worth it. Danzo used to get financial support for his route from some wealthy traders in Konoha in exchange for helping them in their illegal cross-border activities. He had great contacts with the previous civilian council before Hiruzen removed them. However, Danzo was not a fool and had regularly tried to read Naruto's mind with the help of Fuyamanaka, one of his most trusted bodyguards. But with the help of Kurama, Naruto was able to seal away some of his memories regarding information of Root and was able to continue his work as a spy. If not for the Nine-Tails Fox, he would have been easily caught. Naruto and Kurama had become quite good partners over these years. Kurama still despised his Sharingan, but they got along well. But the most terrifying things that Naruto had found out were that Orochimaru had once been part of the Root and Danzo had supported his activities in the past, and they both had worked together on a project known as Project X. No matter how hard Naruto tried, there was no further information related to this project, and it worried him a lot. But the most horrible thing he had found out was the Uchiha massacre. When he was gathering evidence against Danzo, he had got faint hints that the elders were involved and had supported Danzo many times. Deciding to find out more, he infiltrated the prison. Flashback. A figure could be seen sitting in the dark corners of the Konoha's prison. This prison held prisoners who had committed murders, rapes, capital offenses, and treason. The person in the cell was none other than Kaharu Udantane. Life had been quite difficult for Kaharu since the last few years. Ever since her teammate Hiruzen banished the civilian council, she and her other teammate Homura Mitokado had been imprisoned for opposing the Hokage and trying to usurp more power for the council. Kaharu couldn't understand why Hiruzen imprisoned her. She only wanted to protect the best interests of the village. Hiruzen was far too kind and lacked the strength to take harsh decisions. That is why she and Homura always supported Danzo. Sigh, what is the point in thinking about it? Looks like my last days will be in this prison, thought Kaharu tiredly. She had given up on all hope of getting out of this prison. Even her own family had dishonored her. Kaharu Udantane, said a cold voice. Kaharu looked up and found two cold blue eyes looking at her. She could not see the face of the person, but judging from his shadow, he must at least be 5 feet 5 inches tall and definitely was a shinobi. Who are you? Asked Kaharu cautiously. That is an irrelevant question. You will answer my questions, said the person in a cold tone. Huh, do you think that you can just barge in and order me? Asked Kaharu angrily. My way is more efficient and you might like it. Mangekyo Sharingan, said the person, and immediately a 3-tomo Sharingan activated in the person's eyes and changed into a shuriken which had 3 ends drawing towards the sides. Kaharu was shocked to the core and was already sweating bullets. She couldn't believe that an Uchiha had survived the massacre and was standing in front of her, and he even possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. The only Uchiha in the village was Sasuke, and this person was not Sasuke. Impossible. This can't be happening, said Kaharu fearfully. Tsukuyomi. Kaharu found herself dragged into the genjutsu. She was a formidable ninja and knew from her past experiences that the Mangekyo Sharingan could cast formidable genjutsu and was even capable of controlling Biju. She herself was a genjutsu specialist and so knew that from this point she was in grave danger. The prison staff had already sealed her chakra and there was no way she could get out of the genjutsu easily. She looked around and found herself bound to a pole with chains all over her body. The entire world around her was black and she could see nothing in that darkness. I want you to tell me everything you know about Danzo Shimura. If you tell me what I want, it will be less painful, said the person in an emotionless tone. Kaharu was shocked to hear that this person was after Danzo, and if he was an Uchiha then he must know about the Uchiha massacre and the culprits behind it. I am not going to tell you anything about Danzo or the Uchiha massacre, shouted Kaharu with determination in her voice. She didn't realize how stupid her mistake was. Uchiha massacre? Asked the person curiously. Immediately the world around Kaharu changed again and now it was all red in color. She was still strapped to the pole and found herself in a sewer. Suddenly a flock of crows came in front of her and to Kaharu's utmost horror the crows materialized into a person. This person was 5 feet 5 inch tall. He was wearing an Anbu uniform and had a sword strapped on his back. He was wearing combat boots and fingerless gloves in his hands. His face was hidden by his falcon Anbu mask. What do you know of the Uchiha massacre? Asked the Anbu angrily. Itachi. Asked Kaharu with fear in her voice but immediately dismissed that thought as this could not be Itachi. Answer my questions, said the person and stabbed Kaharu in the chest with his sword. Ah! Screamed Kaharu as she was stabbed in her chest. The pain was so real. Don't panic. This is only a genjutsu, said Kaharu to herself. Telling yourself this is a genjutsu won't work. This is my world and I control everything here. The next 120 hours will be nothing but this, said the Anbu and started stabbing Kaharu with his sword multiple times. Kaharu started screaming at the top of her lungs as her entire body was getting slashed by the Anbu's sword. She tried everything to break out of the genjutsu but nothing seemed to work. This torture continued for several times until Kaharu slipped into unconsciousness. After a few moments Kaharu meekly opened her eyes and found herself in the same position as before but this time there were hundreds of copies of the same Anbu with swords in their hands ready to pierce her. Kaharu pissed right there as she could not believe what she was seeing. No, please don't do this. Please have mercy, screamed Kaharu with tears falling from her eyes. Only 119 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds more to go, said the Anbu sadistically. Kaharu couldn't believe what she was hearing. All this time, all the torture she had faced was only a second in this genjutsu. Before she could think any further all of the Anbu started stabbing her body with their swords. Stop it! Stop it! Yelled Kaharu at the top of her lungs. Her old body couldn't take this torture anymore. Tell me everything you know about Danzo and the Uchiha massacre or else suffer, said the Anbu coldly. I will tell. You everything I know but please stop it, begged Kaharu with tears falling freely from her eyes. Very well, what does Danzo have to do with the Uchiha massacre? Asked the Anbu curiously. He was the one who convinced Itachi to eliminate the Uchiha clan, said Kaharu tiredly. The Anbu's eyes widened on hearing that. Everyone told that Itachi had lost his mind due to his Anbu career and had killed his clan. Why did Danzo want to eliminate the Uchiha? Asked the Anbu dangerously and pointed a sword at Kaharu's throat. After the Kyuubi attack we suspected that the Uchiha clan were behind it. Because the Mangekyo Sharingan has the ability to control the Biju, so we placed them under the strict surveillance of the Anbu Black Ops and shifted them to the outskirts of the village. And after some time our fears came true. You Uchiha started planning a coup to take over the village, spat Kaharu venomously. A coup? Asked the Anbu in shock. Don't lie to me, you know about this. The Uchiha were traitors and were a threat to the village, yelled Kaharu angrily. This shocked the Anbu to the core and also made him angry at the same time. Did you find any proof that the Uchiha had controlled the Biju? Asked the Anbu angrily. It was a possibility, we had to look after the best interests of the village, said Kaharu coldly. You blamed the Uchiha clan without having any proof of their involvement, said the Anbu angrily and stabbed Kaharu in her right eye. Ah! Screamed Kaharu in pain as her right eye was destroyed by the sword. What did you do next? Asked the Anbu and stabbed Kaharu again. Ah! We made Itachi our spy and kept an eye on the Uchiha's activities. But things became worse and they started planning a coup to take over the village, said Kaharu. And you made Itachi kill his clan? Asked the Anbu sadly with a few tears dropping from his eyes. He could not imagine what pain the man must have gone through. Hiruzen and we the elders ordered Itachi to eliminate the Uchiha. If the coup had happened it would have led to civil war in the village and would have destroyed our nation. You Uchihas were selfish and only looked after your own interest. You do not know the importance of the village. Hiruzen wanted to negotiate with the Uchiha and wanted a peaceful solution, but he was naive. You Uchihas could never see reason, so we forced Hiruzen to eliminate your clan. You were a threat to the village, accused Kaharu. How could Itachi do this? Asked the Anbu sadly. Itachi was different. He understood the importance of the village and the peace in the shinobi world. He decided to protect the village by eliminating his clan, but it seems that he failed as he has let another Uchiha live besides his brother. He was always too soft and kind, said Kaharu with a frown. You eliminated my clan and made my brother a murderer without having any proof. What else do you know about Danzo? Asked the Anbu and started stabbing Kaharu angrily with his sword. Danzo had a base somewhere in the village where he did all his activities to protect the village. Only Orochimaru and few of Danzo's men know of this. That's all I know, said Kaharu. She was exhausted by the torture and could not take it anymore. Is that all? Asked the Anbu and leaked a lot of ki which made Koaru gulp in fear. I, muttered Koaru meekly. Suddenly, to Kaharu's utmost horror, the nine-tails fox appeared behind the Anbu and looked at her menacingly. Kaharu cowered in fear. Even in this world the fox was still menacing and was ready to kill her. What is this? I told you everything I know, let me go, begged Kaharu fearfully. For your crimes against my clan and my brother I will not let you live, said the Anbu coldly. No, yelled Kaharu. The fox then jumped towards Kaharu and stared, tearing her flesh piece by piece. Kaharu's painful screams echoed in the entire area. The Anbu deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan and looked at Kaharu's dead body. Her eyes were wide open and her body lay still in her prison cell. She couldn't handle the torture anymore and had a heart attack that took her life instantly. The Anbu stepped towards her body and closed her eyes. Do you think that it was the right thing to do, Kurama? Asked the Anbu. I don't know about that, but it sure was a lot of fun. Damn, it's been ages since I have enjoyed like this. You are a true Kitsune Naruto, said Kurama proudly and laughed. It's just a lot to take in. My clan was wrongly accused, and even though I know what they did was for the village, I cannot forgive Danzo and the elders for making Jiji and Itachi do this, said Naruto sadly. The Uchiha clan were his family, and no matter what happens, Naruto was not a person who would abandon his family. Whatever, Naruto, I don't give a damn about the Uchiha. You should not overuse your Mangekyo Sharingan. You know it is dangerous, don't you? Said Kurama. I know, said Naruto and wiped out the blood that was coming out of his eyes. Itachi, I will look after Sasuke and I will make sure that you get your justice, my brother, thought Naruto with determination. Flashback end. Some people may wonder how an academy student was able to do such things, but Naruto was not an ordinary person. Danzo had trained him in espionage, recon and tactical warfare and assassination in order to act as his spy against Sarutobi. The Root Anbu were quite skilled and had trained Naruto in Kenjutsu, Ninjutsu and Genjutsu. Danzo had even personally taught him Fuinjutsu. Naruto was quite skilled in Fuinjutsu and Danzo had saw that. He taught him all he knew about Fuinjutsu. For an old man, Danzo was quite skilled as he had helped Naruto in mastering his wind and water affinities. Danzo taught Naruto about calligraphy and all the basics of Fuinjutsu. Naruto learned that it was easy for him to learn Fuinjutsu, it was as if he had natural talent in it. Danzo taught him a sealing jutsu too. Naruto was not an expert in Fuinjutsu, but he certainly wasn't an amateur either. After all this hard training, Naruto was at the level of an Anbu captain. Danzo had even once said that he was on par with Itachi Uchiha. After learning about the truth of the Uchiha massacre and Itachi's sacrifice, Naruto's respect for his brother increased and he swore he would protect Sasuke. He still remembered the day he told Sasuke his truth. Flashback. Because you and I are brothers, said Naruto and looked at Sasuke with his 3-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke's eyes widened on seeing Naruto's Sharingan. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This can't be happening. It is impossible. This must be a Genjutsu, thought Sasuke. Kai! Yelled Sasuke and expelled a large amount of chakra. After a few moments he opened his eyes and to his utmost shock Naruto was still sitting there with an amused smile on his face. You really think that I'm an illusion? Asked Naruto in an amused tone. Bullshit. Itachi killed my entire clan except me. You cannot be an Uchiha, yelled Sasuke in angry tone. Sigh, while it is true that Itachi did slaughter our clan, he did not know about me being an Uchiha, so I was spared, said Naruto softly. He knew it must be very hard for Sasuke to accept this, even it was hard for him to accept that he was the son of the Yondaime Hokage. Who were your parents? I have never seen you inside my clan compound, asked Sasuke curiously after a few moments. What kind of idiotic question is that? You do remember I was an orphan, right? How the hell I am supposed to know my parents? Accused Naruto in mock anger. Oh. Sorry about that, said Sasuke a little sheepishly. Naruto's eyes widened on seeing Sasuke apologize. He never expected the emo of the academy to apologize. Sasuke saw Naruto's disbelieving look and got curious. Is there something on my face? Asked Sasuke. Nope, said Naruto and started laughing loudly. What the hell? What is so funny, Dobi? Yelled Sasuke. Nothing, it's just funny to see you, the emo broody king, to apologize, said Naruto and continued laughing. Muttered Sasuke, but also had a rare true smile on his face, one which he never had since the last few years. San, Ka-san, I finally have someone who can understand me and maybe help, and maybe we can earn back the glory of our clan, thought Sasuke with determination. When did you awaken your sharingan? Asked Sasuke curiously. I was 6 at the time, I was training with Kakashi and it just awakened, lied Naruto. Even though Sasuke was family, he still had to be cautious with anything related to Danzo. Just like Itachi, thought Sasuke in amazement, and also frowned a little as he had not awakened his sharingan and an Uchiha was incomplete without his sharingan. I tried to be friendly with you, but you just wanted to be left alone, so I decided to let you be until you get some sense in that thick skull of yours, said Naruto with a smile. Shut up, yelled Sasuke, and both the boys stared at each other, but after a few moments started laughing loudly. Sasuke was truly feeling happy after all these years. Everyone in the village pitied him, the elders sympathized with him, girls became his fangirl, boys started envying him for his looks and skill. In a way, people only saw him as the last Uchiha, poor boy, Sasuke-kun, and all other titles. None of them could understand him, but Naruto was different than anyone in the village. He had been observing Naruto since the beginning of the academy. Naruto reminded Sasuke a lot of Itachi. He was kind and gentle and always encouraged others to do better. He did not care about names, clans, or ranks. He was just a natural person who understood people. Sasuke had seen many people look at Naruto with hatred, and he couldn't understand what made them hate Naruto so much, but Naruto never gave up and always strived to become better. He liked Naruto but also envied him. He was an enigma to Sasuke, and also at that time he was too traumatized to socialize with other people. Hey Sasuke, can I ask you something? Asked Naruto quietly. Shoot, said Sasuke. Why do you want to kill Itachi so badly? Asked Naruto sadly. He too could understand Sasuke's reasons for killing Itachi, but revenge always led to a person's downfall. Sasuke closed his eyes and decided what to speak. He hadn't told anyone his reasons, but Naruto was his only family left, so he would like to have some type of friendship with Naruto. I loved Itachi more than anything. He was my idol. I always tried to surpass him. He was the prodigy of our clan. People looked up to him, even my father only paid attention to Itachi. Mother tried to be the peacemaker in the family. But Itachi was different. He was always there for me. He always aspired me to be better and tried to encourage father to pay attention to me too. You remind me a lot of Itachi. It is as if I was just looking at him, said Sasuke sadly. I am like Itachi? Asked Naruto curiously. Yes, Itachi was a kind and gentle person just like you before he, said Sasuke, but stopped as he remembered that night. He clenched his hands but was surprised when Naruto put a hand on his shoulder. I understand your pain, Sasuke, but what did Itachi tell you when you confronted him? Asked Naruto cautiously. He knew he was in dangerous territory, but if Itachi was like him, then there must have been reasons for him to slaughter his clan. He told me he killed our clan because he wanted to test the limits of his own ability. He even showed me how he slaughtered everyone over and over again, said Sasuke with tears in his eyes. He could not hold his emotions, which he had held for so many years. Naruto embraced Sasuke in a warm hug and let him cry on his shoulders. Sasuke cried for a few minutes but calmed down and gave Naruto a thankful nod with a warm smile. From what you have told me, Sasuke, I don't believe Itachi slaughtered our clan just to test his ability, said Naruto cautiously. What do you mean? Asked Sasuke curiously. He was already an Anbu Black Ops captain at the age of 13. That means he was one of the best shinobi of our village, only the Hokage and few others were stronger than him, so that reason he gave you is not true. Also, if he showed you that he killed our clan, you must remember that genjutsu can be easily made and manipulate people. If he did kill our clan, why did he spare you? Asked Naruto curiously. He told me he wanted me to get the Mangekyo Sharingan and come to kill him to avenge our clan, said Sasuke angrily. Mangekyo Sharingan, thought Naruto but decided to find out later. Do you really believe that lie? If I was Itachi, why would I want to measure by strength against a kid when I single-handedly killed one of the best clans in the entire shinobi world? It doesn't make any sense. Also, if he was really the kind and gentle older brother, then he loved you more than anything, said Naruto, shocking Sasuke. What? It's all lies, yelled Sasuke, being unable to accept the truth. Sasuke then remembered all the good times he and Itachi had. What Itachi did for him. One part of his mind was just begging him to understand that what Naruto was saying was true, while another part of his mind was unable to accept this. Look, Sasuke, all I'm saying is that we will confront Itachi and ask him the truth. Until then, don't try to waste your life on revenge. You do remember we have to rebuild our clan, right? Asked Naruto happily. Yeah, I guess you are right, but I still want to talk with Itachi, and if I find that what he did was for his own ability, I will kill him, said Sasuke with determination. Fair enough, I'll even help you with that, said Naruto casually. What? Asked a shocked Sasuke. Well, we are from the same clan, so we are brothers, right? We fight together, we die together, said Naruto with a warm smile. Cheeky bastard, muttered Sasuke with a grin. No matter what happens, Sasuke, I've got your back from now on, said Naruto and held out his fist to Sasuke. Thank you, my brother, said Sasuke with a true smile and punched his fist with Naruto. I can still kick your ass, you know, said Naruto cheekily with a huge grin on his face. Cyclops. Emo. Cyclops. Emo. They both argued for a few minutes but eventually settled down and talked about different things. Naruto finally understood what Kakashi said. Sasuke needed a person who could understand him, and it could only be an Uchiha. Hey Naruto, if you talk about this to anyone, said Sasuke dangerously. Does Emo have a reputation to keep? Joked Naruto. HN, said Sasuke. Alright, but that's gonna cost you, said Naruto with a huge grin on his face. Sasuke paled on seeing that. He knew Naruto was quite mischievous. What do you want? Asked Sasuke tiredly. Ramen. Flashback end. Naruto and Sasuke had become best friends during these years. If one could say they were like brothers. Sasuke was still a little broody, but he eventually opened up and mixed with the rest of his classmates, and this proved to be a huge benefit for Ino and Sakura, who always pestered Sasuke for dates. Naruto enjoyed a lot on seeing Sasuke's annoyed expressions when the fangirls troubled him. Eventually Sasuke started to train with Naruto and Kakashi and was able to activate his Sharingan with 2 tomos in each eye. Naruto still remembered how Sasuke bragged the day he awakened his Sharingan. Sasuke was quite a skilled shinobi and was proficient with fire-style ninjutsu and shuriken jutsu. Kakashi had trained them very well over these 3 years. However, Naruto's life was not all that smooth. He had started to get distant from his friends in order to investigate more about Danzo and his activities. He felt a lot more lonely, but he knew he had to do this for the sake of his village. Naruto thought that he had covered his tracks well, but what he did not know that Hiruzen and Kakashi had noticed the change in his behavior. Hiruzen had started to get suspicious about him, and Naruto could still remember when he was confronted by Hiruzen. Flashback. Naruto was standing in the library of the Sarutobi compound. The library had a large variety of books that Hiruzen liked to read. There was a small armchair in the middle of the room for a person to read peacefully. Hiruzen was sitting on the armchair, but instead of reading a book, he was staring at Naruto. The library had some privacy seals which Naruto had noticed, so it meant that Hiruzen must want to talk about something important. So what's up, Gigi? Why'd you call me here? Asked Naruto cheerfully, trying to avoid further suspicion. Naruto, you've been acting strange lately, said Hiruzen flatly and narrowed his gaze at him. Nothing strange about me. I just have my own work to do, said Naruto impassively. If that is true, where are you nowadays? You skip the academy, sometimes you even send your clones in your place. You are not meeting up with your friends any longer. The only ones you see are Kakashi, Sasuke, Anko and Kurenai. It's been months since you even visited Konohamaru. What are you up to? Asked Hiruzen sternly and leaked a little key. I figured you'd find out sooner or later, said Naruto with a smirk. What do you mean? Asked Hiruzen warily. You are a good man, Gigi, but you trust people very easily, sighed Naruto. What? Asked Hiruzen curiously, but he felt something that the answer he might get won't be pretty. There is a coup being planned in order to overthrow you, said Naruto confidently. What? Yelled Hiruzen angrily. That's the truth, said Naruto impassively. What are you up to, boy? What do you know? Ordered Hiruzen, losing all the kindness he had. He loved Naruto, but the village was more important than one person, and if Naruto was a threat, then he would have to deal with him, no matter how much pain it may cause him. I am a Root Anbu captain, said Naruto, shocking Hiruzen to the core. What do you mean? Asked Hiruzen, already knowing some of the answer. I have joined Danzo, who is planning to overthrow you to take over the village, said Naruto sadly. Hiruzen's eyes widened on hearing this, and he immediately gazed at Naruto sternly. He forgot that this boy was like his grandson, but now he was a possible threat to the village. How do you even know Danzo? I had disbanded Root, said Hiruzen confidently. Each of us lives dependent and bound by our individual knowledge and our awareness. All that is what we call reality. What you believe might just be an illusion. Root is operating right under your nose with Danzo acting as its leader, stated Naruto without averting his eyes from Hiruzen. How did you get involved in all of this? Asked Hiruzen tiredly. It's better if I show you, said Naruto and activated his sharingan. He then showed Hiruzen everything, how he came in contact with Danzo, what Danzo revealed to him, and how he had decided to watch Danzo to protect the village and his entire time en route. Naturally, Hiruzen was first shocked that all of this had happened right under his nose. What kind of Hokage was he? Naruto was right, he was getting soft. He was also horrified at seeing what Naruto had to endure and felt guilty as he suspected Naruto so easily. The boy only wanted to protect the village as a true shinobi. Gigi, was all that true? What Danzo said? Asked Naruto hesitantly. Yes, said Hiruzen solemnly. Very well, said Naruto stoically. Do you hate me, Naruto? Asked Hiruzen sadly. No, I do not hate you or anyone else. My life is too short for hatred or revenge. I do regret that you took away my Oba-chan, but for all you've done for me, I can forgive you and can at least try to understand your position, said Naruto with a short smile. Thank you, Naruto. I know I have failed you, but I only wanted to look after you. Jiraiya too wanted to look after you, said Hiruzen, but stopped when he saw Naruto's cold look. Save it. I know Jiraiya must have been busy and I do not hate him, but he failed as a godfather. I did not want to be doted by him, but if he could even have visited me once in my life, I would have been happy knowing that I have a godfather. But that's all in the past. Now what do you want me to do? Asked Naruto. What is there to do? Get away from Root. I will deal with them, ordered Hiruzen. I'm afraid that is not possible. If you try to act hastily, it will lead to civil war in the village. I know you have the numbers, but Root Anbu are far quite skilled than our regular shinobi. We need to find out every information about Danzo and his forces. We need to know his strategy. If you want to destroy a nation, then you need to first destroy its leadership. This will lead to chaos and the morale will be low and the enemy can win easily. If Danzo wants to take over the village, then he must first eliminate you and the Junin commander and higher ups, then he could easily take over the leadership of the village. Also, we do not know the location of Danzo's forces, so we are temporarily blind, explained Naruto briefly. Hiruzen was stunned by the explanation and thinking that Naruto had showed. He did not look like a 14-year-old but looked like a veteran shinobi and strategist. Amazing. How can you think like this? Asked Hiruzen proudly. Danzo has trained me in recon, espionage, assassination and tactical warfare, said Naruto, shocking Hiruzen again. How strong are you? Asked Hiruzen curiously. I'm at the level of Itachi Uchiha. That's what Danzo had said Naruto frankly. Impossible, said Hiruzen in shock. Whether you believe me or not, it's your choice. I will have to continue to act as a spy, said Naruto. No, we'll figure something out. Naruto, it's too dangerous, you can even get killed. I promised your parents and Tsunade that I will look after you. I simply cannot send you to your death, persuaded Hiruzen. That is a possibility. But my life is not important. What is important is the village and the village alone, said Naruto with determination. Hiruzen's eyes widened on hearing this. He could see a reflection of Tobirama Senju and Itachi Uchiha in Naruto. It made Hiruzen proud and sad too. Proud for Naruto to be a true shinobi of the village and sad that he did not value his life. Naruto, I cannot sacrifice you, said Hiruzen sadly. Self-sacrifice is the duty of a true shinobi, Gigi. I will provide you with all the information I can find about Danzo. I'm the only one who can do this, said Naruto. Naruto, I, said Hiruzen with a few tears in his eyes. Naruto dropped to his knees and bowed his head in front of Hiruzen. Gigi, you and I both know that what can happen if this coup is executed. If I'm right, I will be the assassin who will kill you, said Naruto sadly. I know you are the closest operative who can get to me, and Danzo knows that. If this coup happens and even if we defeat Danzo, our village will become economically unstable, customers will not trust us if there are such problems in our village. More such factions could be formed, and it may lead to the Fourth Great Ninja War and countless innocent lives would be lost, said Hiruzen sadly. That is why I am asking you to let me eliminate the entire Root Anbu Black Ops, begged Naruto. No, absolutely not. I will not let you do this, yelled Hiruzen angrily. Believe me, Gigi, if there was any other way I would have done it. Even if you kill Danzo, his operatives would continue his legacy and will pose a major threat to the village. I have some friends who have been reduced to nothing but drones who are just designed to kill and follow Danzo. If I kill them, then no one would suspect that there was a coup in the village. I am a Jinchuriki. The people of this village don't like me, Gigi. The people will easily accept me as a traitor, said Naruto sadly. Do you even know what you are saying? You will be forever remembered as a traitor and a murderer. You will be a missing nin and will always be hunted. Your life will be worse than death. What about us? Kakashi, Anko, Sasuke, Konohamaru, your friends, and most importantly Kurenai. I know that you love her, said Hiruzen. You know? Asked a shocked Naruto. I know you better, Naruto. You have loved her since long, ever since you became her student, you two have gotten close. Even Kurenai likes you a lot more than any man in this entire village. Do you really not care about her? Pleaded Hiruzen. I love her more than anything. But I must do this. Please, Gigi, I beg you to never let anyone know the truth about me and my feelings for Kurenai. It will only cause more pain. For the sake of the village and the children of this village, you must let me do this, said Naruto with tears dropping from his eyes. Hiruzen knelt down and hugged Naruto tightly. His old heart couldn't bear this. He had already seen such a thing in the past, and for Naruto to go through all of this was unbearable. But Hiruzen knew what Naruto said was true. This was the reality of the shinobi world. Forgive me, Naruto, said Hiruzen sadly. There is nothing you should be sorry about. I have chosen this path and I will follow it to the end. I am the son of the fourth Hokage, and as such it is my duty to protect my village. This is my will of fire, said Naruto, and got up and started walking towards the door. Minato and Kushina would be so proud of you. You truly are a hero, Naruto, said Hiruzen regretfully. He hated himself for being a Hokage right now. To sacrifice one of the closest person in your life was the burden which every Kage had to bear for the village. I just wish that one day we can create a peaceful world, said Naruto sadly. Naruto, did you really had to go through all that? Said Hiruzen, remembering a memory Naruto had shown him. Yes, said Naruto and showed Hiruzen his Mangekyo Sharingan. Take care, Gigi. I'm going to visit Konohamaru, said Naruto and left the room. Why did it have to end like this? Thought Hiruzen regretfully. Naruto was walking towards the training arena of the Sarutobi compound. He knew what choice he had made and the consequences that would follow. You sure about this, Naruto? Asked Kurama cautiously. He didn't care what Naruto did to the villagers, but he did care about Naruto even if it was a little bit. Naruto was the only one who didn't label him as a mindless Biju but as a companion. I am Kurama. I am the only one who can do this. I cannot let this coup happen. It will destroy the village, said Naruto firmly. Why do you even care about this damn village at all? After what they did to you, why do you want to protect them? Asked Kurama a little angrily. He was quite displeased by Naruto's foolishness. Then what was I supposed to do? Destroy the village for my revenge? Asked Naruto with a snort. Well, it would be fun, said Kurama with a chuckle. If I take my revenge and destroy the village, then it would only bring more pain and misery. I grew up without my parents, but that does not give me the right to destroy the peace my parents and my brother gave their lives for, said Naruto sadly as he remembered a certain gray-haired boy. TCH, you are still naive, but I still got your back. Well, it would be a lot more fun when you do what you have to do, said Kurama with a dark chuckle. Naruto sighed on hearing this. He knew that he could not change some things of Kurama, but regardless he was thankful to the beast for sticking by his side and being his friend. Naruto Nichan, yelled Konohamaru, bringing Naruto out of his thoughts. He looked up and saw Konohamaru in the training field along with Asuma, Sarutobi and Ebisu. He gave a respectful nod towards Asuma as well as Ebisu, even though the latter scowled in return. What are you up to, Konohamaru? Asked Naruto and ruffled Konohamaru's hair. The little boy muttered something about annoying older brothers. Everyone laughed on hearing this, even Ebisu chuckled a little. I am training with Asuma Ojisan and Ebisu sensei, said Konohamaru curtly. Well, if they allow, I can teach you something too, said Naruto with a smile. Konohamaru had a big smile on his face and turned towards Asuma, who just shrugged and lit up his cigarette. However, Ebisu had other plans. I am sorry, that is not possible, boy. I am sure I can teach honorable grandson all he needs to become Hokage. I am Junin, an elite ninja, and as such I am better than you, said Ebisu curtly, but if one could observe carefully he was a little annoyed. Not this again, thought Asuma tiredly. He knew Naruto from the beginning. He couldn't understand how could Ebisu be so naive and still hold grudges against the innocent boy. Well then, why don't you have a fight with me to show me that you are worthy of being the honorable grandson's trainer? If you need help, why don't you and Asuma team up together against me? Retorted Naruto with a smirk. That won't be necessary. I think I can fight you perfectly, said Ebisu calmly. Asuma, Ebisu, fight with him, said a new commanding voice. Both the men turned around and saw Hiruzen standing behind them with Amiko with him. Asuma couldn't understand why Hiruzen was saying this. Naruto cannot fight a Junin, can he? This is an order. Konohamaru, step aside now, said Hiruzen in a commanding voice. But, said Amiko worriedly, but was cut off when Hiruzen firmly raised his hand and silenced her. Everyone could feel the pressure of the third Hokage of Konoha. Guess he wants to test me, thought Naruto. Asuma, Ebisu, go all out on him. Don't hold back, he is not what he looks like, said Hiruzen. Hi, both the men replied in unison. Asuma's voice had a little doubt while Ebisu had a confident tone in it. All the combatants stepped up in the training ground while Hiruzen, Amiko and Konohamaru stood on the far side of the training ground. Hiruzen was keenly observing Naruto. From what memories Naruto had shown him, he had seen so many dangerous missions and opponents that Naruto had defeated in his covert operations and the gruesome training he had undergone. He was sure that if what he had seen was true, then Asuma and Ebisu were no challenge at all for Naruto. Amiko was quite worried for her surrogate son. She knew Naruto was quite powerful for a person his age, but Asuma was also one of the guardian shinobi 12 of the legendary Fire Temple and was a worthy opponent. On the other hand, Ebisu was also quite skilled. She just wished that Naruto did not get hurt. Konohamaru was very excited about this battle. Naruto was his idol, and only if he could defeat Naruto then he could become Hokage. He wanted to know how strong his big brother was. Asuma was quite curious when he saw Naruto standing calmly in front of him and staring at him. It was as if he had no fear in him, or he was arrogant. Asuma dismissed the latter. He knew Naruto was a kind and gentle boy. Ebisu was anxiously waiting to start the fight. This was the moment where he would teach the Kyuubi brat a lesson. Let's do this Kurama, but no sharingan. Everything else is a go. I'll have to prove it to Gigi that I am indeed a worthy root Anbu captain, said Naruto in his mind. Whatever Naruto, just kick their ass and give me some fun, said Kurama with a chuckle. Got it. Asuma and Ebisu nodded with each other and immediately launched a Daisen Kunai and Shuriken at Naruto at tremendous speeds. Naruto just stood there calmly. These attacks were quite fast, but he was so used to his Sharingan that such attacks were below normal for him. He himself launched a dozen of his Shuriken towards Asuma and Ebisu. Both the shurikens collided with each other with precision and dropped to the ground with a lot of sound. Asuma and Ebisu both went through a couple of hand signs simultaneously with great speed. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu. A large fireball the size of a boulder was released by both the Junin and was rushing towards Naruto at tremendous speed. Naruto had already recognized the hand signs and had finished performing his own jutsu. Sweden. Sujinheki, Water Release. Water Encampment Wall. Naruto unleashed a large amount of water from his mouth which surrounded him on all sides and protected him from the fireball. Both the jutsu clashed with each other and the entire area was covered in steam. When the steam reduced, Naruto could see Asuma and Ebisu's amazed faces. He could understand this as he had created water without any water source nearby. His water affinity is strong, thought Asuma with a smirk. Impressive, thought Ebisu with awe. With the spectators. "2-san that was," said Amiko in shock. "Awesome," yelled Konohamaru happily. He was really proud of his big brother now, who was fighting head-on with two Junin. "You haven't seen half of what he can do," replied Hiruzen calmly. He knew Naruto was just toying with the Junin. With Naruto. "My turn," said Naruto with a smirk and finished his last hand sign and jumped high in the air. Futon. Shinkaha, Wind Release. Vacuum Wave. Naruto took a deep breath and sent several wind bullets towards Asuma and Ebisu with tremendous speed. Wind-style attacks were one of the fastest attacks after lightning and Naruto knew that. He had seen Asuma and Ebisu use fire style which was weak against wind and so he decided to use his wind attacks. Both the Junin's eyes widened when they saw several wind bullets headed towards them. Asuma was a wind style user so he knew these attacks better and was just able to perform a substitution at the last moment. However, Ebisu was not so lucky. He was hit head-on by the attack and was sent flying in the air with numerous lethal cuts on his body. "Ah!" screamed Ebisu in pain. But he was more surprised when he saw Naruto standing a few feet behind him and had already finished the ram hand sign. "Shit!" cursed Ebisu. Kaden Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Ebisu's eyes widened when he saw several small fireballs hitting his body and started burning him. Before he could do anything, he saw Naruto looking at him coldly. "Katsu!" yelled Naruto. All the fireballs on Ebisu's body exploded in a second and burned various parts of Ebisu's body badly and sent him crashing in a tree with a loud thud. Naruto unleashed a hail of shuriken hitting Ebisu all over his body and pinned him to the tree. However, Ebisu had already fallen unconscious. "One down, one more to go," said Naruto calmly. With the spectators. "What just happened?" asked a stunned Konohamaru. His sensei was just beaten so quickly that he couldn't understand. How did he beat Ebisu? 2-san. One moment he was there and the next he was behind Ebisu, asked Amiko in confusion. Naruto formed a shadow clone to attack Ebisu from behind, explained Hiruzen. "But I didn't even see any hand signs," said Amiko. She was a medical ninja and as such knew many things about shinobi. "That's the trick, he formed a shadow clone without any hand signs," said Hiruzen calmly to the stunned mother and son. He is from the Namikaze as well as the Uchiha clan. Both the clans were famous for their speed in jutsu and Naruto is an excellent shinobi. I can see why Naruto was recruited by Danzo, thought Hiruzen analytically. With Naruto. Asuma was shocked on seeing what had happened. The fight had only just began and Ebisu was already down. Not only that, his opponent was able to use jutsu of 3 different chakra nature and his speed was unparalleled. What more tricks has he got up his sleeve? Thought Asuma cautiously. Naruto jumped high in the air and threw a shuriken towards Asuma. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The one shuriken now multiplied into hundreds of shuriken which were going to kill Asuma very quickly. I must act quickly, thought Asuma and gathered a large amount of chakra. Futon. Daitapa, wind release. Great breakthrough. Asuma released a large amount of wind which collided with the shuriken barrage strongly. The jutsu's power was so destructive that many of the shuriken were now heading towards Naruto, who was descending towards the ground. Not bad, thought Naruto, and substituted himself with a nearby log. Asuma attacked Naruto and attempted to send a right hook to Naruto's face. Seeing Asuma's movement, Naruto quickly blocked the attack with his left hand and quickly made a leg sweep at Asuma's legs. Asuma had put a lot of power in that hook and Naruto could feel a slight bruised hand of his own. But before Asuma could defend, he was already on the ground as he lost his balance. Naruto backflipped a few meters away from Asuma in order to avoid the kick that Asuma had aimed at his chest. If I try to fight him head-on with brute force, I will suffer some serious damage. As expected, the Sarutobi clan members have great physical strength. Then I should use. Yes, thought Naruto. You are indeed a worthy opponent, Asuma-san, said Naruto with a smile and gave a thumbs up to Asuma. You are also quite skilled, complimented Asuma and proceeded with a couple of hand signs. Kaden. Hisekisho, fire release. Ash pile burning. Asuma released a lot of gunpowder from his mouth which surrounded Naruto on all sides and flicked his cigarette in the smoke, making a large explosion. With the spectators, Naruto Nichan, yelled Konohamaru in fear as he saw Naruto get caught in the explosion. It's not over yet, said Hiruzen. What do you mean to-san? Asked Amiko a little worriedly for her surrogate son. Just wait and see, said Hiruzen calmly. With Naruto. Maybe I went a little overboard, thought Asuma hesitantly. He quickly ran up to Naruto's body and was shocked to see the body disperse into a flock of crows. Suddenly someone stabbed a kunai in Asuma's throat. Asuma looked back and saw Naruto standing there with a neutral expression on his face. Asuma tried to hold back the blood that was coming out of his neck but failed miserably. He dropped to the ground. It's over. Yield now, said Naruto and pointed a kunai at Asuma's chest. Asuma was just barely able to nod, but to his surprise suddenly the Naruto around him disappeared in another flock of crows. Asuma looked around and saw that he was piled up to a tree with many shuriken all over his body, preventing him from moving. He saw Naruto standing in front of him with a kunai pointing towards Asuma's throat. Asuma looked down and to his surprise his slitted throat was now perfectly well and had no injury on it. Shit. Genjutsu, thought Asuma angrily on not being able to detect the genjutsu. They both head clapping and turned around and saw Hiruzen looking towards them with a smile. Amiko was already healing Ebisu, who had just woken up, and Konohamaru was looking at Naruto as if he was a god. Nichan is so powerful, thought Konohamaru in awe. You were splendid, Naruto. You were able to emerge victorious against two highly skilled Junin of our village, congratulated Hiruzen with a warm smile, but on the inside he was also feeling a lot sad as Naruto was now the perfect candidate for the top secret mission. I just tried. Asuma-san and Ebisu-san were also quite formidable, said Naruto happily. Don't joke, kid, you played with us. How did you casted a genjutsu on me? I didn't see any hand signs, said Asuma with a small frown and started removing all the shuriken from his body, and Naruto also helped him out. Remember the thumbs up I gave you, suggested Naruto. Asuma's eyes widened on hearing this. Now everything made sense to him. The moment you saw that you were in my genjutsu, explained Naruto. He is indeed Kurenai's student, thought Hiruzen proudly. What about the fire jutsu? Asked Asuma curiously. Jutsu is a balance between physical energy and spiritual energy which is executed by performing hand signs. When you increase the amount of chakra in a jutsu which is more than required, it becomes unstable. In my jutsu I increased the amount of fire chakra, as a result the fireballs exploded as the amount of chakra was not in right proportion. If I had put any more chakra then Ebisu-san would have died, explained Naruto. Everyone was quite impressed with Naruto's jutsu and how he was so skilled with it. Naruto noticed some blood leaking from Asuma's shoulders and decided to heal him. Let me heal you up, said Naruto and started his medical ninjutsu on Asuma's wounds. Everyone was quite shocked on seeing Naruto perform the medical ninjutsu. It was a very tough shinobi skill and only a few were able to master it. This proved that Naruto had great chakra control required for a medic nin. You know medical ninjutsu? Asked Emiko in surprise. I just read about it in the library, and learned it on my own, said Naruto with a smile. Only Hiruzen gave Naruto a knowing look, saying he knew where Naruto had learned medical ninjutsu. Nichin, you have to teach me all these jutsu, please, pleaded Konohamaru with his puppy dog eyes. Sorry about that, Konohamaru, you have a better teacher than myself. He can teach you better than me, said Naruto and poked Konohamaru on his forehead. Ebisu's eyes widened on hearing this. He couldn't believe that the Jinchuriki was saying this. He expected the boy to boast about his victory, but it was quite the opposite. But you are the best, Naruto Nichin, argued Konohamaru. Being the best isn't always meant to be. When you have power, you become arrogant and start to lose sight of yourself, even if you were a good person. Right now I am skilled only because of Kakashi Nisan, Kurenai-chan and Anko-chan. If they hadn't trained me, I would not be at this stage. Ebisu-san is a good teacher, said Naruto with a smile. But I lost to you, said Ebisu quietly. He was ashamed after seeing what Naruto was truly like, and he was so wrong about him and considered him only a nuisance. Ebisu-san, there are no shortcuts for becoming Hokage. Do you know why Konohamaru wants to become Hokage? Asked Naruto calmly. Because Hokage is the strongest shinobi in the village, said Ebisu curtly. You are wrong. He wants to become Hokage so that he could be recognized. The people of this village only see him as the honorable grandson of Sandaime-sama. Even you only see him as that. If you can see him as Konohamaru Sarutobi, I am sure that you can make him a splendid shinobi and can be a better teacher than me for Konohamaru, said Naruto with a warm smile. I'm sorry for my rude behavior, Naruto-san, apologized Ebisu. It's all right, said Naruto and accepted the apology. Nichin, thank you for understanding me, said Konohamaru with a few tears in his eyes. That's what big brothers are for, right? Asked Naruto happily. Hi, said Konohamaru with a smile. All the others also smiled on seeing this. All the doubts which Ebisu had for Naruto vanished from his mind as he could now finally see Naruto as a shinobi of Konoha. I just wish your sacrifice will not be in vain, my son, thought Hiruzen sadly. Flashback end. It had been a few weeks since his revelation to Hiruzen. The Root Anbu's activities were getting a lot more intense. Naruto knew what he had to do for his mission. It would only be a matter of time before that faithful day would come. Until then, he would try to keep an eye on Danzo and get as much information he can for the village. Naruto knew the entire Root Anbu Black Ops would be together before the invasion at one place for the final strategy, and that was the moment where he will have to put aside all his personal feelings and strike. Naruto picked up his Anbu mask and looked at the memorial stone. He still couldn't forget his brother. Danzo had been giving him a lot of assassination missions in order to make him strong enough to kill Hiruzen. Naruto knew he was a major pawn in the entire scheme. Naruto had become a lot more distant with his classmates. Kakashi and Kurenai had asked him many times what he was up to. But Hiruzen had covered him and always gave some excuse to not make them suspicious of him. Kakashi and Anko had become a lot more close in the past 3 years, if one could say they were. Nah, that can't be possible, thought Naruto with fear. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Kakashi and Anko got together. Naruto had become quite close to Kurenai in the past 3 years. His training was now complete and Kurenai had declared him as her equal in Genjutsu. Kurenai was Naruto's life. He loved everything about her. She was everything he wanted in a life partner. She was. Oye brat, stop rambling in the past. We have to go, and if you are serious about this mission, forget about her, said Kurama solemnly. He knew how much Naruto loved Kurenai, but if he had decided to take this path, then this was the best choice. Right, said Naruto and placed his Falcon Anbu mask and disappeared into the shadows. He didn't even know what Kurenai truly felt for him. Name: Naruto Uchiha. Codename: Falcon. Rank: Root Anbu Captain. Abilities: Master of Wind and Water Elements. Fire and Lightning Elements are also highly powerful. Kenjutsu is at Anbu level. Ninjutsu: 5. Genjutsu: 5. Taijutsu: 3.5. Hand Signs: 5. Speed: 5. Stamina: 5. Strength: 3. Intelligence: 4. Missions: A rank: 8. B rank. 10. C rank. 25. S rank. 1. Chapter 8. Bonding. Enter Naruto lost sadness and sorrow. The night was dark, everything around was engulfed in the night's darkness while the rain poured heavily from the sky. It was as if the heavens were weeping. Two figures could be seen on a cliff, one of them was lying on the ground surrounded by blood, there was a large hole in his chest. The other figure was sitting on the ground, his entire body was shaking, his hands were trembling and were not able to hold the sword in his hand. The sword dropped down on the ground with a thud, drenched in blood which was slowly being washed by the rain droplets. These two figures were two people, both of them were dressed in their Anbu gear, one of them had spiky blonde hair and blue eyes. He had tears in his eyes and was holding the other person in his hands. The other person had silver hair and black eyes. He was coughing up blood but still there was a slight smile on his face. Why? Asked the blonde boy with tears in his eyes. Because you are my little brother, said the silver-haired boy and started coughing up blood. The blonde-haired boy brought his hands on the other boy's chest and was about to start to heal him when he was stopped by the other boy. What are you doing? Let me heal you, said the blonde boy frantically. It's no use, I am already sick, cough cough, even if I survive now, cough, I'll die, said the silver-haired boy and coughed up more blood. Let me get you to the medics, said the blonde-haired boy and picked up the silver-haired boy. No. What? Asked the blonde boy angrily. Only one of us will survive, said the silver-haired boy. Damn it, Shin, said the blonde boy and started rushing towards the medical center. Naruto, stop it now, yelled Shin and coughed up more blood. He then gathered all his strength and gave a punch to Naruto. Both the boys lost their balance and fell to the ground. Naruto saw Shin's wounds. He was not a great medic but he knew the injuries Shin had sustained were serious and there was nothing he could do now. Why did you do it? You are my big brother, I would have gladly died for you, said Naruto and more tears slipped from his eyes. You and I both know that only one of us can survive, I cannot cough, let you die. You are cough the only one who can stop Danzo, said Shin with a smile. I cannot do this without you, said Naruto sadly. You are too gentle and kind, Naruto, you must kill your emotions, said Shin angrily. Naruto's eyes widened in shock on hearing this. Shin was the one who guided him en route, became his friend, shared the dream of peace with him and now he was dying in his arms. Naruto couldn't bear this burden anymore. Promise me one thing, asked Shin groggily. His vision was starting to get blurry and his breathing was getting more rough. Anything, said Naruto hurriedly with tears in his eyes. Please take care of Sai, begged Shin. Hi, said Naruto sadly. You cough are the savior of this world. I just wish I could have seen the peace I desired, said Shin with a sad smile. Don't die on me, yelled Naruto fearfully. I leave the village to you. Protect it. I know. You can do it, said Shin and patted Naruto's head softly. Shin's eyes started to close and his hand slowly fell to the ground. The last thing he saw was a crying Naruto who was desperately begging him not to die on him. Forgive me, Naruto. Nissan. Shin's eyes closed never to open again, he had a peaceful smile on his face. Naruto's eyes were filled with more tears, his brother had died by his own hands, he was the one who killed his brother. He was not able to bear the grief, he couldn't breathe, his heartbeat increased and his vision started to get blurry and his three-tomo sharingan immediately changed into a shuriken with its three ends sticking to its sides. I am sorry, Shin. Naruto Hatake. Naruto suddenly woke and found himself sitting in the academy. He looked around and saw many of the students looking at him amusingly. He wondered what the hell he did now. Then suddenly it hit him like a ton of bricks. It was graduation day. FCK, thought Naruto when he saw Iruka and Mizuki looking at him a little angrily, and he sure understood the reason why. He was sleeping on the day of his final genin test. The Hokage had changed the laws for becoming a genin on the recommendation of the Junin commander Nara Shikaku, who happened to be Shikamaru's father. He insisted that instead of letting the students become a genin early, they should be trained properly. As a result, they had an additional extra year of training. The kunoichi were given training in genjutsu while the boys were trained extremely in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Their performance during the entire year was noted by the instructors, and on basis of that only selected and the best students were allowed to give the genin exams. As a result, the number of students for the exam had been reduced to more than half, as most of the civilian students were not able to qualify. For Naruto, this training was rather boring. In fact, he didn't even call this additional year training in comparison to root training, but he did appreciate this training for the other students. Naruto, care to explain why you were sleeping? Asked Mizuki angrily. Naruto was so busy in his thoughts that he did not hear Mizuki's question, and only when Sasuke and Sakura gave him a light punch he got out of his stupor. Huh, did you say something, Mizuki-sensei? Asked Naruto curiously. The entire class laughed loudly on hearing this, even Iruka chuckled a little while Mizuki was furious. How dare the Kyuubi brat make fun of him? He would show him his place. Just wait for your exam, Kyuubi, thought Mizuki darkly. You never changed, do you, Naruto? Asked Sakura with a smile. Sakura had indeed changed a lot during the years. No longer was she the annoying bitch of the class, she had matured a lot. She still had a crush on Sasuke, but she never berated anyone. She was also quite skilled in genjutsu. Sorry, but is it my turn now? Asked Naruto in a calm voice. Hi, said Sakura with a light chuckle. Naruto groaned on hearing that. The final test was quite different. The future genin had to spar with their Chunin sensei for 2 minutes, and if the sensei feels they were good enough, they would become genin. Naruto saw Mizuki's evil look and understood that he would go all out on him. He was not at all worried. Mizuki was a rat to him who he could defeat even with his eyes closed. He was not an Anbu captain for nothing. How did your tests go? Asked Naruto to all the rookies. I passed, boasted Kiba loudly and showed his headband. Troublesome, said Shikamaru, who had a headband too, while Choji offered a smile and also showed his headband. Shino just nodded and pointed the headband on his head. I and Sakura passed too, Naruto-kun, said Ino happily, but also had a light blush on her face. Me too, Naruto-kun, said Hinata with a blush. Naruto noticed the blushes on Ino and Hinata's faces. He knew what that meant but decided not to comment on it. Sasuke also saw that and snickered. Shut up, Tem, growled Naruto. Just go already, Dobi, or how are you going to beat me? I'm leading, you know, or do you accept that I'm the best? Jabbed Sasuke lightly. HN, muttered Naruto and went off to spar with Mizuki. I wonder if they are brothers, thought Sakura. 1 minute later, Naruto walked into the classroom. He had his headband wrapped around his left arm. Iruka-sensei, I think you should go and check on Mizuki-sensei, whispered Naruto in Iruka's ears. Iruka's eyes widened on hearing this. He knew Naruto was far more advanced than a genin. He had even suggested the Hokage in moving him up the ranks quickly, but his suggestion was denied. He quickly rushed towards the training dojo in order to check on Mizuki, his longtime friend. So did you beat him? Asked Sasuke with a smirk on his face. I think, shrugged Naruto. Mizuki was already unconscious. The match had ended in 5 seconds. Mizuki didn't even know what happened before a Cusick chop to his neck ended the match for him. Let's go party, yelled Choji cheerfully. Troublesome. No one wants to eat right now, Choji, said Shikamaru lazily. Everything's troublesome for you, lazy bum, said Ino and bopped Shikamaru on the head. It will be fun, man. Let's go and check some hot chicks. There are no hot girls in our class. I hope there will be some at Choji's restaurant, said Kiba stupidly and laughed. Suddenly the entire air was filled with ki. All the boys turned and saw the girls glaring at Kiba. What did I do? Asked Kiba in confusion. Idiot, muttered Shikamaru. Shino and Choji remained silent while Naruto and Sasuke knew what would be coming next and as a result had a smile on their faces. You don't think that we are hot? Asked Ino with righteous feminine fury in her voice. You'll pay for that mutt, Shanaru, yelled Sakura. That was not very nice, Kiba-kun, whispered Hinata in Kiba's ear in a very sweet voice. Kiba immediately shivered on hearing that. Even Akamaru had ran and sat beside Shino. Shit, cursed Kiba. But before he could flee, 3 angry females jumped on him and started beating him to a pulp. The others watched in amusement as Kiba was being beaten. If it was anything else they would have helped him, but no one messes with 3 angry kunoichi. Apparently Kiba had brought this on himself. Shikamaru thought it was too troublesome, while Choji and Shino didn't want to get involved. Sasuke was bored and Naruto, well, he was just watching it all with an amused expression on his face. I'll see you guys later, said Naruto and started walking towards the door. You're not coming? Asked Sakura dejectedly. Naruto was the one who had helped form a friendship between her and Sasuke. From that day they had become quite good friends, but she could never understand Naruto. He was a very mysterious person. It's always like this. When was the last time you ever spent time with us? Whined Ino and pouted. You should spend time with us, Naruto-kun, requested Hinata with a warm smile. Come on, man, it will be fun, said Kiba and Choji together. For once the mutt's right, Naruto, said Sasuke impassively. Kiba's eyebrows twitched a bit and he was ready to start a fight, but one glance from Ino and Sakura made it clear that it would be wise to stay down or it won't end well for him. Naruto's heart melted on seeing that. He could not see his friends like this, nor did he want to spend time alone. You must kill your emotions. He could still remember Shin's dying words in his head. Was this the right thing to do? Naruto, it will hurt more if you do this. You know it's for the best, advised Kurama sagely. Right, thought Naruto with renewed determination. Sorry guys, I have some work to do and I'm running behind schedule a bit, said Naruto apologetically. Don't give us that bullshit, Naruto. I swear you are just turning out like Kakashi, said Sasuke a little irritatingly. Naruto was acting a lot more strangely these days. In the past he did spend time with his friends, even if it was just a little, but nowadays they hardly saw him. It was as if. No, he'll not do something like Itachi, thought Sasuke. Sorry about that, some other time, okay, said Naruto with a short smile and went out of the room. Sasuke's eyes widened on hearing this. It was the same line that Itachi had used. He glanced at Shikamaru and Shino. Both the boys were quite comfortable with Sasuke. They had recognized the strange behavior of Naruto. All three of them were quite perceptive. As a result, they were able to understand the change in Naruto's behavior which the others failed to notice. The trio shared a look saying, something's wrong with him. It was nighttime in Konoha. Naruto had spent the rest of the day training. He knew he had to sharpen his skills. It would not be easy to take on the Root Division. Even if he had help and did possess the Mangekyo, he would have to be perfect because there will be no second chances. Naruto was walking down in the streets with his hands in his pockets. He was thinking of how he would be able to execute his mission. Kurama, do you really think I am strong enough to do this? Asked Naruto. I am sure of it. Your damned eyes are one of the strongest sharingan I have ever seen. Plus those 2 jutsu of yours makes you practically invincible, said Kurama with a little frown. He liked Naruto, but that did not mean he accepted his sharingan. He despised those eyes, but he knew there was nothing he could do. Those jutsu also reduces my eyesight every time I use it, retorted Naruto. Yes, that is the only drawback of the Mangekyo sharingan. Your eyes have already started showing signs of blindness, said Kurama flatly. I know, sometimes my vision gets a little blurry. Is there any way to stop it? Asked Naruto seriously. None that I know of. Maybe you should talk to the old geezer about it, advised Kurama. No, Gigi will already have enough problems to deal with in a few days. I'll figure something out, said Naruto flatly. That's your problem, said Kurama in an irritated voice. What? Asked Naruto. You do not trust anyone. You think you can do everything alone. You think it is your job to do everything by yourself. You do not even have faith in your friends, said Kurama angrily. Naruto's eyes widened on hearing this. He remembered what Kakashi had told him once. In the ninja world, those who break the rules and laws are regarded as scum, but those who abandon even one of their friends are worse than scum. Naruto closed his eyes as his mind was filled with thoughts of regrets. Am I doing the right thing? Do I really not have faith in my friends? Thought Naruto in confusion. I leave the village to you. Protect it. No. You. Can. Do. It. Naruto's eyes snapped up. He remembered what Shin had told him and what he had promised him, and one thing was certain: he never went back on his words and he never broke any of his promises. You're right, I'm worse than scum, but Shin entrusted the village to me and I will not let my personal feelings get in the way of his dreams, said Naruto fiercely. Do as you wish, said Kurama tiredly. He knew he could not change Naruto's mind. Sometimes he was just as stubborn as his mother. If he had made up his mind, he could not stop him. The only thing he could do was support him. Naruto was walking slowly on the street. His talk with Kurama made him realize something, but he could not back down now. He noticed someone sitting in the dango shop. This person was none other than Anko. Naruto just chuckled and decided to go on. He knew Anko would never get free from her addiction of dango. But then he noticed something which quite shocked him. Anko was staring at the 5 plates of dango on her table and hadn't even eaten a thing. This was indeed alarming. Anko never sat down and just stared at dango. Deciding to find out what was going on, he entered the shop and went towards Anko's table. Yo, what's up? Asked Naruto cheerfully. Anko suddenly got out of her stupor and she bopped Naruto on the head. OWWW, what was that for? Asked Naruto with mock anger. That was for disturbing me, said Anko a little angrily. I'm sorry, I'll go, said Naruto dejectedly. Wait, what is it? Asked Naruto calmly. He could clearly understand that Anko was disturbed. Sorry Naruto, I'm just disturbed a bit, please sit, said Anko kindly. What's troubling you? Asked Naruto and sat on the table. Do you think that I'm a bad person? Asked Anko sadly. No, you're not a bad person, said Naruto warmly. You are too kind. Everyone in the village hates me for being that bastard student. I tried to ignore them, but I just, said Anko with a few tears in her eyes. Naruto was the closest thing she had as a brother and who could understand her pain, and so she felt comfortable in sharing her feelings with him. Whatever the villagers or anyone else may say, Anko, I think you are a great person, and I'm not saying this because I'm kind but because I know the real Anko, said Naruto and patted Anko's hands. That's not true. Once I kill Orochimaru, everyone will accept me, said Anko a little loudly. You are just stuck up in the past, just like Kakashi Nisan, said Naruto flatly. You can never understand how I feel, said Anko angrily. I can never understand. I am hated more in this village. I can understand you, but what you are not seeing is that you can still have a better life with the person you love, said Naruto fiercely. What? Asked a shocked Anko. Cut the crap, Anko. I know you love Kakashi Nisan, said Naruto flatly. How do you? Asked an even more shocked Anko. Please, he always talks about you, but like you, he is still stuck up in the past and is not able to tell you that he loves you, said Naruto irritatingly. Really? Asked Anko with hope in her eyes. She never imagined she would find anyone who would love her. Yes, I'll talk with him, said Naruto with a smile. Thank you, said Anko with tears in her eyes. She then leaned over the table a bit and kissed Naruto on his forehead. No problem. This is the least I can do for you both, said Naruto with a light blush on his face. You know, I think Kurenai loves you, said Anko and winked at Naruto. Naruto spitted the water that he was drinking on his table in shock. Anko started laughing loudly on seeing this. The entire incident was quite hilarious for her. Oh man, that was priceless, said Anko cheerfully. HN, muttered Naruto, but also was quite happy. I'm serious, Naruto. She really loves you. She even said this to me, said Anko happily. That's not true, Anko, said Naruto seriously. It is true. You were the one who supported her through her bad phase in life. You even encouraged her to become a Junin. You always took care of her as a friend and not as a student. You were the kind of man she always wanted, explained Anko. This complicates things, thought Naruto with a frown. Do you love her? Asked Anko seriously. Kurenai was her best friend and she would never let anyone hurt her. Doesn't she care about what the villagers would say? I mean, she, said Naruto, trying to give an excuse but stopped when Anko put her hand on his mouth. What others say doesn't matter. Do you love her or not? Asked Anko seriously. I, said Naruto hesitantly. What could he say? How much he wanted to say he loved her to the damn world. How much his heart was paining to deny that he loved her. Understanding Naruto's dilemma, Anko put her hand on his hands. Just think about it. I'm not forcing you to choose. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, Ototo, said Anko with a wide smile. Thank you, Ne-chan, said Naruto with a true smile. Now let's see who can finish this dango first. The loser pays. Challenged Anko with a mad grin on her face. You're on. Naruto was going towards his house in order to get some sleep. Tomorrow he would be placed in a genin team and he had to reach there on time. Plus Danzo could summon him anytime, so he decided to get whatever rest he could. His talk with Anko had placed him in a lot of trouble. It would have been fine if he only loved Kurenai, but if what Anko said was true and if Kurenai truly loved him, then he was in deep shit. FCK, why can't life be simple, thought Naruto. He then suddenly noticed someone moving very quickly in the shadows. Getting curious, Naruto stepped aside and activated his sharingan. He saw this person was a shinobi as his chakra was visible. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt something was wrong, and deciding to act on his instincts, he decided to follow this person. After racing after the person for a few moments, Naruto could see this person was none other than Mizuki, and he was carrying a large scroll on his back. This was very suspicious. Naruto already had his doubts on Mizuki. He was the one who always tried to hamper his education at the academy, and to find him heading towards the exits of the village was very alarming. Mizuki then suddenly took a turn and started rushing towards the direction of the forest. This seemed to confuse Naruto. Why would he rush towards the west side of the forest? Asked Kurama curiously. Because it is the most hardest way to get out of Konoha. If a prisoner wants to escape without getting much attention, what would he do, Kurama? Asked Naruto sharply. Well, if I was in that place, I would choose the hardest way, as most humans would always consider the easiest way, said Kurama after thinking for some time. Yes, I think Mizuki is trying to desert the village. I may be wrong, but we need to find out, said Naruto thoughtfully, and Kurama just nodded. After reaching deeper into the forest, Mizuki stopped and hastily got down in the shade of a tree. He then brought the scroll on his back forward, and this time Naruto could clearly see what was written on that scroll. The Forbidden Scroll, said Naruto calmly. Now all the doubts he had vanished. Mizuki had indeed turned a traitor, as no one was allowed to even touch this scroll without the Hokage's permission. So what are you going to do? Asked Kurama nonchalantly. What I was trained to do. Mizuki was never before so much happy in his life. He had finally obtained the Forbidden Scroll. Now all he had to do was take it to Lord Orochimaru, and then he would give him the power he was promised. Finally I will get the power I desire and show this village and the Kyuubi brat my true power, thought Mizuki, and started laughing. However, his laughter was short-lived when he saw the Kyuubi brat appear before him and was looking at him impassively. Mizuki. Oh, looks who's here. The gods must be very happy with me. I can finally kill you after all these years, Kyuubi, said Mizuki with a dark chuckle. Is he nuts? Thought Naruto with a sweat drop. I think so, said Kurama and chuckled. Oh, don't give me that look. You know why the people in this village hate you? Asked Mizuki venomously. I don't care about that, said Naruto stoically. It's because you are the Kyuubi no Yoko, the demon that almost destroyed our village, as you, said Mizuki, and laughed madly. Naruto, I don't care what you do with the scroll, but I want this man dead, demanded Kurama angrily. Can't do that, Kurama, but I can make him suffer, but before that I need to find out why he stole this scroll, said Naruto. Whatever, said Kurama irritatingly. Are you done? Asked Naruto in a bored tone. What? Asked a shocked Mizuki. He thought that the boy would break down, but it seemed he was not affected at all. I already know what is sealed in me, but I am Naruto of Konoha, and nothing you say would ever change that. Now tell me, why did you steal the Forbidden Scroll? I don't think you are alone in this treachery, said Naruto flatly. I must give you credit. You are indeed smart, but also you are a fool. But don't worry, when I tell Lord Orochimaru that I killed you and give him the forbidden scroll, he will give me great power and I will show everyone how strong I am, said Mizuki madly. Orochimaru, huh? Sorry Kurama, I need to get him to the Hokage. He might contain important information on that snake, said Naruto. TCH, said Kurama and cut off the connection. Mizuki then suddenly charged towards Naruto with impressive speed and plunged a kunai right through Naruto's chest. This is the end for you, Kyuubi, said Mizuki victoriously. I don't think so, said a voice behind Mizuki. Mizuki turned around and saw Naruto holding a kunai at his neck. He then immediately turned and saw the Naruto which he had stabbed disappeared into crows. How did he? Thought Mizuki, but couldn't think further when the Naruto behind him blasted and he was electrified as he was in the radius of the blast. A Raiden Bunshin, were Mizuki's last thoughts before he collapsed on the ground and drifted into unconsciousness. The real Naruto came in the field and went towards Mizuki's unconscious body. Well, that was too easy, said Naruto tiredly. He thought Mizuki would have put up a fight, but his skills were rusty for a chunin. Naruto then immediately sealed Mizuki's body into a storage scroll and went to pick up the forbidden scroll. Naruto picked the forbidden scroll and Mizuki's body scroll and disappeared with his crow shunshin. Hiruzen was getting quite worried at the moment. The reason was he had just received reports that the forbidden scroll had been stolen. That scroll contained many of the secrets of the village, and if placed in the wrong hands, then it would be a disaster. As a result, he had sent out many Anbu squads in order to catch the culprit and retrieve the scroll. If word got out that such important thing was stolen, then there could be mass panic in the village. Hiruzen was brought out of his thoughts when he saw a flock of crows appear in his office. He knew who this person was, as a result made a hand sign for his Anbu guards to leave the room and activated the silencing seals. You know, your way is a little creepy, said Hiruzen lightly with a laugh. Regardless, I have retrieved the forbidden scroll and the person who stole it, reported Naruto. Who was it? How do you know it was stolen in the first place? Asked Hiruzen sternly. It was Mizuki. I caught him escaping from the village and with this scroll, so I assumed he was stealing it, as no one was allowed to even touch this scroll without your permission, said Naruto strictly. Good work. Do you know why he stole it? Asked Hiruzen. He said something about Orochimaru. I recommend him to be taken to the interrogation department and questioned properly. He might contain some valuable information, said Naruto firmly. Hiruzen's eyes widened on hearing this. Anything related to Orochimaru was a major threat to the village. His wayward student was always a pain in the ass. I'm getting too old for this shit, thought Hiruzen with a frown. He wanted to name the fifth Hokage as soon as possible, but Jiraiya had refused and was not in the village, and Tsunade had also left the village. And so he had to deal with all the problems at such old age. Naruto then laid the forbidden scroll and the scroll which contained Mizuki's body on Hiruzen's desk. What is Danzo up to? Asked Hiruzen suddenly. I have not received any further instructions or missions from HQ, headquarters, or Danzo. My last orders were to remain discreet and follow whatever orders you give in order to gain your trust. But if my instincts are right, it will happen soon, explained Naruto. Good job. I know it must be painful for you. Are you sure you can do this? Asked Hiruzen with deep concern in his voice. Hi Hokage-sama, said Naruto without any hesitation in his voice. Hiruzen sighed on hearing this. He knew what he was doing was the right thing to do as a Hokage, but it was still very painful for him to see Naruto suffer so much. You didn't peek in this scroll, did you? Asked Hiruzen authoritatively. It is none of my business to look into it, said Naruto flatly. Good, said Hiruzen proudly. You truly deserve to be an Anbu captain. You know what it means to be a true shinobi, thought Hiruzen. Gigi, I need your help with something, said Naruto with little hesitation in his voice. What is it? Asked Hiruzen curiously. Naruto then explained what he wanted to do. Hiruzen was quite surprised by Naruto's plan and was also proud of the boy whom he considered as his own grandson. You are indeed a nice person, Naruto, said Hiruzen kindly with a warm smile. It's the least I can do, said Naruto with a smile. Gigi, I think I should tell my team about my sharingan, said Naruto firmly. You think it's the right time? Asked Hiruzen cautiously. Yes, if I don't tell me teammates the truth, then it may lead to some blunder during a mission and may cause serious damage. In order to work efficiently as a team, teammates should trust each other and it won't be possible if I hide necessary information from them, explained Naruto. I leave it to your judgment. But word of advice, Naruto, tell it only if it is extremely necessary and if you trust your teammates, warned Hiruzen. Hi Hokage-sama, said Naruto. Next day. It was very early morning in Konoha. The sun had not rose up yet and the village was looking quite peaceful in this last part of the night. Naruto was sitting on the banks of the Naka River. He had a cigarette in his hands and was enjoying to sit beside the river. He didn't know why, but he found this place to be one of the most beautiful places in Konoha. He felt peaceful here. Looking at the cigarette, he didn't know why he had started smoking. Perhaps it was his way to deal with the horrors he had seen in the shinobi world. He was not sure about it. His thoughts drifted back to what Anko had told him. He couldn't describe how much happy he felt when Anko said Kurenai loved him. In that moment he felt that he had achieved everything in the world if he had Kurenai with him, but that happiness soon turned into despair when he realized that they could never be together, at least not in this life. He still remembered how much close they had gotten over these years. Flashback. Naruto was going towards the memorial stone. He always used to visit this stone in order to pay respects to his parents and Shin. Even though Shin's name was never listed on this memorial, but for Naruto he was a hero and would always be. It was close to midnight and Naruto knew there would be no one who would be present at the memorial stone at this hour. This was what he liked most about living with Kakashi. The man gave Naruto all the freedom he wanted. He could go anywhere he wanted. He had the freedom to come home whenever he wanted. Kakashi was really a carefree guy who just wanted Naruto to live his life in his own way and not according to Kakashi's own wishes. Naruto was surprised to see someone standing in front of the memorial stone. Who could be here at this hour? Thought Naruto curiously. He went a little closer and was surprised to see his best friend and mentor standing there. The person was none other than Kurenai. She was kneeling in front of the memorial stone and her soft hands traced towards a specific spot on the stone. A few tears came in her eyes. Naruto understood why she was here and decided to give her some time alone to gather her feelings. Now some people would call him heartless for not consoling Kurenai, but rather than making her feel more sorry, Naruto wanted her to vent out her feelings. So with that he just stepped in the shadows waiting for Kurenai to finish expressing her feelings. But it seemed fate had other plans for him. You can come out now, Naruto, said Kurenai in a soft voice. I guess I can never hide from you, Kurenai-chan, said Naruto warmly. What are you doing here? Asked Kurenai softly and wiped away the tears coming from her eyes. Me. Nah. A black cat crossed my path and I had to take a different route to go towards my house, joked Naruto in a cheerful tone. He was trying to not make Kurenai feel more sad. You were never good at making excuses, you know that, said Kurenai with a small smile on his face. Naruto saw Kurenai's smile. She just looked so much beautiful when she smiled and her appearance in the moonlight made her look more angelic. Naruto blushed a little on seeing Kurenai's beauty, but then he also saw her sad face. I came here to pay my respects towards my parents, said Naruto and stood beside Kurenai. You know who your parents are? Asked Kurenai curiously. She never knew Naruto knew about the identity of his parents. She always wondered if Naruto was somehow related to the fourth Hokage but was not sure about that. No, I don't know, but Gigi said he would tell me when the time was right. He said they were good people who gave their lives for this village, said Naruto sadly. He knew who his parents were. Danzo had told him everything, but it was not the right time to tell Kurenai about them. I'm sorry, said Kurenai sadly and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Please don't be. They knew what they had to do as a shinobi and they did their duty. We are shinobi and it is our duty to protect our village. I'm a little sad that they are not here, but more than that I'm proud to be their son. If not for them and these countless heroes on this stone, we would not be having such a peaceful life in this village, explained Naruto. Kurenai was amazed by the mature thinking that Naruto had showed. It also showed her how much she liked Naruto. I came here to pay respects to my parents too, said Kurenai in a sad voice. They must have been great people, said Naruto with a smile. Yeah, said Kurenai solemnly. What were their names? Asked Naruto gently. Kazuhiko Yuhi and Takane Yuhi, said Kurenai with a small smile. She was amazed by what Naruto did next. He traced the name of her parents on the stone and gave a deep bow in order to show them respect. Thank you for sacrificing your today in order to give us a better future. I also thank you for giving me the best friend I have, your beautiful daughter Kurenai, said Naruto with a wide smile. Kurenai's cheeks flushed red. She knew she was good looking, but no one had ever truly called her beautiful from their hearts. Many men had called her beautiful just to have fun with her, but Naruto was a different person. Do you really mean that? Asked Kurenai in a shaky voice. A few tears had already started to form in her eyes. Naruto looked at Kurenai. He could see the desire in her eyes. The feeling to be wanted, the feeling to be called one's best friend. He could see everything in her eyes. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me, Kurenai, said Naruto romantically. Naruto was surprised when he was engulfed in a bone-crushing hug by Kurenai. He could feel the warmth of her body. He could feel the silent tears that were falling on his shoulders. He just felt as if this was what he always wanted, a person whom he could love with all his heart. Someone who could understand him and just love him for what he was. Not as a Jinchuriki, not as the fourth son, only just as Naruto. He suddenly realized that he had found that person. Kurenai was everything he ever wanted. She was caring, brave, and most of all she understood him and was always there to support him. She indeed was also very patient. It was a very difficult task of teaching him genjutsu. There were times when he just wanted to quit and be done with it, but Kurenai never lost hope in him. She always encouraged him to be better. She never gave up on him and she didn't care what the villagers thought about both of them. Naruto felt a few tears rise up in his eyes. Kurenai had done so much for him and hadn't even asked for anything in return. His hands so slowly reached up and gently took Kurenai's waist in his hands and pressed her closer to him. Kurenai did not back away but hugged Naruto more tightly, pressing her breasts more closely to his chest. Naruto felt that he was finally complete, that his life finally had a purpose. Meanwhile, Kurenai was going through a series of emotions. She was feeling more happy with each passing moment. With Naruto she felt needed. He appreciated her, cared for her, was always kind to her, and even though she was one of the most beautiful women in Konoha, on whom every man would like to get their hands on, Naruto never tried to take advantage of her. For the entire village she was the Ice Queen, but with Naruto she could be herself without any hesitation. She could be Kurenai, and not a sensei, not a shinobi, just a simple girl. Naruto always supported her. He never gave her false consolations, nor did he just flatter her in order to flirt with her, and most of all he never judged her for her beauty or skill, but just as Kurenai. They both stayed like that for a very long time, enjoying each other's company and the feeling of love between both of them. After a few minutes Kurenai gently eased the hug a little so she could come face to face with Naruto. He was easily at her height and his well-toned body was also providing her the warmth in the cold night. She didn't know what took her over, but she gently lifted Naruto's mask from his neck and uncovered it up to his lips. She then gently wrapped her hands softly around his neck and crashed her lips against his. Naruto didn't know what happened. He was just looking at Kurenai's lovely ruby red eyes when he suddenly sensed someone's soft lips kissing him. He looked up in Kurenai's eyes and saw her eyes full of love and a little bit lust. He suddenly felt a warm feeling rush over his entire body, and acting on his instincts he quickly kissed Kurenai back lovingly. Kurenai was a little surprised by Naruto's sudden action but allowed him more access to her mouth with their tongues wildly fighting for dominance. The passionate kiss continued for a few minuets until Kurenai broke it. Naruto looked at her worriedly. He just realized what had happened. FCK, what have I done? Thought Naruto frantically. It sure was fun, commented Kurama with a chuckle. Shut up, Kurama, said an irritated Naruto. What did I do? Thought Kurama. Kurenai, I'm sorry, I didn't mean, said Naruto quickly, trying to stop an argument but was silenced when Kurenai placed a finger on his now exposed lips. I'm sorry, I'm the one who kissed you, said Kurenai softly but also had a large blush on her face. Do you? Asked Naruto quite hesitantly, dreading the answer he would get would either make him the happiest man alive or send him into a world of misery. Please give me some time, requested Kurenai gently. She looked at Naruto straight in his eyes to show him that she was serious and was not joking with him. Naruto didn't know what to say. His heart was breaking into million pieces. Danzo had already announced the invasion and the role he had to play in it. Naruto knew if that happened then his mission was to eliminate the entire Root Anbu Black Ops. If he went with that mission, he would never be able to have a life with Kurenai. He averted his gaze from her, unable to hide the tears that were forming up in his eyes. This was one of the worst pain he had felt after Shin's death. Kurenai saw Naruto's downcast look and thought that Naruto was heartbroken, and she immediately hugged him tightly and started rubbing his back. Naruto, I swear I don't want to hurt you. I just need some time to understand my feelings about us, said Kurenai warmly. I understand, said Naruto and hugged her back. He didn't know what to say to her. They both stayed like that for a few moments until Naruto broke the hug. He then placed his mask back on. You have a very handsome face, Naruto. Why don't you show it to me? Asked Kurenai playfully, trying to bring things back to normal. I promise I'll show you my face someday, but not right now, requested Naruto. Kurenai gave a small nod. She knew she had to be patient and let Naruto be comfortable. So how does it feel now that you've become a Junin? Asked Naruto curiously and pointed a finger at Kurenai's flak jacket. It is indeed quite hectic. The missions have increased but the payment also have increased. I just wish that I can fulfill my responsibilities properly, said Kurenai with a little doubt in her voice. Don't worry, I know you can do it. You are the best, said Naruto and gave an eye smile. Thank you. You were the one who encouraged me to become a Junin. You never lost faith in me. I don't know what I would have done without you, said Kurenai sadly. Naruto gently took her hands and rubbed them gently. He then lifted her chin so that she could look into his blue eyes. I could say the same for you. Thank you for everything, said Naruto with a wide smile. You're welcome. I think we should go. It's getting pretty late, suggested Kurenai. You're right, said Naruto and gave Kurenai one last hug, which she returned happily. Goodbye, Naruto, said Kurenai and disappeared in a shunshin. Goodbye, Kurenai, said Naruto with a single tear dropping from his eyes. He too then disappeared with a shunshin. Flashback end. A small smile came on Naruto's face as he remembered the incident between him and Kurenai. It had been a few days and he did not bother Kurenai because whatever answer she would give him would break his heart. If Kurenai did not love him, then his heart would break because he truly loved her, but at the same time he would also feel a little happy as Kurenai won't be much upset when he would execute his mission. She would be sad, but one day she could move on with her life and find someone with whom she could happily spend her life. As long as she was happy, Naruto would feel happy because her happiness was all that mattered to him. But if what Anko had told him was true and if she did love him, then it was a major problem. Naruto didn't want to think what would happen if Kurenai found out what he was about to do. He was suddenly interrupted from his thoughts when a figure came and sat beside him. Naruto didn't need to turn around to see who it was. It was none other than Sai, his friend and comrade en route. He was wearing his Anbu gear and had a tanto strapped on his back. His face was hidden by his bird Anbu mask, but his silky black hair was clearly visible and so were his black eyes. Sai was one of his close friends. They had trained together en route. They both had shared a deep bond with Shin. You know smoking is not good for your health, suggested Sai. I know, but it just helps me calm down, said Naruto carelessly. You are always too stubborn, Naruto, said Sai irritatingly. So what orders have you got? Asked Naruto, still looking in the river. Naruto, HQ has made almost all the preparations for the coup, said Sai firmly. What are my orders? Asked Naruto stoically. Danzo was quite pleased when you returned the Forbidden Scroll safely to Hiruzen-sama. He believes that not only you did a great service to Konoha but also gained a lot of trust of Sandaime-sama, explained Sai. I see, responded Naruto silently. He wants you to gain more trust of Sandaime-sama and do whatever he wants you to do. Also keep your skills in check as the entire invasion depends on you, informed Sai without any emotions. Naruto just gave a nod in response, not bothering to hear anything more. Do you still blame yourself for his death? Asked Sai softly. He knew how much of a brother Shin was to Naruto. In fact, Shin was more close to Naruto than him. Sai was never good at emotions, he was always trying to understand people. And as such, he couldn't understand what Naruto was feeling. Yes, his blood will always be on my hands, said Naruto regretfully. That is not true, Naruto. Shin Nisan gave his life willingly for you. He believed that you were the one who could stop Danzo and save our village, explained Sai. I know that, but it could never change the fact that he died by my sword. I killed my own elder brother, said Naruto sadly. I miss him too, said Sai sadly. Sai, you don't have to do this. You don't have to take part in this mission with me. I could talk with Gigi, you can have a life, requested Naruto. He had promised Shin that he would take care of Sai. He had accepted his fate, but he did not want the same thing to happen to Sai. Shin was like a brother to me too. Danzo is responsible for his death and I cannot forgive him. More than that, he will destroy the village and that is something I cannot allow. I know what you promised Shin, but I have a right to choose my own path, said Sai firmly. Do you blame me for his death? I can understand if you do, said Naruto regretfully. I can never blame you for what happened. You are like a brother to me, Naruto. I know you would have died gladly for Shin. You should not blame yourself for his death, explained Sai. Naruto didn't respond, he just remained silent. Sai just gave a tired sigh. He knew no matter what he said, Naruto wouldn't stop blaming himself for Shin's death. He just wished one day Naruto could stop blaming himself. Danzo also ordered you to keep your emotions in check. You seem to be getting a lot closer with the Genjutsu mistress, said Sai carefully. He knew Kurenai was a sensitive subject for Naruto and as such didn't want to hurt his feelings. I can take care of myself and my emotions, tell him I can handle it, said Naruto firmly and gave Sai a firm gaze. Understood, said Sai stoically. How many days are left before the coup? Asked Naruto seriously. 2 months, said Sai firmly. I see, said Naruto with no emotion in his voice. Naruto, have you made up your mind yet? Asked Sai seriously. Naruto just remained silent. He looked at the river, it appeared to be peaceful. He then suddenly picked up a large stone and threw it into the river. The water got distorted with the force which with the stone had hit. Waves of water rushed towards in different directions. To any other normal person it would seem that Naruto had just casually thrown a stone in the river, but not for Sai. He clearly understood Naruto's message. If the coup happens, then the village would suffer the same result as the river. No matter what happens, Naruto, I've got your back. I won't abandon you and I will fight beside you till the end, said Sai and held out his fist, which Naruto punched gently. Thank you, Sai, said Naruto with a short smile. The situation is extremely fragile, Naruto. We must act quickly before it's too late, said Sai in a concerned voice. I realize that. Sai heard the determined tone in Naruto's voice. It was one of things that he was fond of. Naruto was always confident in what he did. He was a good leader and Sai would follow his Anbu captain till the end. I shall settle this with my own hands, said Naruto and looked at Sai with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto. 14. Sai. 14. Shin, deceased, 16. Team Guy. 14. Kakashi. 27. Anko. 24. Kurenai. 20. Rookies, including Sasuke, 13, nearing 14. Hiruzen. 67. Chapter 9. Team. A lone figure could be seen standing in front of the famous memorial stone of Konoha. It was early in the morning and the sun had just started rising up, marking the beginning of a new day. However, it was just another day for the famous Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi was one of the most skilled shinobi of the Leaf Village. He was Genin by 6, Chunin by 8 and a Junin by the age of 13. He was the youngest Anbu captain in the Black Ops forces of Konoha after Itachi Uchiha. He was famous in the entire world as the hero of the Sharingan and the man who mastered a 1000 jutsu. He was said to be invincible. Many would give everything they have to achieve such honorable feats, but for Kakashi this meant nothing. He considered his life nothing but a failure and always blamed himself for the mistakes he made in the past. He blamed himself for the death of his father. He blamed himself for his best friend Obito's untimely death. He never forgave himself for letting his other best friend Rin die, and finally he felt guilty for not being able to save his sensei Minato Namikaze. He always considered himself trash for being unable to save those precious to him. What good were his skills and intelligence when the people he loved died in front of his eyes and he could do nothing? The only thing Kakashi considered he had done good in his life was adopting Naruto and raising him. The boy was the closest thing Kakashi had as a family. Naruto was the best brother he could have wished for. No matter what happened and how lazy or boring Kakashi was, Naruto always stood by his side. He brought joy to Kakashi's life. The boy did everything which Kakashi had asked him to do. He was a true prodigy, even greater than his own father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi doubted that even Minato was so powerful at Naruto's age. Naruto was a master in ninjutsu. He had learned and perfected every jutsu which Kakashi had taught him. The speed at which he learned was astonishing. The boy had even learned Kakashi's prized technique, the Chidori, in 2 days. Kakashi could still remember that day. Flashback. Kakashi and Naruto were standing in the forest of death. Naruto had matured greatly and Kakashi felt it was time for him to give Naruto a gift. He had thought about teaching Naruto the Rasengan, as it was Naruto's birthright, but had dismissed that idea because he wanted Jiraiya to teach him that jutsu as his godfather. Thinking of Jiraiya, Kakashi felt his anger escalate a little. The man was supposed to be Naruto's godfather, yet the man had never even visited Naruto even once in his life, nor had he even written a letter to Naruto saying that he was alive and was his godfather. That would have at least made the boy happy that he had someone there for him. "So Nissan, what are you going to teach me today?" asked Naruto curiously. "I am going to teach you my Chidori," said Kakashi with a smile. "About damn time," said Naruto a little happily. Kakashi had been delaying teaching him the Chidori for months, saying that he was not mature enough. Naruto had kept his promise and had tried to teach Kakashi his Yami no Sakai no Jutsu, World of Darkness, but Kakashi was unsuccessful in learning it. The reason was, first of all, it required a lot of stamina, which only someone of the Uchiha clan could have. And Kakashi's sharingan was not his own. As a result, it was already taking a lot of chakra to keep the sharingan active, and any more strain on his eyes could be harmful. So Kakashi did not learn that genjutsu, but he was indeed thankful to Naruto for trying to teach him. "Naruto, this is a very dangerous assassination technique. If you make a single mistake, you could damage your hand badly. You may even lose the ability to mold chakra if you do it carelessly," warned Kakashi strictly. He needed to make sure Naruto understood the dangers. The response he got was quite surprising. Naruto activated his 3-tomo sharingan and gave Kakashi a determined look. "I'll master it in 2 days," said Naruto confidently. "What makes you so sure of it? It took me 1 full year to master it. I'm not doubting your abilities, but don't you think you are being too hasty?" suggested Kakashi. "I can do it," said Naruto firmly. "We'll see. Now tell me, what do you know about the tree and water walking exercises?" asked Kakashi seriously. "Well, with the tree walking you learn how to focus chakra in specific amounts to a certain chakra points in your body, and with water walking you dispel chakra at the same time in proper amounts." "Why do you ask this? I have already mastered those exercises," said Naruto confusedly. "Precisely, you have mastered those exercises, that is why you can learn this technique. You have to channel lightning chakra into your hands. Too much and it will burn you hands, too less and the jutsu won't occur. When you gather such chakra it will become visible like this," said Kakashi and activated his Chidori. Naruto's sharingan could clearly see the steady flow of lightning chakra into Kakashi's right hand. It was flowing there with great speed and in specific quantity. Also Naruto, this is just the beginning of this jutsu. It can be made into an S-ranked jutsu called the Reikiri. But before I teach you that, you must first learn the Chidori. Start practicing it," instructed Kakashi. Naruto was fascinated by the concept of learning an S-ranked ninjutsu. They were one of the most deadliest and effective ninjutsu which only a few shinobi could master. Now Naruto's resolve increased more than before to learn the Chidori. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Immediately 300 shadow clones appeared in the field, all the clones had a determined look on their faces. Kakashi smacked his forehead. How could he forget? He has 10 times more chakra than me, and with his shadow clones he can master almost any jutsu in a very short time, thought Kakashi with a little pride. He was very pleased to have such a magnificent student like Naruto. Sensei, if he accomplishes this jutsu in 2 days, then I think he will surpass you, thought Kakashi happily. Naruto and all his own clones started channeling lightning chakra into their hands. Many of them clones perished when they couldn't concentrate the right amount of chakra and blew themselves up. However, Naruto did not lose hope. He continued his concentration and focused on the flow of chakra in his hands with his sharingan. A small amount of lightning started forming in Naruto and some of his clones' hands. Naruto could feel a lot of his chakra drain. Maintaining these many number of clones with his sharingan active was extremely taxing. If I keep this up for more than a few hours, I'll drain myself, thought Naruto with a little sweat dropping from his forehead. Kakashi was impressed that Naruto had started to get the hand of the jutsu so early. He was far from even performing it satisfactorily, but with the training Naruto was doing, Kakashi was amazed by the stamina Naruto had. The Uzumaki clan was truly something else, and so were the Uchiha. And if he is a true Namikaze like Sensei, then his speed would be unparalleled, which is required for this jutsu, thought Kakashi analytically. Naruto continued his training for 2 hours continuously. He could now gather his lightning chakra in some amount in his palm. He could feel the power of the jutsu. Almost 100 of his clones had perished in the effort, while many of the remaining were drained of chakra and had started to dispel. The overload hit Naruto pretty hard and he fell on one knee. Kakashi immediately stepped forward and grabbed Naruto's hand. That's enough. You'll tire yourself out. You have performed far better than I expected. I doubt even the 4th Hokage could do such thing in such short time, complimented Kakashi with an eye smile. Kakashi expected Naruto to smile but was shocked when he saw hatred in Naruto's eyes, and it was a lot of hatred. Naruto's ki escalated highly and he glared at Kakashi firmly. Naruto, what's wrong? Asked Kakashi hesitantly. I will surpass him, said Naruto fiercely. He then gathered a large amount of lightning chakra in his hands. Many of clones dispelled in an instant, but Naruto didn't care. He had forgiven his father, he had never forgotten what he had done to him. He had sealed a biju in him and condemned him to a fate worse than death. Naruto did not want revenge, but he felt bitter when someone talked about how skilled his father was. It made him feel weak. Maybe he was being naive, but he wanted to surpass his father and show it to everyone that he was better than the 4th Hokage. Meanwhile, Kakashi was shocked to see Naruto's reaction. It was as if his fatigue had vanished. The fierce look of determination in Naruto's eyes and all that hatred he had scared him a little. Hiruzen had explained it to him that the Uchiha's power came from feelings of anger, bitterness, despair, and worst of all, hatred. Their power of love was as equally strong as their hatred. Kakashi knew how Naruto felt. It was the same as it was with his father, the White Fang Tsukumo Hatake. Kakashi always felt that he was weak in comparison to his father, and he always tried to surpass him. He even created the Chidori on his own. He could understand what Naruto felt. He was trying to surpass the 4th, who was said to be the greatest hero of the village, and he could also understand Naruto's hatred. He is still an Uchiha. These feelings will always be within him. I just hope he doesn't get lost in his hatred, prayed Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened on seeing what was front of his eyes. Naruto had a perfect Chidori in his hand and speedily charged towards a nearby tree. His speed was good, and with the force with which his jutsu made contact was astonishing. There was a large hole in the tree and Naruto's hand had passed right through it. Naruto was panting heavily. All of his chakra had drained and his vision started to get blurry, and before passing out he gave a little thumbs up to Kakashi. He learned my Chidori. And what power? I think he will master it. He wasn't bluffing at all. Naruto, what are you? Thought a shocked Kakashi. The boy was a powerhouse who could become the greatest shinobi or the worst disaster. Flashback end. True to his word, Naruto learned the Chidori in 2 days. For the next 3 weeks Kakashi had worked to increase Naruto's speed, and the boy proved him right once again. His speed was far greater than Kakashi's own speed, as expected from the son of the 4th Hokage and the heir of the Namikaze clan. Naruto was now able to perform the Chidori without any hand signs. One of the reasons Kakashi had taught this jutsu to Naruto was because Naruto had great speed and power. True, this jutsu was lethal, but without speed it was useless. But Naruto had mastered the Chidori and was now constantly practicing the Reikiri to master it. Kakashi knew that when he would die he would at least be satisfied that he made Naruto a strong shinobi of Konoha and did his duty towards his sensei. "Thought I'd find you here," said a very familiar voice. "Speak of the devil," thought Kakashi with a chuckle. "What brings you here, Naruto?" asked Kakashi, still looking at the stone. "Why do you always come here?" asked Naruto curiously. Kakashi looked at Naruto. The boy had grown up in mind as well as in body. Kakashi decided that it was finally time for Naruto to learn the truth. "I have done many mistakes in my life, Naruto. Some of them had very bad results and I lost my best friends," said Kakashi sadly. "Would you like to talk about it?" asked Naruto softly and put a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi gave a grateful nod in return and decided to let Naruto know about his pain. "Because of my mistake my best friend died," said Kakashi, shocking Naruto to the core. He just stared at Kakashi patiently. He knew he had to let Kakashi adjust his feelings. It was also painful for him to talk about Shin. "From my childhood I always looked up to my father. He was a great shinobi, far stronger than the Sannin, but an incident happened that changed our lives," said Kakashi sadly. "What happened?" asked Naruto hesitantly. "He and his team were sent to a top-secret mission behind enemy lines. I still don't know what mission it was, but it was very important for our village and the Fire Country. But things didn't go as planned and my father was faced with two choices. Either complete the mission and let his comrades die, or save his comrades and fail the mission. He did the latter," explained Kakashi. Naruto's eyes widened on hearing this. He knew what Black Ops missions were. He himself had performed a few covert operations behind enemy lines. He dreaded on thinking on what would have happened to Tsukumo. "Things didn't go well, didn't they?" asked Naruto silently, already estimating the answer would not be good. "They didn't. He rescued his comrades but the mission failed. As a result the village had to suffer few losses. All the shinobi and the villagers blamed my father and ostracized him. Even those comrades which he had saved turned their backs against him. My father suffered depression and ultimately took his own life," finished Kakashi. "I'm sorry for your loss, Nissan," said Naruto sadly. He couldn't imagine how badly it would have affected Kakashi. "What do you think of his actions, Naruto?" asked Kakashi curiously. "As a shinobi I think he made a tough call, but before being shinobi, we are human. We should always follow what our heart tells us. What others say doesn't matter as long as you believe you are doing the right thing. Nothing matters. Your father cherished his comrades and saved their lives. For me he is a hero because betraying your comrades is betraying yourself," said Naruto firmly. Kakashi stared at Naruto. He could see in Naruto's eyes that he believed in what he had said. "Thank you, Naruto. After that I dedicated my life to rules and regulations. I did all things necessary for the mission and killed my emotions. I was an ass at that time and it took my best friend's life to make me realize that I was wrong," said Kakashi sadly. "What happened with your friend? What was his name?" asked Naruto curiously. "His name was Obito Uchiha. He was very different from his clan. He was more like Konohamaru. He bragged on and on about how he would become Hokage and always made excuses for arriving late," said Kakashi with a chuckle. "He must have been a good person," said Naruto with a smile. "I always taunted him for being weak. He had not awakened his sharingan but he really cared about the team. My sensei and my other teammate Rin always tried to be peacemaker in the team," said Kakashi with a warm smile as he remembered old times. "What happened to Obito?" asked Naruto cautiously. "We were on a mission behind enemy lines. I was the team captain. Our mission was to destroy a bridge which the enemy was using. But somehow the enemy captured Rin. I wanted to continue the mission instead of rescuing Rin," said Kakashi with shame evident in his voice. "Let me guess, Obito had other plans," suggested Naruto. "Yes, he wanted to rescue Rin, and we had a little fight over that matter. In the end Obito went to save Rin while I decided to continue the mission," explained Kakashi. "Did you go after Rin?" asked Naruto with a frown. He did not like that behavior of Kakashi. "Yes, I realized my mistake and I teamed up with Obito. We faced a Junin from Iwa in battle and my left eye was destroyed in the battle, said Kakashi. What happened next? Asked a shocked Naruto. Obito somehow awakened the sharingan and killed the Junin. We then went and faced another Junin and were able to subdue him and rescue Rin, but somehow the Junin regained consciousness and he brought the cave down crashing. We rushed towards the cave but with my defective sense of vision I was about to get hit, said Kakashi but stopped after that. He saved you didn't he? Said Naruto sadly. Yes but he got hit by the rock in my place. I was devastated by this. I never considered Obito my friend but he sacrificed himself for me. He also gave me his sharingan, explained Kakashi. He gave you his sharingan? Asked a shocked Naruto. He could now understand why the sharingan was so important for Kakashi. It was a memento of his best friend. I cannot forgive myself for his death. If I could have gone with him from the start things might have been different. I wasn't even able to protect Rin and she died too, said Kakashi sadly with a tear dropping from his right eye. Nissan, I know it must be painful but you have to move on. You cannot stay like this. Obito and Rin wouldn't want you to live like this. By doing this you are not only punishing yourself but also making their sacrifices useless, said Naruto firmly. What should I do? I have nothing left in my life. I have failed everyone, said Kakashi sadly. No, you have not failed anyone. Your father would be proud of you for the man you have become, one who values his comrades. Obito gave his life to save you because he considered you a friend and any good friend would do that. His death was not your fault and Rin's death was unfortunate. Besides you have me. If not for you I would have been left to rot in this village. You saved me, gave me a better future, made me a strong shinobi. Kakashi Hatake you are a good man and a hero of this village, said Naruto proudly and gave Kakashi a wide smile. You believe that? Asked a shocked Kakashi. Yes and there is one more person who loves you and believes in you more than me, said Naruto shocking Kakashi again. Who is it? Asked Kakashi innocently. Cut the crap, you and I both know that you love Anko. And don't try to deny that I know you better, warned Naruto. Sigh, yes I do love her, said Kakashi tiredly. Then why are you not telling her? Asked Naruto irritatingly. I don't want to lose her. Every close person in my life has died. I don't want her to be cursed by being with him, said Kakashi sadly. That's a lame excuse. You cannot control your future. We are shinobi. We may die today but you should follow your heart. I am close to you and I am not dead yet and neither is Anko or your other friends, besides she loves you too, said Naruto with a true smile. She does? Asked a shocked Kakashi. Yeah, I think you should propose to her. Here take it, said Naruto and took out a ring from his pocket. It was a platinum ring with a little diamond on it. Naruto I cannot take this, where did you get the money for this? Asked a curious Kakashi. I and Gigi have it covered, it's the least I can do for what you have done for me. Besides Anko is the only woman in this village who will allow you to read your Ika, said Naruto with a smirk. In truth he had made good money from his missions en route and with a little advice from Hiruzen had bought this ring. Really? Asked Kakashi with stars in his eyes. I think so, said Naruto with a shrug. My precious we will forever be together, yelled Kakashi and hugged his book with anime tears dropping from his eyes. Is he really an adult? Thought Naruto with a sweat drop. Well take it and propose her, or I'll burn down every single one of your Ika, make you read its yaoi version in my genjutsu and we'll have Anko's snakes kick your ass, threatened Naruto playfully. I'll do it but don't harm my precious, begged Kakashi. Just do it already, said Naruto tiredly. He then wished Kakashi good luck and went towards the academy for his graduation day. If he had looked carefully he could have seen the biggest smile on Kakashi's face. Only two words could describe Naruto's mood right now. F-seeking boring. He was sitting in the academy, and was listening to Iruka's boring speech for the past few minutes. Many of the students were excited as they were finally becoming a genin and starting their path of shinobi. Naruto could understand their feelings, but he was already an Anbu captain and such knew that how harsh the shinobi world was, but for now these students should enjoy this moment. Alright, now I'll announce the top 10 students of this year and in which teams they shall be placed, announced Haruka loudly. Everyone paid attention, even Naruto was curious. Sasuke and Sakura were sitting beside him. In a way, these two were his best friends in the academy. Sure, he was friends with the rest, the only ones with whom he was close were Shikamaru, Ino, and Kiba. Shino was his friend but didn't talk much, and Hinata was a weirdo. She tried to talk but always remained silent. Choji was always busy eating. The 10th place goes to Ichigo. The 9th place goes to Shikamaru. The 8th place goes to Choji. The 7th place goes to Kiba. The 6th place goes to Hinata. The 5th place goes to Ino. The 4th place goes to Shino. The 3rd place goes to Sakura. The 2nd place goes to Sasuke. And the rookie of the year is Naruto Hatake, announced Haruka. All of the students had different reactions. Shikamaru muttered troublesome and went off to sleep. Naruto knew Shikamaru could be in the top 3 but he was too lazy like all the Naras. Choji was just happy that he had passed. Kiba mumbled something which went unheard by the rest of students but seemed a little happy. Hinata had a short smile on her face. Naruto observed carefully and saw there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. He could understand why she was feeling like this. She was the heiress of the Hyuga clan and many people expected her to be top kunoichi, but Sakura and Ino had really changed in the past years. Hinata was formidable in taijutsu but in the rest of the skills she was average. This was where she got beaten by Ino and Sakura, who were skilled in genjutsu and academics. They also were good at ninjutsu. Ino was yelling loudly that she would beat Sakura but was also happy at the same time. Naruto had advised her and Sakura that it was not a bad thing that they liked Sasuke or any other boy, but if they were just focused on their crush and do not develop their shinobi skills then they may die. They both realized their mistakes and had started improving, and as a result were now strong kunoichi. Shino just gave a respectful nod and remained impassive, as expected from the Abarames. Sakura did the unexpected. She just gave a smile to her friends and accepted Ino's demand for a match. Congratulations, said Sasuke, shocking both Naruto and Sakura. Sasuke-kun, said both Sakura and Ino in shock. That's all you're gonna get from that tem, joked Naruto. Muttered Sasuke with a smirk. So Mr. Rookie of the Year, how does it feel to be on the top? Asked Ino, putting her hand around Naruto's neck playfully. Naruto, you are really strong. You showed me and Ino what it means to be a shinobi, said Sakura and gave a warm hug to Naruto. Naruto just gave a small smile in return. He was truly thankful for having such good friends. I don't know, names and titles mean nothing in the shinobi world. Even the strongest shinobi could be defeated by a single mistake, explained Naruto, earning nods from everyone. Well said, Naruto. So Naruto is the Rookie of the Year and Sakura is the top kunoichi of the class. Now we will announce the teams, said Haruka loudly. All the students now paid attention. They were curious to see who their teammates and sensei would be. Haruka started announcing the teams until only 9 students were left in the class. The rest had left with their Junin sensei. Team 7. Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Hatake. You have been summoned to the Hokage's office, said Haruka. Oh, that's not fair. Why does Forehead get to be with Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun? Whined Ino. I, said Hinata, but stopped as a few tears came in her eyes. She really wanted to be with Naruto, to show him how much she loved him. She then quickly wiped away her tears and made the best poker face. Why is she so obsessed with me? She should know I only see her as a good friend. I don't want to break her heart. If she finds out I love her and I don't know what she would do, thought Naruto with a frown. Team 8. Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame. Your Junin sensei will be Kakashi Hatake, announced Haruka. Naruto saw Kiba's excited face when his team was announced. Shino just remained stoic while Hinata seemed neutral but was very sad. Naruto understood why Kakashi was made their sensei. He had already trained both Naruto and Sasuke in their sharingan. Also, Kakashi was a good tracker and with his dog summons he was the best choice for these 3. Team 10. Ino Yamanaka, Shoji Akamichi and Shikamaru Nara. Your Junin-sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi, said Iruka. Troublesome, said Shikamaru with a yawn. Why I have to be with this lazy bum? Whined Ino with anime tears dropping from her eyes. Everyone chuckled a little and they could understand why Ino was feeling like this because Shikamaru was really very lazy. Choji just had a big smile on his face as he was in a team with his best friend Shikamaru. Sasuke, Sakura-chan, we should go, said Naruto. Right, said Sasuke and Sakura just nodded. The trio then exited from the room and went towards the Hokage Tower. I wonder who their sensei would be, thought Shikamaru analytically. The three genin entered the Hokage's office wondering about the reason of why they had been summoned here. They saw the Hokage sitting in his chair. There were two more person in the room beside the squad of Anbu that was hidden in the shadows. These person were none other than Anko and Kurenai. Naruto could perceive that the Anbu were feeling quite curious and a little excited. He was a very adept sensor whose skills had grown over the years. Kurenai gave a wide smile to Naruto and Anko gave him a little wink playfully. Naruto just chuckled on seeing their reactions. The trio stood in front of the Hokage and gave him a deep bow. No need to be so formal, now you may be wondering why you have been summoned here, suggested Hiruzen. Hi, said Sakura curtly. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for your performance over these years. You three are the best of the academy and as a result you have been summoned here. But before we go further, Naruto stepped forward, commanded Hiruzen. I am yours to command, Hokage-sama, said Naruto with a bow. Sasuke's eyebrows twitched a bit. He was always a little wary of Naruto. Naruto was his best friend, but he cared about the village more than what Sasuke expected. Naruto was also too devoted to the Hokage. Sakura and Anko just sighed on seeing Naruto's actions. They both knew he was a very loyal shinobi and no matter what he would always be too devoted for their tastes. Kurenai felt a little proud on seeing Naruto's loyalty. He was his student, best friend and maybe a lover. He was a prodigy, graduated at the top of the class and most of all she liked people who were loyal to the village and cared about their precious people. And Naruto was one such person. Naruto, I hereby promote you to Chunin, said Hiruzen, shocking everyone present in the room. What? Asked all of them in unison. May I know the reason for this promotion, Hokage-sama? Asked Naruto seriously. There are a few reasons for this. First of all, your skills are far too advanced for a genin. Your teachers have recommended you be moved up further in the ranks, said Hiruzen. But Hokage-sama, he just became a genin. Also you have to participate in the Chunin exams for promotion, argued Anko. She didn't doubt Naruto's skills but wanted him to have some experience before getting the promotion. You do present a good point, Anko, but a shinobi can be promoted to Chunin if the Kage deems him fit for the duty, said Hiruzen calmly. But Hokage-sama, such a promotion hasn't been done since, said Kurenai, but then she glanced towards Sasuke and did not speak further. Itachi was the only person who was directly promoted to Chunin after becoming a genin. Kurenai knew from Naruto that Itachi was a sensitive topic for Sasuke and as such did not speak further. Yes, that is true, however the major reason for Naruto's promotion is because of the Anbu commander of our village, said Hiruzen seriously. What does the Anbu commander has to do with Naruto? Asked Sakura curiously. He wants Naruto to join the Anbu Black Ops, explained Hiruzen, shocking everyone in the room. No, said Sasuke, bringing everyone's attention to him. Speak freely, Sasuke, said Naruto, knowing Sasuke wanted to say something. Hokage-sama, I know Naruto is stronger than all of us, but he is a little young for this, it's the same as with him, explained Sasuke. Everyone in the room agreed with him. Naruto was happy that Sasuke cared about his well-being, but he would follow whatever orders the Hokage gave him. That is why the Anbu commander wants to test his skills as a Chunin. Due to the Kyuubi attack we lost many skilled shinobi. Over these years we have restored our military strength, but we need skilled ninja like Naruto in our special forces. Right now tension is rising between the villages as a result you all have been summoned here, explained Hiruzen. What is it, Hokage-sama? Asked Kurenai warily. She was worried for Naruto's safety, Anbu Black Ops performed the most dangerous missions for the village, and many missions were such where they didn't come back alive. She did not want to lose Naruto. As a result, she was trying to find a way to get him out of this mess, but she also knew that the Hokage's word was final, but that didn't mean she wouldn't try. In this hour, the village needs a special group of shinobi for various missions. Our Anbu forces are already stretched thin, and the Junin are also working as best of their ability. I am forming a team of shinobi with special skills. This team will directly report to me. You all have been selected for this team with Naruto acting as the leader, explained Hiruzen. He knew Naruto was more than capable of leading a team and was just trying to make the others understand it as well. You said this team has been selected for its special skills. Can you tell us why we have been selected? Asked Kurenai curiously. Certainly. Anko is trained in infiltration, assassination and interrogation. Kurenai, you are the best at genjutsu. Sakura is also good in genjutsu and perhaps medical ninjutsu if she is trained properly. Sasuke is skilled in ninjutsu and taijutsu. As for Naruto, he shall explain about his skills himself, said Hiruzen. Care to explain Naruto? Asked Kurenai skeptically. She didn't like to be kept in the dark, and it seemed that the Hokage and Naruto were hiding something. I will explain, but Gigi, do you really think I'm capable of leading this team? Surely Anko and Kurenai are Junin and are more experienced than me, lied Naruto. That may be true, but this will serve as a test to ascertain your leadership abilities and your skills. Anko and Kurenai will surely guide you when necessary. To be honest, Naruto, I wanted to promote you quickly through the ranks, but I wanted you to have some friends, so I delayed your promotion, but I cannot do that any longer. I need your skills to serve the village as best you can, and I know you can do it, explained Hiruzen with a warm smile. I will get the job done, Hokage-sama. I will try my best, promised Naruto. Anko was a little suspicious about all of this but decided to keep quiet. Sasuke and Sakura, you two also show great promise, and I intend to promote you two after seeing your performance in a few missions, said Hiruzen. Thank you, Hokage-sama, said Sakura with a warm smile while Sasuke nodded. Now all of you get to know each other and practice your teamwork. I will be assigning you your missions soon. You will not be performing D ranks, so don't be worried, said Hiruzen with a chuckle. All the three genin sighed in relief on hearing this. D ranks were a major pain in the ass for all genin. Hiruzen then handed over Naruto his Chunin uniform, which he accepted respectfully. Kurenai was really happy on seeing this, and she silently gave Naruto her congratulations, which Naruto noticed and gave her a small smile. Let's meet at training ground 20 in a few minutes, suggested Naruto. Everyone nodded and the genin exited from the office while Anko and Kurenai stayed as they had some questions. Hokage-sama, are you sure about this? Asked Anko doubtfully. I am Anko. I want you and Kurenai to guide this team. Naruto has a lot of potential and I don't want it to be wasted. This team can become one of the best teams in the history of our village, said Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, there must have been some reason for you to have so much faith in Naruto's ability. How strong is he? Asked Kurenai curiously. All of your answers will be answered by him. The only thing I ask from you is be patient and hear him out first, requested Hiruzen. Both the kunoichi nodded hesitantly, not sure what they were going to find out. Only if they knew what a big secret they were going to hear. All the members of Team 7 arrived at Training Ground 20. Anko and Kurenai were in their Junin vest, while Sasuke was wearing a black t-shirt with the Uchiha crest on its back and was wearing black shorts. Sakura was wearing a gray t-shirt and black shorts. She was also wearing fingerless gloves. They all saw Naruto standing on top of the lake of the training ground, and he looked quite different. He was wearing his green Chunin flak jacket and had a blue t-shirt underneath it. He was wearing black Anbu pants and fingerless gloves in his hands. His face was covered by his face mask while his headband was on his left hand, allowing 2 locks of blonde hair to fall on his face. He was also wearing black combat boots. But the most interesting thing was he had a sword strapped on his back. Why do you have a sword strapped on your back, Naruto? Asked Kurenai curiously. She didn't know Naruto was skilled in kenjutsu. That is because I am a little skilled with sword, said Naruto with a light chuckle. Don't try to play tricks, Gaki. Kakashi had agreed to teach you Kenjutsu but has not taught you yet. Please don't try to be a hero on the first day of our team, advised Anko seriously. Anko loved Naruto like her younger brother, and as such she considered it her job to guide him. We live in a world of lies and deception, Anko. There are many things which you don't know about me, said Naruto carefully. Sasuke gave Naruto a knowing look, saying he understood what Naruto might say and he had his support in this. Naruto gave a thankful nod to Sasuke. Naruto-kun, please don't talk in riddles. Get to the point, said Sakura curtly. She was a little doubtful of all of this, but she had faith in Naruto. I know all of you have doubts about me being a Chunin and more as a leader of this team. I can understand, and I can think of only one way to remove your doubts. Fight with me, all of you against me. If you find my skills or my tactics unworthy, I will resign as the leader of this team, said Naruto honestly. Naruto, I know you are strong, but you want to fight all of us. There are 2 Junin here and 2 of the best genin of this academy. Plus Sasuke has his Sharingan and Sakura is adept with Genjutsu. I don't think this is right, said Kurenai worriedly. Do what he says, said Sasuke seriously. What? Sasuke, you cannot be serious, asked Sakura a little angrily. When fighting an opponent with superior strength, make sure you have the numbers. You taught me that, didn't you, Naruto? Said Sasuke with a smirk. You mean he can take all of us? Scoffed Anko. Yes, said Sasuke stoically and activated his Sharingan. All right, Naruto, but please surrender if you get injured, said Kurenai softly. I can say the same for you, said Naruto in a challenging voice. All right, let's go, announced Anko. Anko then rushed towards Naruto and proceeded with a couple of hand signs. She finished with the tiger sign. Kaden. Ryuka no Jutsu. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A large stream of fire was released from Anko's mouth, which headed straight for Naruto at tremendous speed and engulfed everything in its path. Naruto immediately took out a sealing tag and threw it in the air. He then quickly performed a couple of hand signs in order to perform his technique against the fire attack of Anko. Fuinjutsu Fuka Huan. Fire sealing method. The tag then dropped in front of the stream of fire, and much to everyone's amazement, it absorbed the entire attack and then disappeared with a puff of smoke, leaving only ash and a little smoke in the area. Before Anko could counterattack, she saw a figure cut through the smoke. Her eyes widened when she saw Naruto heading towards her with his sword, which was glowing. But the most shocking thing was she saw Naruto's eyes had a 3-tomo Sharingan. Naruto made a horizontal swing at Anko's chest with his sword. Anko stepped out of her stupor and backflipped a few meters away, avoiding the attack. Or so she thought. A large cut appeared on her Junin vest. Anko was shocked to see this. But I avoided the attack. Most of all, why the FCK does he have the Sharingan? Thought Anko angrily. Naruto just remained there with his sword in his hand and looking at Anko with his Sharingan eyes. With the others. As that? Said Sakura in shock. A Sharingan? Asked Kurenai in shock. She felt hurt on seeing this. Naruto had betrayed her trust. Yes, it is. We need to move now. This is a fight. Our questions can be answered later, said Sasuke hurriedly as his Sharingan picked up Naruto, finishing a lot of hand signs rapidly. With Naruto. Suiden. Suiryuden no Jutsu, water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A large dragon of water was formed from the lake and it rushed towards Anko with great speed. Anko had started performing her own hand signs but was already late. To her surprise, Sakura and Sasuke jumped in front of her and started performing their own hand signs. Doden. Doryuheiki, earth release. Earth style wall. They both used a lot of chakra and a large wall of mud rose from the ground and covered the trio. The water dragon collided with the mud wall with great speed and shattered it to pieces, but they had jumped away from the position. The entire area was covered in water droplets as the water dragon exploded on coming in contact with the mud wall. The rest of the members of Team 7 were shocked when they saw Naruto high in the air and released a kunai towards them, followed by a couple of another quick hand signs. Kage kunai no jutsu. Shadow kunai technique. That one kunai now multiplied into hundreds of identical kunai which struck the rest of the members of Team 7 with great speed. Genjutsu ha. Pretty smart Kurenai. thought Naruto as they members of Team 7 that were hit with the kunai attack disappeared in leaves. Naruto sensed Sasuke's chakra behind him and immediately swung his sword backwards and blocked the kunai that Sasuke was holding, making a loud noise. He then attempted to hit his left elbow straight into Sasuke's face, but Sasuke blocked it with his remaining hand, but was shocked when Naruto used that distraction to flip over Sasuke's head and gave a strong kick on his head and sent him stumbling few feet away. Naruto then saw Anko appear in front of him with a mad grin on her face, followed by a couple of hand signs. Sune Tajishu, many hidden shadow snake hands. 36 snakes were launched from Anko's sleeves and were rushing at Naruto with great speed and flipping their tongues venomously. Where does she hide all of them? Thought Naruto in amusement. He then surged wind chakra through his swords and used a shunshin and teleported away. Anko was confident that her snakes would subdue Naruto, but was shocked when Naruto appeared in front of her and gave a harsh kick to her chest, sending her crashing in a nearby tree. She felt a few of her ribs crack from the attack. When she opened her eyes, she saw Naruto had already cleaved her snakes in half. Damn, his shunshin is way too fast, thought Anko, but before she could do anything, 3 Narutos appeared in front of her and attempted to decapacitate her from different angles. But all of the Naruto's movement was stopped when their bodies started getting caught in branches of trees which suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Kurenai stepped out of one of the tree's branches with her kunai pressed on one of the Naruto's throat, whom she thought was the main Naruto and not his shadow clones. "It's over, Naruto," said Kurenai with barely restrained anger. She was very upset that Naruto had hidden such big truth from her about him being an Uchiha and as such wanted to finish the fight and have a talk with him. "Is it?" asked Naruto impassively and looked at Kurenai with his sharingan. Suddenly, to Kurenai's shock, instead of Naruto being bound in her genjutsu, she found herself trapped in her own jutsu, binded by her own trees. All 3 Naruto pointed a sword at her and took a swing, but she bit her tongue and the genjutsu disappeared and she ducked at the last moment. She backflipped a few meters away and looked at the 3 impassive Narutos seriously. Which is the real one? She thought frustratingly. She was relieved to see Sasuke and Sakura in their positions, and Anko had cleared herself from the field in order to prevent her from being used as a hostage. "Why do you have the Sharingan, Naruto?" yelled Kurenai angrily. She just wished her plan would work. But what she didn't know that Naruto had already sensed and located Sasuke and Sakura in the trees behind him, waiting to stalk him from behind. He was not a censor for nothing. He also felt Anko's signature behind him, but it looked she was hurt badly. She was surprised when 2 Narutos immediately performed a quick substitution, and she couldn't believe what they had substituted themselves with. They were none other than Sasuke and Sakura, both of whom had a sword and a kunai placed on their necks ready to cut them instantly. Naruto looked at Kurenai seriously and said in a very cold tone, "Your teammates are captured and are at my mercy. Anko is now at my clone's mercy. Yield now. That is the only option you have," said Naruto impulsively and pressed the kunai and sword closer to Sasuke and Sakura's throat. Kurenai gritted her teeth in anger. Her entire strategy failed. She had planned to distract Naruto while Sasuke and Sakura would attack him from the back with their fire and earth jutsu. Naruto would have to dodge, and that was when she and Anko would strike unitedly and subdue Naruto. But now her entire plan had failed. 2 of her comrades were captured and the third was nowhere visible. She had only one choice. "Damn it," thought Kurenai angrily. "You win. Let them go," said Kurenai defeatedly. "Thought you'd never say that," said Naruto with a smirk. Kurenai was again surprised when the Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura in front of her disappeared in a flock of crows. She found herself standing in the field. She looked around and saw all of her comrades were also standing beside her. "What happened?" asked Sakura curiously. "We were caught in his genjutsu," explained Kurenai. She was feeling a lot of emotions, proud of Naruto's mastery in genjutsu, angry at him for hiding the truth, and also at herself for getting caught in his genjutsu so easily. "But when did he get us?" asked Anko confusedly. "We must have looked him in the eyes," explained Sasuke. "How can we get caught in a genjutsu by just looking in his eyes?" asked Sakura curiously. She didn't know how powerful a Sharingan could be. "Sharingan can easily cast a genjutsu by just looking in the eyes. We must have looked at him sometime," said Sasuke frustratingly. He too had an Tomo sharingan, but from his training with Kakashi he knew Naruto's eyes were far more powerful than any Uchiha he knew. His eyes were even more stronger than Itachi. Also Sasuke was not as skilled in Sharingan Genjutsu as Naruto yet. Suddenly all of them felt something cold touch their necks. They looked behind and saw four Narutos holding a sword at their throats and were looking at them coldly without any emotion on their face. Your assumptions are right, said Naruto seriously. What are you? Asked Sakura but was cut off when Naruto pressed the sword more closely to their throats. Do you accept your defeat? Asked Naruto seriously with his Sharingan eyes looking coldly at all of them. All the members of Team 7 were shocked on seeing this new Naruto. He was cold, calculative, and was insanely stronger, faster and smarter than all of them. All of them looked at each other and considered their options. They knew if they even tried to move their throats would be cut immediately, and most of all they wanted answers about his Sharingan, and that was more important than this fight. The only one who knew about Naruto's Sharingan was Sasuke. But he was also quite shocked by Naruto's skills. Naruto had showed great skill in ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, fuinjutsu and kenjutsu. Plus his speed was far too great for them. He wondered how far stronger was Naruto. Sakura couldn't believe what had just happened. She liked Naruto. He had helped her change from a crazy fangirl to a smart kunoichi. She received the title of top kunoichi due to her strength in genjutsu, academics and her strength with her earth-style jutsu. But when she compared herself to Naruto, she found herself outclassed. Anko was in a state of shock. She couldn't believe that the boy she considered her brother was so skilled and had hidden such a big truth from her all these years. She wondered how far had Naruto held back during their training spars. But the one who was upset the most was none other than Kurenai. She felt cheated. Naruto had lied to her for all these years. He had not told her about his identity and his powers honestly. She loved Naruto, and to find out that he had hidden such a big truth from her broke her heart a little. We forfeit, said Anko seriously, giving Naruto a firm look saying this was not over. Naruto removed the sword from their throats and dispersed his three shadow clones quickly, but as soon as he sheathed his sword he felt someone grab the collar of his Chunin vest roughly and being pulled closer to this person. He looked up and saw this person was none other than Kurenai. And one look in her eyes made Naruto realize what she was feeling. It was pure anger. I need answers now, hissed Kurenai angrily with righteous feminine fury in her voice. Chapter 10. Broken Crest. Blue Life stared into Red Eyes without blinking for a second. Many emotions could be seen in the respective eyes. One reflected feelings of guilt and sorrow while the other reflected feelings of betrayal, hurt and sadness. Naruto looked at Kurenai's face. He could see how hurt she was. It broke his heart. He did not blame Kurenai for behaving like this. She had every right to be like this. He was her student, best friend. Both of them shared a deep bond of love between them, and he had hidden a major part of his identity from her. Naruto knew that Kurenai was fiercely loyal to the village and to her precious people, and she did not like when someone lied to her. Kurenai's heart was broken and she grabbed Naruto's collar more roughly and brought him more closer to her face, with only mere inches from her lips. If it was some other moment Naruto would never avert his gaze from her beautiful face and lips. But right now he couldn't look in her eyes. Naruto, I need answers now, demanded Kurenai again and leaked little key. To her surprise Naruto just gave a nod. She expected him to be angry at her for behaving like this in front of the rest of the team, but he just didn't show any emotions. I will answer every question of every one of you. But please just ask them one at a time, requested Naruto quietly. Sasuke knew he had to step in and help Naruto out, so he stepped up and gently removed Kurenai's hands from Naruto's collar. She gave him a harsh glare, but he didn't flinch at all. Leave his collar. He won't be able to answer if you keep strangling him, said Sasuke sternly and stared at Kurenai with his Sharingan. Kurenai removed her hands roughly and stepped a few meters back but continued to give a stern gaze to Naruto. Sakura saw Naruto's hurt face, even though she felt a little sad that Naruto had hidden some things from her, but she knew she had to be rational and at least give him some support to explain himself. Naruto-kun, how do you have the Sharingan? Asked Sakura in a kind voice. Because I am an Uchiha, said Naruto honestly. But how can this be possible? There were no other survivors after that incident with the Uchiha clan. You were an Uzumaki before Kakashi adopted you. I just don't understand, said Anko confusedly. Yes, you are right. I had the Uzumaki name before Kakashi Nisan adopted me. Even he and I didn't know that I was an Uchiha before that incident, said Naruto sadly as he remembered his first kill. What incident? Asked Kurenai seriously. She was now in more control of her anger and wanted to hear Naruto's reasons. A small part of her heart felt very sad when she saw Naruto was so sad. I was 6 years old and was training in a field when I was attacked, said Naruto silently. All the members of the team were quite shocked to hear this. Who would want to attack a child? Sasuke and Sakura were shocked on hearing this. Sasuke wondered how hard was Naruto's life and Sakura was feeling very sad for her best friend. Anko and Kurenai looked at each other. They knew why he would have been attacked. Both of their anger reduced a little. They could now understand that his life had been hard and as such should listen to him. Surprisingly, Kurenai stepped forward and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder gently. What happened? Who were those attackers? Asked Kurenai softly. Naruto's eyes widened on seeing this. He didn't expect Kurenai to lose her anger so quickly, but then he also realized that they were best friends and as such she was trying to support him. They were Anbu Black Ops, said Naruto, but didn't mention they were rude for obvious reasons. What? Yelled all of them in shock. It will be better if I show you, said Naruto and activated his sharingan. All the members felt the world around them change and they were now standing in a white plain and Naruto was standing beside them. After a few moments some light came in front of them. Flashback. Suddenly 2 people arrived at the training ground. Naruto looked at them and saw 2 Anbu standing there. Their faces were hidden by their masks, however their masks were different than most Anbu, because they were blank. Naruto Hatake, said the Anbu on the left. Huh? Asked Naruto, curious as to why the Anbu were here and asking for him. Suddenly both the Anbu charged at him, drawing their swords ready to strike him down. Naruto had only time to blink as he barely dodged the strike of the swords but still got a cut on his face mask. It was due to sheer luck and due to some of Kakashi's training that he was barely able to dodge the blow. What the hell are you doing? Shouted Naruto angrily. The Anbu were surprised that he was able to dodge the strike but neither showed any emotions. They never showed emotions. Getting out of their daze, they started leaking a massive amount of killing intent. This was the type of killing intent of silent assassins. Naruto was frozen in shock. His body wasn't moving, his heartbeat was increasing every second, he was already hearing it beating so many times. He barely was able to get a kunai from his pouch but his hands were trembling. He had faced a lot of angry villagers on many occasions, but the killing intent these Anbu were leaking were the most powerful one he had faced in his entire life. There was a sharp pain in his eyes. The Anbu rushed at him. One of them swinged his sword towards Naruto, chest, while the other Anbu jumped in the air with his sword drawn ready to cleave Naruto in half. Time seemed to slow down for Naruto. All the things started to move much more slowly around him. He could see the leaves rustling in the air at a much slower pace. He could see that the Anbu were drawing closer towards him. To any other shinobi the Anbu would seem like blurs, but for Naruto he was able to read their movements and the exact angle through which they were going to strike him. I can't move. What is happening? I can't die here. I will not die, thought Naruto. Acting purely on what his instincts were telling him, he backflipped a few meters, but the Anbus attacked him again. The one on the left tried to attack him with a diagonal slash from his sword, but before his attack could even connect, he felt something cold pierce his chest, but when he looked down all he could see was 2 red eyes with 2 tomos in it and a kunai buried deep in his heart. The Anbu's lifeless body fell dead on the ground, and after a few seconds a glow came from his left arm and the entire body was engulfed in flames, burning the body to ashes. Meanwhile Naruto was frozen in his spot. His hands were shaking. He was looking at the blood stained on his hands and realized he had just killed a man. He didn't know what happened. He had just ducked before the blow hit him, and before he realized what was happening his kunai was lodged into the Anbu's heart. He had seen the shock in the man's eyes hidden behind his mask, which were then replaced with emptiness before he fell on the ground and was burned to a crisp. I killed him. I am a murderer, thought Naruto sadly, and tears started to drop from his eyes. Meanwhile, the remaining Anbu was shocked to see his partner killed by the boy and was just about to attack him and was already charging towards him. Naruto was frozen in his spot, so it looked much easy. The Anbu readied his sword to deliver the blow, but his entire body was electrocuted and something had pierced his chest. He looked down to see a hand sticking out of his chest which was covered in a ball of lightning. He only heard a single word before he fell lifeless on the ground. Reikiri. Flashback end. This was how I got my sharingan, said Naruto somberly and removed the genjutsu. He was surprised when he was engulfed in a bone-crushing hug by Kurenai, who was crying and was continuously apologizing to him for her rude behavior. He looked around and saw Anko's sad look and Sakura's shocked face. Sakura had never seen any killing and as such was shocked to see her best friend's first kill. Sasuke was now a little angry as Naruto had lied to him about how he activated his sharingan, but he could also understand that this was Naruto's pain and as such was not willing to share it, and also they were not good friends when he had lied to him. Kurenai was feeling the worst. She could not imagine how painful it must have been for Naruto. She knew as a shinobi they had to kill. She had her first kill when she was 13 and it still haunted her sometimes, and to find out that Naruto had to go through such horrible experience at such a young age broke her heart. She hugged Naruto more tightly. "Thank you," said Naruto honestly and released the hug much to Kurenai's protest. "Why did you not tell us about this? Did you not trust us?" asked Anko sadly. "No, it was never a matter of trust. That incident was classified by the Hokage. The only people who knew about this were Gigi, Kakashi Nisan and me. Gigi had told us not to reveal this until extremely necessary," explained Naruto truthfully. "And you think it was time to tell us the truth?" asked Sakura softly. "Yes, I know I have hurt all of you, but please understand that this was something that I didn't want to reveal until the right time. I trust all of you with my life, but this was something personal and I was also following my orders. But I know I have hurt all of you and for that I'm extremely sorry," said Naruto and dropped to his knees and bowed in front of all of them. The rest of the team was a little taken back by this reaction. They didn't know how to handle this situation. On one hand, they were sad that Naruto had hidden this truth for so much time, but seeing he trusted them now and was telling them really put them in a lot of turmoil. "It's all right, Naruto-kun. But please no more secrets," said Sakura, trying to calm down the situation. Naruto just gave a nod. He knew he could not promise such a thing, but right now it was the only option he had. "How strong are you?" asked Sasuke seriously. If he wanted to trust Naruto as a teammate and brother, he had to know some more things about him. "I don't want to boast about my abilities. You all just say what I can do, that's all I have to say," said Naruto seriously. He did not want to show his real strength until very necessary in order to avoid more questions. "Look, Naruto, if you are to be the leader of this team, then we should know everything about you and you should know everything about us," said Kurenai flatly. She had enough of this secrecy. Anko and Sakura agreed too. Naruto just sighed. He knew he had to tell them something at least. If his teammates didn't trust him and knew about his abilities, then how would their team be efficient and perform missions? "Fair enough, I'll tell you my abilities, and you tell me yours," said Naruto seriously. "I'll start first. I am good in learning genjutsu. I also want to learn medical ninjutsu to help my comrades. I am also good with Doden ninjutsu. Rest of all my abilities are average," said Sakura, starting the introduction. "I am skilled in fire style ninjutsu and Doden jutsu. I don't know much genjutsu, but I'm working on it. I am skilled in the Uchiha Interceptor Fist Taijutsu and Shurikenjutsu," said Sasuke briefly. "I am skilled in fire style ninjutsu and Hubei style taijutsu. My genjutsu skills are average, but I am quite flexible and have speed. I am trained in assassination, recon, infiltration and interrogation," explained Anko. The others were quite impressed with the skills she had. "I am a genjutsu master and thus skilled in this art. My taijutsu and shurikenjutsu are average. I have a sweet affinity on which I am working to learn different ninjutsu. I also know a little fuinjutsu," explained Kurenai. Naruto and the others were quite surprised that she knew fuinjutsu. Everyone then turned towards Naruto, expecting a brief explanation as many of his abilities were highly advanced for a genin. "I am skilled in Suiden and Kaden ninjutsu. I also am good with futon and know some Raiden ninjutsu. My genjutsu is good. I am proficient in the Uchiha Interceptor Fist and Hubby style. I know Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu and I am a little proficient in them. Explained Naruto seriously. All the members of Team 7 were shocked to hear this. Naruto was skilled in all the different branches of shinobi arts. Naruto, this can't be true. You cannot do ninjutsu of 4 different affinities efficiently if you don't have those affinities. As far as I know, you are skilled in only fire and water style, argued Anko. She had only seen him perform jutsu of these affinities until now. That is true, Anko. However, I am skilled in these ninjutsu because I have 4 affinities, said Naruto, again shocking the members of Team 7. What? That's impossible, said Sakura logically. She knew many shinobi had 2, maximum 3, but for one to have 4 affinities was unheard of. Now I understand why Kakashi adopted you and what you have been doing for all these years. He trained you and Sasuke in the Uchiha Interceptor Fist, while he also trained in you in ninjutsu and your sharingan. You learned genjutsu from me since past 3 years. You also learned Anko's hubby style taijutsu. Now the question remains, where did you learn kenjutsu and fuinjutsu? Asked Kurenai after briefly giving a logical explanation. That is a very good analysis, Kurenai, and you are right at each point. I learned kenjutsu and fuinjutsu from Hokage-sama, said Naruto seriously. He was really good at deceiving people. He could look a person straight in the eyes and could lie to them and make the lie a truth with his confidence. It was one of his skills which he was not proud of, but as a shinobi it was necessary. Is that the real truth? Asked Sasuke seriously. Yes, Sasuke, it is, said Naruto without even blinking and looked at Sasuke straight in the eye. Both of them understood what the other was trying to say and nodded respectively. Now I see why the Anbu commander wants you to be in the Black Ops, said Anko, understanding the entire situation. She understood that Anbu and the Hokage must have kept tabs on Naruto and monitored his progress, and he was far skilled than what she had anticipated. Yes, Naruto, if my analysis is correct, you are far stronger than a Chunin, as you defeated all of us easily. I want to know at what level you are, and please, I want the truth this time, requested Kurenai. Her anger had reduced a lot after listening to Naruto's reasons, and they seemed a little logical. It did hurt her, but she could understand him. But more than that, she loved him and wanted to be with him, so she forgave him. I am fit to be in the Anbu if my skills are considered, but I have to show some results in the fields before I am recruited, explained Naruto diplomatically. Would you join the Anbu, if you are deemed fit? Asked Sakura sadly. She did not want her best friend to get separated from her and Sasuke. Sasuke also nodded, indicating he also wanted answer to that question. Anko and Kurenai also were waiting patiently for Naruto's answer. Yes, I will join Anbu. It was always my dream to join Anbu and I hope I am capable for that, said Naruto with a small smile. With your Sharingan you can easily make it in the Anbu, said Sasuke with a smirk. All the females looked at Naruto and Sasuke strangely. They were quite suspicious with Sasuke's behavior. They expected him to have some reaction by seeing Naruto's Sharingan and he was his family, but he was just behaving normally. Sakura wondered, when had Naruto and Sasuke become such good friends? At one point they couldn't stand each other and now they were behaving like brothers. That only meant one thing. Sasuke knew about Naruto's Sharingan from the beginning. Did you know about Naruto's Sharingan? Asked Anko sternly to Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other. Naruto made eye contact with Sasuke and requested him to make up some good excuse or else Kurenai would kick his ass. Yes, he was training once and I wanted to fight with him. When I arrived at the training ground, I accidentally saw his Sharingan. I then asked him about this and he had no choice but to tell me the truth. We then talked with the Hokage and he asked me to keep my mouth closed about this for a while, so I didn't speak about this with anyone, explained Sasuke to the females confidently. Wow, who would have thought he could lie so perfectly? Thanks, Sasuke, thought Naruto with a smirk. As that's so? Asked Sakura with a very sweet voice and cracked her knuckles. There was a dark aura surrounding her. Both the boys gulped on seeing this. Over these years the three of them had become best friends. They used to hang out together, train together. Naruto even gave them some pointers for their Doden ninjutsu after consulting with Kakashi. Both the boys knew Sakura had changed, but if anyone made her mad it would be hell to pay. Even Sasuke didn't want to piss off Sakura. She sure has talent. I like this girl, thought Enko with a smirk. Guess Sakura can keep these two idiots in control, thought Kurenai proudly. Yeah, you sure can ask Hokage-sama about this. I am sure he can explain, said Sasuke a little nervously. That we will, said Kurenai confidently. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other. They didn't need words to convey their message. You owe me for this dobi. Thanks Tem. I'll make it up to you I promise. Let's just hope the old geezer can handle 3 pissed off kunoichi. Somewhere in the Hokage tower an old man in cage robes sneezed loudly. Why do I feel as if I am in for great trouble? Thought Hiruzen with a little fear. Well, is there any other surprises we should be aware of? Asked Kurenai, sweetly. Only that I am a censor, said Naruto quickly. He was a little scared of Kurenai now. You a censor? Don't joke Gaki, said Enko and laughed. Censors are very rare. You didn't show any such abilities in the academy, said Sakura confidently. He didn't show his sharingan either, retorted Sasuke. Everyone was surprised when Sakura gave a light bop on Sasuke's head, making a small bump on his head. Acting smartass are we? We'll decide what to do with both of you after talking with the Hokage, said Sakura with a smirk. Damn, she sure can hit hard, thought Sasuke with a frown. Naruto, Kurenai and Anko started laughing loudly on seeing this. For Naruto it sure was fun to see Sasuke being subdued by Sakura. What are you laughing at Dobi? Yelled Sasuke angrily. He was a little embarrassed when everyone was laughing at him. It's just funny to see you the emo king being talked down, said Naruto with a chuckle. As that's so, I wonder what would Kurenai do if she found out about your hot springs adventure a little while back, said Sasuke with a devious smile on his face. Naruto started feeling nervous. He and Sasuke were just returning after training until they heard some voices coming from a place. They went there to investigate and that place was none other than Konoha Hot Springs. Both the boys sure had a good time there. Damn you Tem, two can play this game, thought Naruto with a smirk. I remember one emo king also tagging along with me, retorted Naruto with a smirk. Sasuke was just about to respond when both the boys felt the air around them getting a lot more colder. They both looked back and saw all the females cracking their knuckles and with demonic expressions on their faces. Naruto, I think we need to have a little talk, said Kurenai with a dark chuckle. We would also like to hear about your adventure, said Anko very sweetly. Sasuke, Naruto, you're dead, yelled Sakura and cracked her knuckles. Both the boys each other and yelled loudly. Oh shit. Few hours later, the members of Team 7 were sitting in the training ground. They had practiced their teamwork for the past few hours after a little talk which the girls of the teams quite enjoyed. The same couldn't be said for Sasuke and Naruto XD. Their team was a very balanced team. Naruto was very happy to see Sakura and Kurenai were a good combo in Genjutsu. Kurenai was training Sakura and the girl was quite good with illusions. On the other hand, Sasuke and Naruto were the heavy hitters of the team. Their job was to confront the enemy head-on and face the brute of the attack. They would receive support from Sakura and Kurenai. Anko was their trump card. While the rest of the team would distract the enemy, she could infiltrate enemy positions and assassinate or capture their targets. The Hokage had indeed well thought about their abilities and formed this team. They still needed to act more quickly and as a unit, but Naruto was sure that they would be able to do that with a few days of hard work. The training had been quite gruesome and all the members of Team 7 were quite tired. Anko was sleeping on the branches of a tree, while Sakura and Sasuke were sitting under the shade of the tree and were talking about various combination attacks. Naruto and Kurenai were sitting near the lake. Kurenai had cooled down a lot and was now able to understand Naruto and his reasons. She just wanted to say that she was there for him. Naruto looked at Kurenai. He could understand many things had happened today and he was not sure what Kurenai thought of him now. You hate me now, don't you? Asked Naruto carefully. Why do you think that I hate you? I will never hate you no matter what, said Kurenai softly with a smile. That won't be possible, Kurenai. thought Naruto sadly. Hey, snap out of it, you sure do space out a lot, joked Kurenai and chuckled. Naruto felt a little happy on seeing Kurenai happy. These were the moments that he would cherish his entire life. No matter what path he would choose, or how he would meet his end or who would kill him for his crimes, it didn't matter. No matter what happens, Kurenai, I will always love you, said Naruto silently. Unfortunately, Kurenai's listening skills were sharp and she heard what Naruto said. Do you really mean that? Asked Kurenai shakily. How she wished those words were true. She loved everything about Naruto. Who wouldn't love this type of guy? He was handsome, kind and cared for his friends. He was a strong shinobi and most of all he loved her for what she was. Huh? Asked Naruto innocently. He suddenly felt himself caught. He realized his tongue had slipped up and he was in trouble. Naruto, you don't want to do this, advised Kurama sternly. I know, Kurama, but I just can't live without her. She is my world. Haven't I sacrificed enough for this village? I watched my closest friends die one after one in front of my eyes en route. My brother died to save me. I endured all that pain, all for what? Can't I have right to deserve some happiness before going down on my dark path that doesn't have a future? I am human in the end and I love her more than anything in this whole goddamn world, yelled Naruto. He couldn't bear this. His heart was already broken. How much lies had he said? How much sins had he done so far? With great power comes great sacrifice, Naruto. I cannot understand what you are feeling now because I am not human and I am not you. But think, said Kurama but was cut off. Please, Kurama, don't say anything anymore. I just want to live a few moments as per my own free will, said Naruto sadly. Very well, said Kurama seriously. If Naruto wanted to do this, then he wouldn't stop him. The Biju also knew what the boy had gone through. Route was hell, and when Naruto entered it he didn't know that. Naruto had watched many of his comrades with whom he had trained fight to death and die in front of his eyes one by one. Those who survived suffered a fate worse than death. They were just reduced to mindless drones with no memories of their past. How would a person feel when his comrade didn't even remember him? Then one final act sealed the deal. With Shin's death by Naruto's hands, he was broken. He was very good at deception, so no one could look past his false mask. Not even Kurenai, or the ones closest to him. He had been carrying such pain for 3 years. All these traumas had turned him into a pacifist. He just didn't want any more bloodshed. He had seen enough death for one such young. Even after all of this he was willing to sacrifice himself to save the village, but Kurama could understand that Naruto loved Kurenai more than anything. It was the cursed fate of the Uchiha clan. Kurama knew if Naruto didn't let out his feelings he would break down, and nothing was more dangerous than a broken Uchiha. Do you love me, Naruto? Asked Kurenai again. Her voice was more desperate than before. FCK it all. I just can't die without telling her how I feel, thought Naruto angrily. Yes, I love you, Kurenai. You mean everything in the world to me. You were always by my side, helping me, guiding me. You were there for me as a friend, teacher and many more things. Whenever I was sad you would cheer me up, when I lost hope and wanted to give up but you believed in me. I love you more than anything. You didn't even care what the villagers thought about you and continued to stand by my side. I just want to say this, you don't have to love me or even accept me, but from here on out no matter what happens I will always love you, said Naruto and gave Kurenai the biggest smile. Kurenai's eyes widened on hearing everything that Naruto had said. In truth she loved him with all her heart. She didn't give a rat's ass about their age difference or what the villagers might think of them. And now that Naruto had confessed his love for her she became very happy. Naruto was patiently waiting for Kurenai's answer. In truth, no matter what answer she gave him, he loved her with all his heart. The reply he got was quite interesting. Kurenai slowly came in front of him. She then gently removed his face mask completely. Kurenai was shocked to see Naruto's face. It was as if she was looking at the Yondaime Hokage himself. The only difference was Naruto's hair were a little more silkier than the fourth. He just looks like the fourth, thought a shocked Kurenai. She indeed had her suspicions, but after seeing his face her belief was getting a lot more stronger that Naruto was related to the fourth. Naruto felt a little vulnerable as Kurenai had removed his face mask. It had been close to 9 years since he had wore it, he never took it off. He didn't even remember when was the last time he saw his entire face in the mirror. But he didn't have time to think any further as he was hastily tackled to the ground by Kurenai. She was now right on top of him with her gorgeous hair falling on his body. Their lips were just an inch apart from each other. Naruto could feel her breath and one look in her eyes showed him what Kurenai felt. I love you too with all my heart. You are precious to me, with you I can be myself. You were always there for me, encouraged me to become a Junin, supported me during harsh times. With you I feel safe, you make me feel wanted, said Kurenai with a true smile. Naruto's heart melted on seeing her smile, to him it was one of the most beautiful things in the world. But what would do the villagers think about us? Asked Naruto sadly. He didn't mind what others thought about them, but Kurenai was a proud and respected kunoichi of the village. She had worked hard to achieve such feat, and he didn't have the best reputation in the village. Naruto didn't want to get in the way of Kurenai's dreams. I don't care about it anymore. When I had first kissed you, I was having these doubts about what others may think about me. But then I realized you mean everything to me. You are the man with whom I would like to spend my entire life with and have a family, said Kurenai happily. Family? Asked Naruto sadly. He too wished to have a family one day. A lovely wife, few kids, and a nice peaceful home where he could spend the rest of his life in peace. But that dream could never be reality. You don't want a family with me? Asked Kurenai in a hurt voice. No, I do want a family with you. But I am nothing but trash, Kurenai. I don't deserve your love, I wasn't able to reveal my identity to you. I thought you would leave me when you would know the truth. I was scared, I just couldn't lose you. I don't know what I would do without you, for me you are my world. But I lied to you and for that I am sorry, said Naruto sadly with few tears in his eyes. It had been so long since he wanted to let Kurenai know his true feelings for her. Don't talk like that. I admit I was hurt that you lied to me, but I forgive you because I love you more than anything. And you are not trash. If I ever hear those words from your mouth again I would kick your ass, joked Kurenai and chuckled. Hi, said Naruto happily, this was what he always wanted. Now you're mine Naruto-kun, said Kurenai with a seductive grin on her angelic face. Kurenai then immediately wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and slowly brought her lips onto Naruto's lips and kissed him deeply. Naruto was a bit startled by this sudden kiss but he relaxed and wrapped his arms around Kurenai's back and held her more tightly. He then kissed her back more passionately. Both of them were enjoying kissing each other. Naruto was getting a lot more aggressive and Kurenai liked that. She allowed him more access to her mouth. Their tongues were dancing wildly with each other. They continued kissing each other for quite a while. Both of them were feeling a lot more happy. They could feel that they were perfect for each other and loved each other more than anything. Fortunately, the rest of the team were quite a distance away so they didn't notice the couple's little make-out session. Kurenai then broke the kiss after some time. She then gently kissed Naruto on his cheek leaving a red mark. She gave him a lovely smile. I love you Naruto-kun. I love you too Kurenai-chan. They both kissed each other again. They both were so busy in their own world that they didn't notice a pair of hateful lavender eyes looking at them from a distance. Naruto-kun will be mine.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video be sure to like, comment and subscribe as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.